I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
blade knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate tomorrows, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail.
题，但我依然是国王走廊。直到凌晨我才拿到消息，等我来，他们无处可藏。留下一片我爱，我挥手继续说，人脸上都是王炸。摇摆的酒吧的血本无愧，要么就帅哥本就不留。I won't sleep but not wake up， 等着叫我去打破诅咒。最往下想没叫做恶人又如何？闭上我眼一念就深深我沉默。欲色都想让我经历，任由它吞噬我，磨碎我，就听你说。你说让我怎样才能不心满稳稳找不好那暗盲的皇帝们？慢慢结尾是忘记上没见我故事深夜对决像上场顶盖。人为主的错，却掠过每一片尊重顺悬崖。人为主的错，却掠过每一片尊重顺悬崖。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NARAKA Pro League. I am Nbpl, and I am joined by the wonderful Servio for some NARAKA Pro League trios. Day 2, I'm super excited. New map, new match point, new teams all over the league, new comms, new meta. And to be honest, I haven't really seen a lot of this, so even my fresh eyes seeing the exact interpretation of how the CN side is playing everything, it's a huge help to me since I compete in trios, and I'm super excited to see what everyone is doing, what comps they're playing, and how, now that Perdoria has been around for a little bit, how we're going to be playing that map. Serve, how are you doing, and what are you looking forward to seeing today?
You know, I'm trying to look for anything that comes out of the ordinary. I mean, like you mentioned, new map has come through with Perdoria, but that also means a shift in terms of what comp selections work best. I mean, before this season, we had ourselves with Hollow Arthur Morris for majority of time for a good 2 years or so. And taking into consideration where Perdoria stands now, having the first round be selected for players into the nighttime just makes the option selection much more invaluable. But Twitch Drop's going to drop in here for you guys into the Twitch chat if you guys do have a chance of being able to select yourselves of linking your accounts, binding that, so that way you can get yourself some goodies, watch times for the 15 and 30 minute increment time frames, as well as the 60 minutes. Make sure you guys can go through once a week with catching yourselves the Laudation Trial Choice gifts. But you guys are looking at that border for Dragon's Grave. I want that card as well. I want that so much as the next, but that's going to be for bi-weekly 3 finals for you guys in chat. And then with everyone looking towards bi-weekly 1 finals next weekend, we're going to have the Champion Choice Bubble Choice gift that's going to be appearing. Week 2 is going to have the Range of Heals avatar, and then if you catch each and every single week, right, you're gonna have all these rewards being able to be binded towards your account and to be rewarded for your times in here. And want to appreciate the chat for being here and being active, as well as both within the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat in general. But like you said, new changes this season. Would love to see the new comps try to be formed out. The Kadi, the Kylan, the Zipping Ying, you know, by the anagram of names, it could be the Kadi comp if anything comes out. I know Duncan's trying to cook up a new name in the back line, but things kind of work out into that comp where it is purely a peak Romy Yang comp that kind of dominating between the Sand Siphon comps and this return of the Takeda Tien Hai comp, somewhat of a reappearance into seeing that with Kurumi, where that comp is taking Romy Yang fights any chances that they can get between the first 2 matches.
Yeah, seeing Takeda paired with Monk, we've never seen that in the past, really, just because Sand Siphon was so strong and prevalent. But now with Sand Siphon having alternatives, the Hadi Kylan zipping, a lot of the teams are exploring different ideas and even completely different strategies. Traditionally, we've always looked at the game as position 1, 2, and 3. Your position 1, your entry, position 2, your enforcer, and then your support. But now I've seen a lot of the CN side and heard from a lot of their coaches that they're trying to flip the script. Instead of leading with their offensive ults, they're leading with their defensive ults in order to buy time. With the extent of new Yang, a lot of new strategies are being developed because now there's not really a threat of being timed out. You can take the full extension of the Yang, and even on the outside, a lot of these teams are pushing the limit. So it's an exciting time to see where NARAKA tactics kind of go. Now, looking at the standings, EWG at 29, and a lot closer between all of these spread. TE at 29, ASC at 36.5, SS1 at 38, FPX at 44.5, and DRG at 45. I'm curious what the top end is going to be looking like. And with the new point system, without placement being as big, it looks like the point spread is a lot closer. A lot of the times these teams were playing conservative to hit that placement point multiplier, but Zone at 47, Baudo at 49, GG at 55, OUG at 61, JL at 66.2, and JDG at 75.4. You were telling me, sir, that JDG was very, very dominant in the scrims lately, and it looks like for the first time they're coming out into this season swinging, leading the pack. Now it's very, very early, very, very new meta. So I imagine as the adjustments start being made, we're still seeing a lot of the same faces in the top 5 though.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, because early phases into week 1, we have our players or teams with the new compositions to be coming out to this season, and JDG taking this bar even at 75.4. It just goes to show, even into the case scenario, that they kind of taken more chances of practicing against the other parent teams of the 18 total in the league, and opportunities to go up against them multiple occasions puts them across the board, especially with having to look into seeing about new teams with new players from other preceding teams as being dominant. Now, rapid rotation coming out here. Game 1 having Padoria into the morning dew. We are going to have Holoroth into Sunny into round 2. Round 3 is going to have Morris Isle midday. We switch on over to the Fireflies regions, where Holoroth is in dust time, Morris Isle is at night, and Padoria hits into nighttime as well. Fireflies within Padoria has been pretty much dominant within both the Crimson Cave, Purity Chamber if you're looking for a couple of ones, but even to across the board in the Southwest region towards the Twilight's Pass. I think a lot of players kind of want to take into consideration of just noticing where those first onset of all Fireflies are, so they can take the rotations with ultimates even to the latter half into the games where they have hero points or not. And with this team, the top 12 teams here playing today, we have EWG, GG, FPX, ZQ, JDG. Team Bauda and X1 are going to be competing against BBE and ALL with Alliance, with WBG, 521, KLA, and Wolves. This is going to be our teams for today, guys, coming in through for day 2 trios. It's going to be a good, interesting opportunity to see the Vietnamese teams, especially with BBE and the C teams as well, taking their approach and kind of hopefully to see where they kind of stand between now and to Worlds, Raven, because having a chance for taking opportunity of practicing in CN teams on a global stage is a rare opportunity that comes to no avail of how much potential it just brings your team above all else between your region and others beyond.
Look at you, so jolly. Yeah, one of the things that I'm curious about is before and for the entirety of most of NARAKA, it was always pretty fair that you would get the exact comp on the exact day for what you practiced for, and everyone got that situation, was able to play it out. But now with the new phase system and having 6 groups, I believe now the best teams will have to be good on the comps that they may not like. Like a lot of teams were very much known for their Monk play or their Siphon play or their Viper play, but now it's very likely that you're going to be put in a weird position where you're not going to be on the map and you're going to be one of the later phases. And I believe by the end of Worlds, the best teams are going to be good at almost every single comp and very, very dynamic, just because with the new phase system, it's going to bring a little bit more RNG. But from the viewer side, a lot more excitement, because always different comps and different ideas being thrown forward just to try to control and try to get as much advantage as you can out of the current rule set that we're having. Now, the rules have changed a lot throughout this year, and in general, I've always thought the rules made it more exciting for the viewers. As a competitor, definitely way more stressful, but it's kind of the deal. These guys are the best in the world. You always figure out and just find a way to win. So I'm excited to see just exactly how this is gonna evolve. I can't really see where it's gonna go and what is gonna be the absolute best, because like you were saying, sir, Takeda Monk, for the longest time, people always say you have to be able to deal with Temi, you have to be able to deal with Viper, and you have to be able to deal with Monk. And I'm curious to see today how Takeda Monk deals with any Temi or any Viper situations on the outside. Are you going to be able to iframe with the Monk? Are you going to have Takeda possibly ult and not get silenced so he can shove any of the incoming damage? Or is Karumi going to have to make big plays with an F3 line of sighting? I'm very, very excited to see how that situation plays out after you told me on Thursday there was a ton of Takeda Monk.
Yeah, and another thing too, right, is that noticing even to last season, like these type of team compositions we work out, it's like, okay, what are you gonna do against X to Y? And Tammy being that big Y in terms of trying to find any sort of counterplay or just trying to find some opportunity of not having an issue in the world. And that also brings up, when we saw Tian Hai with Tessa at one point, they had an opportunity. You can see the vision. You're like, okay, control for Tessa and Chant allows for Monk to get the grab, and that continues to push pressure down. But like you said, big Y in the field. If Tammy can find the F enchant, he's able to iframe through the enchant process alone, and that would give a huge issue for the team to try to find a clapback against him if he's able to find ults, deny Monk grabs. But now that Monk has that new system of the jumps to be used in retrospect now, back to back, or in any course of action for the Tian Hai to just find double jumps where he finds value towards it, it could allow for him just to close gap the distance between teammates. And of course, big name in the room, Kurumi. You see here in the first round selections now more than ever, and it's going to be a +1 if the case scenario happens. But here's going to be our hero selections coming through. Zyphon going to be a parent for EWG. GG's taking that to the realm of things. And a Viper Witch and Tessa, first round pick from JDG, and Wolves rocking the Sand Siphon Raven.
Very surprising that JDG believes in the Viper comp. I know JL does as well on Perdoria. Perdoria is still very, very hard to control. So many different terrain situations. And I feel like since there's a lot of cliffside end games, wanting to end it a little bit sooner makes it a little bit more consistent, especially with the different point system. If you're not going to get kill multiplier, I feel like the evolution of tactics is going to be efficiency of off-spawn fighting and how well you deal with the transitions between Yangs. The Yang depletion situations, Tessa Viper has always been one of the best hit and run compositions out there. And on this map, it's very, very wide open, and it's very easy to spot and tell where people are going to be taking fights. Now, I'm curious to see how they deal with the Kylan zipping Hottie. The third pick seems that they believe this is the new composition. Now, Cannonball, I believe, is completely phased out as far as one of the better compositions, just because Varia feels figured out versus most compositions. She's very, very vulnerable, and it's not just her in the mech, it's whoever goes in the mech. It's an option selection you can do where if she goes in, you go after her. If her teammate goes in, you still go after her. So with that new idea I was telling you about, supports using offensive ults, as long as Kurumi armor circles on Varia's feet, you're able to tank and demech her quickly enough that a lot of her impact, a lot of space that she creates kind of goes away. And with endgames being the way they are now, most teams were just focusing Varia down anyway, just for the ult charge, and because her armor is just very, very squishy for the endgame. She's not really as durable as Monk or Yushan, and the threat isn't as bad without the threat of like the 1-2 punch of the old Cannonball with Yodo and Faria. So I'm curious to see. I didn't see any Takeda Monk, but it is this map. This map is still very, very volatile. I imagine from the compositions that everyone is picking that people are going to play this map faster than the other one, just because they haven't really figured out how endgame should be played out.
Yeah, and also it comes down towards whether or not a certain comp decides to take, the endgame circles, how many teams are going to be alive during that point, but also to the extension of the Spearwell system, right? But Mystic Might shows up, and that's a full ult recharge, that's a 25% mitigation, that's vision on the field for everyone around you, and that allows for a lot of range to happen where burning resources can be accrued. Now, the other side of that, White Tiger's prowess, offensive comps can go to full swing, and they can start swinging heavy strikes, especially once they get a kill confirmation of allowing that 20% damage of straight HP damage strikes against any nearby vicinity opponents. And that stacks with a lot of kills that can just be racked up for any team to take the opportunity. Now, of course, teams are going to be able to find that one out by seeing how the team's aura is going to be around them. But looking at the comps and looking to the ability selections here, pretty standard coming out here. JDG looking to opt in for the F2 V1 for Viper as a selection. We're going to see a V2 from June June as the Matari, as well as seeing a V1 from LXM out of GG's comp, having an opportunity of those abilities. It does make a good notion of seeing that there is a little bit of checks between both the Mataris using V1 and V2, especially with EWG taking the option for V1. But Kata Yin comp coming through here, a lot of chances to see just how strong between F2 or F1 and V2 being utilized, and having zipping there as an insurance policy just goes to show that if even with the option of being able to use V1 for Kylan, V2's vast superiority of just having those echo slashes with the wraith slash rendering puts a lot of focus into zone control, right? And you've seen how much that Hadi can can synergize with Kylan just because he can just extend those slashes, Raven. We're muted.
2 definitely leaves you a little bit more vulnerable than V1, but it puts you in a car crash. I still believe that V2 is the way to go, especially as long as Kylan is paired with a support and he gets heals. It gives him infinite slashes, so he's basically just an infinite Genji blade going around Beyblading everyone. And we're gonna get 5-2-1 versus WBG off spawn. This is like a new trend. Everyone takes immediately this off-spawn fight, and they live with the consequences. And Purple Armor on 5-2-1, getting a nice focus fire. Nice F coming out from Sleepwalker, but it's a little bit too late. Most of his teammates are already down, and 5-2-1 is going to take a big win over WBG.
Yeah, now over towards his area, you're going to see JDG versus Wolves into the Arcadia region. Of course, Wolves ZK gets caught by the Test Enchant, and he's cornered off here. He finds a parry here, but once that Enchant procs out here, nothing's going to keep him alive. He doesn't have ultimate. He doesn't have Fear to save him out. You're going to see FPXs with a kill with the F3, and on top of that, Junex with that Matari F2 skill, getting the aggression put on here. You can see the connection coming off. King trying to look for his F2 as it comes out, and with ultimate ready for the Viper ultimate, this could be a way for them to hold down the zone or even bait out an ambush for this team if Alliance decides to want to take this aggression.
Yeah, FPX over here with the red Jade. Whoever wins this area, I feel like with red Jade for Yang just gives you such a huge advantage. This is probably the best landing location on Predoria, but that also means you are going to be fighting the best teams in the server. JDG is going to lose their Wu Chen, losing that ability to go in and out. But Alliance taking this momentum, going to pick off the Tessa of JDG as he falls, but so many teams are still here. FPX is going to come in with the third party, even though Alliance Revenge zipping has the heal going. Will Alliance be able to survive this vicious third party though?
Yeah, about to have that move main being placed out there, Iran being one of the few to be able to go ahead and take the opportunity of just repositioning with Peak as well. But you can see the aggression. FPX Zhao look to try to use that fan, gets the F3, gets that comment going through. We lose out Alliance's Yuma, but with this Soulbloom being on standby right then and there, picked up, it's going to be an ultimate ready to go for Zai here. Junex still looking to try to get himself reapplied here for Rage. He's at 70% by the time that Soulbloom starts to pick off here, but about as you, the GOAT. He's going to go straight through here. He has F1, he has ultimate. If anything comes out to work against him in his favor, he's making sure this Kurumi is split across the team. FPX looks to try to re-engage here, while Peak is looking to pack up some heat with the jump LMBs, but the Kurumi ult could turn this fight coming into play. Yu still hasn't found a timing here to make sure that he can find a utilization for the ultimate, but I think this with the Zipping ultimate, it might change up the flow.
About it. So interesting that Yu has just gone from team to team to team, and everyone just recognizes him as such a great fragger, such a strong position 1 player on the Kylan, coming through with the slashes, putting FPX in the car crash. Oh my god, every slash is just so loud. Kurumi's just struggling to survive, can't do anything from the pressure coming out from you, and now FPX trying to disengage and salvage the situation, but you with that nice chase down is going to be chasing Zhao down. Goes for the jump parry, still has a combo break, but he does close the distance surrounding him. Nice play from Bauda, taking a big win over one of their rivals in the server.
Yeah, and Zhao's going to be caught out here. As you can see, the pressure coming in from Team Bauda. It's going to be forcing a little bit more pressure, and it's going to be the full reset that might be not looking towards. Junex actually coming out of the woodworks. Having to go up against Yaron's Hadi ultimate is going to go through and making sure he can come through into everything of the motion. Yaron still keeping that pressure going off. Junex is just going to keep getting pelted by the Hadi F2 strike into the rooftop region. And as Junex kind of keeps the fist blades alive and keeps that push going off, he is still going to have Hadi on his back. Yaron has 3 grapples after this one. He's going to have to keep in mind about the resources he has on hand and making sure that the team is there to back him up in case of worst case scenario.
And this is one of the critical parts in trios. Since your talent points for glyphs are so precious, having at least one person with that max grapple distance for scenarios like this allows you to secure these very hard kills on super mobile Mataris, and a lot of the time just tournaments are won by just like a couple kills. So let's say this Matari Junks has a really good Jade and you happen to track her down and grab it. It's a big win. Also, just the efficiency of it. Bauda, I'm very impressed that Yeron was able to keep eyes on target and communicate for his teammates, and Bauda was able to catch up and secure this kill. It's extremely hard to chase down Mataris in trios.
Yeah, especially if she has ultimate, especially has double F2s on ultimate cast, and then having another F2 refresh if she cancels ults outright. And then looking towards this, you can see towards the bird cages south of Azoth Peak. Team Wolves are making a chance of rotating here for some loot gain. This is a really strong spot if there are troves to be acquired throughout the cages onto the ground. And also having the yams being on the ground, the carnivorous yams. If you guys don't know, that little bit of the plant that looks like it belongs in a certain 2D scroller, of having an opportunity of just not taking damage, but you do take damage within. So you have to keep that in mind if you're going to use that to try to base out a way of being invulnerable to any sort of control. But switching over here, X1 JDG, we're going to have a fight south of where Wolves is standing in. So this could be a potential where Wolves could come through and find an opportunity of third partying, but it looks like that these teams want to just back off here for reset.
After the off spawn, the spread out transition to this mid game for this first Yang, all these teams just want to get their Jades good, want to get that blue armor set up, especially if you're on a composition that's looking to get into Yang. Now, JDG's on the opposite side of that. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to play for Spirit well, or whether or not they're going to look to assassinate on the ticket system for Yang. In solos, the ticket system especially is very grief. No one lets you go in for free. I'm wondering in trios, do they try to control the tempo? Just because when you're on a map with a nice Yang comp, if a team is able to hold you out and deny you that first Yang, it completely sabotages your strategy. And there's a lot of value in going on to counter strat a lot of the other top 5 teams. So I'm wondering if JDG has this figured out, where they're going to take a line from JL, and rather than looking to just have a really big game, looking to slow down their competition using the Viper, using the Wu Chen to get in there and sabotage them and assassinate them as they set up for their end games.
Yeah, I mean, one thing coming out in the trios is that comparative to solos now, where the Romy Yang pass is to be acquired, a lot of chalked up fights do occur where teams or players in the solos mindset will just want to make sure that Romy Yang pass is not to be accrued. Use your ultimate, but the moment you get in, right, you get your ultimates back up. Trios, different story. We don't have the reset for ultimates to come through, but yeah, like you said, JDG, they find any opportunity with a Tesla, they get the Viper onto standby, as long as they can deny entry of the players trying to tap the key to get inside Romy Yang to back off. It would be a close but hard-earned shaven fight when the value comes through with the gear that can be on hand. And what you mentioned earlier, Soul Jade acquisition, if they find a Soul Jade being used, like an Aurora Burst, Cloud Weaver, things of that nature, Heartstopper can be a must with how much abilities have been able to be thrown out here left and right from different team comps. Those type of opportunities can be had. Let's just take a look and see whether or not teams really want to take these fights outside of Realm.
Interesting strategy by X1 using the Challenger. Would you call it a buff? I guess it's more of like a quest. Make sure they can scout out exactly who's around them, and by going into Yang as well, you're gonna take a lot of time off there and possibly get more money, doubling down on the gamble of actually picking up. I see you, X1. That's a big brave step, but they're gonna be going against GG on their Xiphon composition. Perry's gonna come out on ZVI. CGS looking to get in. It looks like they're gonna be prioritizing the Hottie, but switching targets quickly to Kylan as he gets low. Zipping, looking to ult suits, but he's not able to. Kurumi is gonna go down. The Kylan just the juggle too much. No ults coming out from GG serve.
Yeah, this is a tough position. CGS going to be the near to the last ones to stay alive. He has ultimate still, been holding it for the Hottie ultimate to be at least someone over, but this is where Kylan shines. The control right there. CGS finds a way to opposition take this into his hands, but he is still going to be cornered off here. Hottie's ultimate still striking hard. This is going to be where XLY gets the elimination for X1. This is a huge victory. This is going to be the first set of 3 eliminations, and on top of that, the Romy Yang buff, the weapon and boot for gold rarity. And this is where we're going to be over back to the north side of Arcadia. Bauda, EWG taking a contention fight, and we see that Bauda is in the lead here for HP to DPS, with you taking the chance of using the ultimate even with the slashes to be consuming HP. He's still finding aggression to work out in his benefit. Look at the micro gameplay right there for that bow shot. You taking out Cookie as they try to reposition towards Arcadia. Peak though takes a loss here. Shuan from EWG still alive and kicking and keeping the momentum against Yaron in the backline. I'm not sure. You is looking to go ahead and maybe look to try to backline towards his teammate, but EWG are back into the game. We're gonna see an ultimate coming out from Yaron. He's going through. F3 Comet comes out from Luwei, but this is gonna be a tough position because now there's no more Zai Raven.
Oh my goodness. You just doing so much work for his team, but after that Kylan ult comes out, Hottie has to take the ropes with the pressure. It's very hard to narrow down your targets with Hottie's with the V1. Not as really oppressive as the V2. You getting Matari dash over and over. He's trying to buy time for his team, but against 3 players, even you is gonna fall. Just thinking about GG, I cannot remember a time where they've actually buy-gayed, like not ulting, just dying for free. I've never seen them ever not ult in Yang. Very, very shocking to see, like a super rare mistake. And in 3 years of NARAKA, I've literally never seen GG not ult in a situation. But moving on to Alliance, playing the Xiphon as well. This comp, we thought it was going to go away with Kylan being so strong, but it's back with the amount of points that you need, and it's still very, very dominant. And what it dominates is zipping serve.
Yeah, zipping having the V1 active is going to cause a little bit more trouble for the opponents if they can knock a burnout. This is what Zai works for. But Ni7, man, not going to be having a fun time. Kylan doing a lot of work here and trying to go for that jump LB kill confirmation. F3 is enabled. He's invulnerable. He finds a V2 kill out here as LYD goes down for that Vermilion Burst Might. I'm going to go ahead, backing off here. Got to make sure to keep a high ground. BBE has shown up. GG has shown up. And now it's going to be a fight between all the forces at hand to try to eliminate XLY here as he gets knocked out for his first life for the Vermilions. Now GG have an opportunity here. They have ultimates ready to go here. They have everything kind of looking to try to avoid any range shots coming their way, as CGS is making sure that that's the case. ZDI though still here into the vicinity, burns his F for that parry mode to be activated, and CGS actually looks to go ahead, having a chance of using his F3 to try to close gap. They're still going to find the kill by the Mercury River, but ALO trying to go ahead and be in the soul form. They have lost their fights against BBE here as the Iben, as well as Roishishi having a double slash ready to go here. This is going to be for a third party to a fourth party right now, Raven.
Looking at the points, Serve, I've never seen such an even spread of points in trios in all the years of competing and casting. Everyone is playing a very heavy kill strategy, and everyone is getting a piece of everyone. Usually, 3 or 4 teams pull ahead, and the rest of the teams kind of lick their wounds and try to set up to salvage their game by getting placement points later on. But now with no placement multiplier, getting kills is so important in the early game before it becomes out of reach, where everyone has such good jade, such good armor. They become scaled to the moon, and we're just seeing such a different tempo coming out from the league. It's an exciting time right now, sir. Now with the Wolves on the Xiphon, I'm curious to see how this is going to fight against all the Kylans.
Yeah, correct, the Mundo. I mean, Kylan has a great chance of just trying to take the mantle as the assassinator. You know, he's just going to be able to come through as an instigator as well. But like Viper, the silence is too strong to handle here. That enchant goes off. They're going to see the teleporter try to buy some time here. CXZ has himself the back line. He's still silenced, but he has ultimate ready to go right back to the team. But he sees the Wu Chen ultimate. We see the beacon of light to the sky. They take this chance to chase this out in the Purity Chamber. Tuzik going to be going ahead and try to reset. Now, this is going to be huge, right? CXZ takes a chance of trying to split out here, trying to look towards go north, go east. He finds finds King as JDG are now going to lose out their Viper in the backline. She has ultimate, but she is on a position where there's so much terrain grief here for any sort of tethers to be active within the ultimate cast. And GG, now arriving to this point, have an opportunity of looking towards this with KLA and looking to invest ultimates left and right. CXZ having his chance of just going ahead being caught by the enchant, seeing the V1 Viper stun, can't find a stairwell to back off here, gets caught by enchant stun. No one's going to look for him. They're going to knock out QGG completely for this round. So far, they find CXZ. He still has Keelan Guard. He still has the invulnerability for 4 seconds when he reaches that HP threshold, but he's going to have to be very careful where he's going to utilize it. We're in zone damage now. 2 seconds going to get eliminated here. CGS going to be caught in here by the Kylan slashes, and CXZ having that 4 seconds to be active now is going to lose his chance with that fan RMB, and CGS finds the elimination of number 7 for GG.
GG showing their dominance after the win at Koi Cup. Most of the top teams all got shuffled going into this new season, but GG has stuck together. And one of the things I've always said about team plays, it takes around a year just to synergize with your teammates. Now, there's a lot of Cinderella stories where teammates come together and for the first time, everything goes well. But a team is really, really tested when things do not go well. And I've always seen GG as one of the Titans, one of the top 5 teams. Their end game, absolutely beautiful, second to none, just very, very consistent, and especially with the intensity of the CN competition. Everyone plays that game so well, and for GG to really stick out, just goes kudos to them for being able to do that over such an extended period. I'm curious to see that most of these hottie teams aren't really going Yang as much. Now we're gonna get X1 versus Alliance with the Xiphon. X1 on the Kylan. Can Zai deal with the Kylan pressure? Immediately, Zai again, we saw this in the previous Yang, immediately getting opened on by the Zai. Staying on the Hottie. As soon as Zai ults, Hottie responds with setting the cube up and defending and crowd controlling the Zai, minimizing her damage. Remember, Zai serve just as soon as she connects to Zipping, this is what took Zipping out of the meta completely and made Kurumi so strong. It's all because of this character, Zai.
Yeah, Zaya has the opportunity of just resetting that. That's why Matari would usually run the V1. Like right here, has an F3 reset and is able to close gap into an attack for her Comet, getting hit that barn, getting the application for it. Knee7 looking to try to go ahead and get these neutrals out here for the R&B. Double kick, toes to the nose. And you know, Knee7 is looking to try to go ahead for it again. XLY takes a stagger to the back, but there's going to be the kick for elimination number 1 for ALL, as Alliance is looking for elimination 2. Seeing a pair in the back line, going to see a chance. Knee7 looking to try to jump LMB against LYD, getting cornered off. That's second elimination. They're looking for number 3, ZDI, looking to be the one last hope. But 7 eliminations have been now totaled up here for Alliance. They're going to find the Romeo victory, and with that, they're going to be able to catch another gold weapon, gold greatsword, potentially into pulse sword. You know how strong that can go with focus slide Raven, and that thing could be a menace with this comp, controlling how many players here could be uninterrupted by that blue focus slide.
Yeah, greatsword, not super recently, but it did get changed where the LMB is a little bit more mobile than it used to be, and you can hold LMB into LMB. For the longest time, you couldn't go horizontal. You would force you into this really, really slow animation. So at least the weapon is somewhat playable. Still, I feel like needs a little bit more tweaking to make it fun and feasible, just because the amount of mobility that Pulse Sword gives you, almost everyone switches it over still to Pulse Sword. But it's at least when you pick up that a gold greatsword or a greatsword off spawn, it isn't just an instant loss. Now EWG has the Draco Storm, and this is a struggle. Every time you get a buff in trios, it also provides so much stability to your team that your first instincts is just like, oh, now we can go buy it safely. Usually when you don't have much, though, it's kind of the opposite effect where you're just like, oh, we got to keep hunting, we got to keep looking and leverage and try to like bring our game back. So it's fun to me to see that even the CN players, when they get a buff, they don't immediately just go and hunt. They struggle the same way that we do over here. They just go to the store and like, let's use our money first. But by the time you finish buying, you've already lost a minute on that buff.
Yeah, and you know, another thing too is that EWG also has in their pocket a Phoenix, not Phoenix Blast. They have to detach on standby. on that comp that EWG has with Draco Storm, the amount of damage that just comes out passively from that alone, just having that Jade is strong. And they also have a Thunderstorm on standby as well, so we could see that being utilized. But more so, we have to take a look at the scene over by the Imperial camp as X1 fights out Wolves. ZK going to be locked their way to the corner here that's trying to ambush, but they find cannon shots here as X1 is keeping that pressure. They have themselves Rumble Lane depletion, so they're going to have to make this one work out into their favor. But as it comes out, ZDY finds the kicks coming in from the Takeda. F1's enacted. He's going to have that somersault ready to go here. But XEM, he's in the corner here. And this is going to be a fight between the ultimates. As you can see, the Takeda ultimate is active from Wolves' side. ZK going to have at least 3 Furins left to go, and he's trying to use his fist blade as often as he can, Raven.
ZK, it's up to him to create a lot of value for his team right now, but the zone damage is ticking, and the longer this fight goes on, the higher likeliness a third party will come out. ZK looking to crowd control for his team, but he is going to get shoved away from the Kylan, and this is exactly what I wanted to see today, sir. I feel like when Kylan hits you, you get put in a car crash, and I don't know what Takeda can do. Everyone was telling me on the CN side that they feel like Siphon is still the strongest, but after seeing what I just saw with this Kylan, that was a geared up Takeda, and he kind of just got run over by this Kylan ZDI.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for X1 to get out of the zone at this pace. So JDG is Tuesday looking to try to get that testing enchant unconfirmed, but he does get last hit here, an extra +1 for JDG, 3 eliminations total. Now, this has been a really tough game for JDG so far. 3 eliminations, Viper, Wuchen, Tessa first round pick. It's not having as much as an effect that we were kind of hoping for, and it's kind of crazy, right? Because you saw our 3rd round of selection, the Kadi Yincom coming through for 4 teams to make an appearance, and you can see how much Chusek is trying to go ahead for these last 6 confirmations. He gets LYD out here for a parry. He's living here for the 4 points, and we take those. We take every single image of the points. The new multiplier only applies to first place. All right, so there's no more snowballing with eliminations. We can just have eliminations before first and take that with us to the end circle. And here we are over by Heaven's Watch, and hoping to see between EWG and what BBE have in store for us for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, you would never see that strategy with the old rule set. No one would drop their game like that. There's so much value just trying to rat up and make it through endgame. But now it makes more sense. If you can pick up 2 kills out of a scuff situation, you're the last man standing. It's pretty rare to be able to survive an endgame with how meticulous everyone was searching for everyone. But we're going to get EWG versus Wolves. Xiphon versus Takeda, sir.
It's going to be difficult. Liwei is going to have the opportunity here propping early. Now that Takeda ultimate is out for the Furins to deny golds. But Liwei is finding the angles here with all his gold focus strikes. He's going in for that ensnared soul release. ZK finds his 3rd Furin to be invested into this, and Liwei is going to be going ahead and trying to go for it. NiHQ finding that Temi ult to be a salvation for a second. That 3 is active here. As you can see, Cookie's keeping the side to be on an offensive duty as much as possible. Last Takeda Furin has been procced out here, and with this, LY looking to try to go ahead and just keeping the eliminations, and Matari ultimate has been held until this very moment for that F3 recast, as Liwei is going to be going ahead and getting ZK through and cornering him off in his own Kurumi ultimate. As much as saying that comes out here, Zem is in this position just trying to spam the R&Bs from these fans as much as it can be thrown. F2 from the Matari, the close gap. ZK goes down. Liwei going to keep the chase on NiHQ. NiHQ going to be going ahead and try to lock down Zwan for those fist blade R&Bs, but there's going to be the F3 to close this one out here. He can't catch him there. He's getting fans to the back of the face. He's trying to look for a stone form pocket if he can look for it. Goes for that early parry. Makes it looks easy with that stone form and has no pressure, no problem, and look to try to go for that charge R&B delayed release. And that's going to be where EWG took that win. Now, we got to remember, they picked up a Draco Storm, so with no ultimate, they still find a chance of being able to come back to the realm of things. This is going to be a Spearwell for gold weapons, but the next Spearwell that we see, Raven, that's going to be the buff that's going to enter into the end game with 24 players still left alive.
I love the addition of the Spirit Well. So much interesting strategy you can go about this, and the risk of holding onto this, it just brings all of the action to one place. You see everyone posting up, everyone possibly looking for someone to make a move. It's just the second someone does something, it's just a domino effect of everyone executing onto this. Everyone piles in, looking to swap out loot. Because the really scaled teams all have purple armor, the second they switch to gold armor, you see all the blueberry teams, all the blue armor teams trying to salvage this game, immediately dive in and armor swap. Really cool stuff that we're seeing today.
Yeah, everyone using the Hottie lever tech, getting everything out there. I saw as many teleporters be placed out preemptive, and all the teams took that to the vicinity of this. But Yuma having Cloud Weaver on standby here, so they have fist blades. They could make work of that. we could see an opportunity of seeing that Jade to be spanned out in terms of control. But GG here, looking to try to go ahead. They're going to have range Jades on standby. But of course, if everything comes out, it's always the selection Jades that are going to be secondary, the purple rarity Jades, right? Rupture Gale or potentially for some teams to work into their comp selections. Assault Smolder for the burns if they try to go for some disengagers to try to catch them off of burns. And of course, trying to take everything they can in terms of burning the resources, right? We look at how much the resources are burned, Raven, where it comes into the niche position of how many healing berries you have left when the final minutes enter into the clock.
The beautiful thing about the new Hottie Kylan zipping comp is the mobility, and Perdoria, since the end game is so unpredictable because you get these weird cliff sides, it's super important to be very, very flexible of what position you're going to be holding, just in case one of the more scaled teams with burning, like you were pointing out before, the Rupture Gale, the fire arrows, blistering, anything that can put your team in a bad situation where they can be forced to get lobbied. Hottie allows your team to just work your way through other teams very, very reliably without the risk of dying. And because zipping, unlike Kurumi, she can heal her whole team with her ultimate from any distance. It's just very, very easy for people to get split off and then find their way back to the team.
Yeah, and finding an opportunity of just seeing the select playstyle to be placed. I mean, staying hard-earned into a select spot, it's one thing, but when you're getting a Kylan Hottie comp to show up, they will knock you out the circle. They will take any opportunity of denying you the heal from armor if it's V2, which has been in the majority standpoint to be selected, to just try to deny that standstill, turtle hold the fort down selection process. And of course, if the Kylan ult comes out, that's an investment of 25 seconds. That puts you and your team in a position of, okay, when should I use my ultimate offensively, like Zai, where I should be able to use it in a safe manner of being able to counteract this push. But Spearwell is placed out here, Raven, and I'm not sure if I didn't take a look and see that, but I think that might be a White Tiger's prowess to be on available status for GG.
Yeah, GG, and this is classic GG, always there. Calculated risk, just not passive, very active, but conservative. They want to have the best armor. They want to control this end game. And if they set up and they have the buffs, they're just maestros when it comes to these end game situations. They know how to navigate depending on where teams want to hold versus where they're at. And I love the spirit well. It adds so much more dynamic, so much more decision making to these end games. It makes it a lot more fun as a competitor. And I think as a viewer, seeing the double ult and this force action makes it way more exciting.
Yeah, and they're going to be picking up that White Tiger's prowess, got gold weapon. They're going to leave that one behind. They're going to have an armor on standby. They want to take the pressure onto the hilltop here. Baudet and BBE are both on top of this hilltop, just trying to hold this down. And CJS just wants to take this pressure. He's got ultimate. He's got a parry. He finds you, but that's going to be a knockback from the Hottie that denied that parry attack. CJS going to go ahead, looking for a scare rush here. He drops down below. And this is going to be, of course, where we're going to have second ultimate be on standby. We have an opportunity of looking whether or not the southern teams are going to try to take the aggression here, finding any stragglers. You having no armor here, having ultimate ready to go, but having not enough healing to earn back his armor as a whole. So he's going to have to be careful in how his kiting pattern goes. If he takes collected range shots from a distance, he's got to use a teleporter coming out from Iran. That's going to be the pressure that we can see here from the teams. They're taking the opportunity of just putting this one out here toward the north side.
It's a little cliffside that Bauda has found. Matari is trying to dash him off, trying to force them out. And now GG with the buff slowly wants to make their way up there. Take some of this high ground, take some of the safety away. With 24 people left, just starting this with the 36, most of the lobby is actually alive. Game 1 on Perdoria is coming to a very, very stacked end game. No one wants to all in, and with the durability of the Hotties and the Kurumi, Matari, Zais, we're going to be going down to heal-off situations. I'm curious to see what team comes on top and what their overall strategy is going to look like as this final circle starts closing in.
Yeah, I'm really going to put money on the table for Kylan's. If he can survive until endgame circle, he can pressure people out to the zone. He can have the Keelan guard to be still enabled, where he's invulnerable for 4 seconds. That's an eternity into endgame circles, where you're taking a lot of zone take damage. And for him to actually have the opportunity of knocking back people in the zone, accrues last hit opportunities, last hit confirmations. Yuma finding elimination here against BBE Ibin. F3 from the Alliance's Knee 7 going to be looking to try to go ahead for the RMBs. Crouch on the beat doesn't occur. We can hear the ultimates coming out. Yu's going to have to invest his ability as a combo breaker. This gives any opportunity to capture out any offensive ability or defensive ability, I should say, to be used and just cornering them out. CJS finds elimination here. This is where White Tiger's prowess comes to the full fruition. We're going to see 10 eliminations so far for GG into this end game circle. B2 comes out, Roishi getting caught into the Dragon War, but there's going to be the knockbacks. The abilities are being spammed out here. CJS having to look for those 1-2-3s, having to look for the strikes here. FPX's Zhao finds 5-2-1's Cloud. GG 3-3-0 finds VB's Roishi. This is going to be an onslaught coming into these final seconds here, Raven.
Yeah, GG, their Zai's gonna pop their ultimate, hopefully find some more soul blooms. He's ready up to 76%, 80%. CGS able to scoop up the soul blooms left and right. You see the Kurumi tethers everywhere. Everyone's trying to keep everyone up. Now the armor circle coming out for GG. They want to stabilize, hold the center right here, but Alliance has another thought for it. NY7 on the Zai, trying to shove them out. Don't want them to stabilize. Not another Zai getting another ult in, but CGS already have popped that second ult. They're going, GG's going absolutely crazy, already up to 13 kills.
CGS making sure he can put the pressure on as the Zai finds another Soul Bloom on rotation. He's got 10 seconds on his ultimate, and he's trying to look for the secondary ultimate to be the triple ultimate to be casted out here. And he's looking for those Zai ensnared souls here. We got around 13 players total left alive. Pampi line looking too good. LMB coming up from the elimination of LXM, and another elimination being picked up by 3-3-0 against Yin, and another elimination towards FPX's Zhao. There's going to be 18 players left alive here. This is going to be the first, potentially the first 20 bombs so far for today. And GG's going to go ahead and heal up in the middle of all his action. CGS, not a care in the world, has the R&B spanned out here. He's locked into the zone here. That's big. That's a lot of zone tick damage. He's trying to get himself right back in. He's going to activate F3, has ultimate active here. He's going to have another chance of activating his skill, and this is going to be where GG is just going to find Kylan to be a nuisance, but maybe not for so much longer here. The burns could be a proxy here. The Keelan guard is activated, but Sleepwalker could be eliminated by zone ticks alone, and that's where GG is going to stay alive. All 3 players left on the battlefield for round 1.
GG is just surgical. It's absolutely precision end game right there. Just so much nuance to how they're able to stagger their ultimates correctly, who their priorities is giving their ult. Zai's gonna get the ult, but who's the secondary? Is it Matari? Is it Kurumi? But Kurumi definitely came in clutch, getting her second ult. Double armor circle. If you look at the timing there, maybe back-to-back 1 minute for Kurumi between her ults and 3 Zai ults every 20 seconds. Another Zai ult. That means concentrated effort from the Matari, from the Kurumi to facilitate the soul boom so that Zai can get her ult online. It reminds me of the old Transformer strategy, just under a new dress-up.
Yeah, and ground units taking enough chances here. This team comp is full of ground units. I mean, there's no Transformer walk where you can't pick up soul blooms, and finding the rotation of rage of that 30% between the support and the offensive, between the two, I should say, that gives enough opportunity right then and there of just trying to look as capitalizing as much of that ticks of rage per second, and just finding the rotations here. I'm looking through where, you know, where even though that GG had their right tiger's prowess still run out and finding the healing over time, it still didn't matter. The Kurumi ultimates being up again over the course of those fights give a great chance of just cleansing enemies' eyes burned, and of course looking towards and just catching enemies' eyes to force out their attacks to be at no volition of the cost. They take the burns, yeah, that's not a problem, but the armor circle is going to heal up back the armor that's lost, and on top of that, Kurumi just keeps the cleanse going for the next 12 seconds. There's nothing that can really be done unless the pressure comes out from either a third party or from enemy from the friendly teammates to just knock them out.
Yeah. But first serve, we are gonna have the first question of the night. Summer split random gifts. Who won game 1 today? Was it A, CDGG, B, CD Wolves, C, OUG, or D, KLA? Serve, I'm gonna let you give the hint for this one.
Man, there's so many times that we mentioned this team's name. If y'all don't pay attention into the chat, if you guys are not paying attention to the screen, I don't know where you at. Where you at? You're in Alaska, huh? Okay, listen, I know it's cold up there, but Aurora Borealis, that's my hint for you, because it's rarely seen where you're going to be able to see this team not take the dominance of the matchup. And of course, if you guys take an opportunity of looking in chat, you'll see the answers from your fellow, camaraderies into there, and you should be able to take a look and see whether or not they're answering correctly. If it's been spammed because they've been paying attention and you just forgot, the pop quiz was today, and you looking over to your friend to the next.
Sir, like, were you looking over at people's shoulders in school, bro? You're checking, making sure you sit next to someone very smart.
Yo, plot twist, I was the person that was being looked over. They're like, hey man, Definitely answer. I'm like, what you doing back there? How'd you get over 3 feet across the table? Don't ask questions. We have our chances here for the matches, though. Match 1 going to be ending out with GG as the MVP. If you guys don't know the answer now, I'll give it to you. It's going to be a case scenario where GG takes the first round in Padoria. We still have Hollow Rock to look forward to into round 2, and this is where that option selection comes through. It's great to see Padoria being played out to the level that we just saw, how certain comps can correlate. And like you said, Padoria is unpredictable with its terrain. Like you thought Hollow Rock was unpredictable with its elevation matters of just trying to look for that end game survivability. Then you hit into Padoria, and there's cliff sides upon ravines, upon levels of, Skygaze Cove, right? If you take the fights in Skygaze Cove and there's burns on the ground with the amount of heat that comes out from the lava, you don't lose healing reduction. That's not the same as any burn proc, but that damage over time just does work if that's the case scenario for the end game circle. But we have our scoreboard being showcased here. GG at 32.8 with that multiplier of 1.2. This is where that first place position is so highly considered of being the value point that where it is, because that's the only time you get a multiplier for kills. And that's a 28.8 multiplier, or 28.8 kill points threshold. That's 32.8 total. 12 kills for Alliance, or 12 points for Alliance in second place. FPX taking 8 points in third, 7.5 for X1. EWG in fifth with the same amount, as well as with Team Dauda in sixth. 5.5 for VBE in seventh. KLA taking 5 points, as well as with 521 in ninth. In 10th place, JDG taking 4.5. Wolves takes 11th with 4, and 2.5 for WBG Raven.
I love the only 1.2 multipliers at the top. It really forces all these teams to concentrate and figure out how they're going to close out a game instead of just playing for second, playing for top 4. Just because the difference between 1.4 multiplier and 1.3, not that big of a deal. So the strategy was a little bit forgiving. Now, precision gameplay is the only way you're going to be successful now, especially because over 6 rounds, it's unlikely that you're going to perform spectacular off spawn in the mid game. So when you do, you need to capitalize it, and the only way you're going to capitalize it if you have that end game super locked down like GG.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough to see whether or not GG wants to take the same momentum they can. I mean, their second round pick selection might be coming through here, I should say, coming into round 2, where now it's going to be up to them to look for another type of comp. I mean, if they're going to be able to choose Viper, Wuta, and Tessa, it's going to be curious, right, in Hollow Rock. But another thing to be on standby is to see a Sand Siphon. And another thing to keep in mind is that Kurumi selection pool. We've seen her being banned in first round more times than I can count across the board. And taking a look and see this top 12, top 18 standings, I should say, TE on the gatekeeper side here. They only played day 1. They're looking to try to go for day 3 and keep in that spot, but 29.5 for them, 36.5 as well for ASC as their first day of playing. Our double day gamers are going to be EWG here, 36.5 in 10th place. SS1 and DRG are at 9th to 8th respectively, but with 6th place, X1 taking their second day of 54.5 points, 57 points for Bauda. OUG's first day of game playing, 61.8 in 4th, and JL takes 3rd overall so far, 66.2 points. JDG taking 2nd day overall with a 79.9 game day total, but 87.8 given out for GG here in the overall grand scheme of things. And knowing how these teams have been operating for the past couple of months, Raven, coming outside of it, like you may mention this, J-Cup just felt like it was like 2 weeks ago. How these teams kind of going through out here, but you take it away from these highlights here for Thunder Robot or for gaming.
GG, they're known for how loud and how hyped they get as a team. They have some of the best synergy, one of the best comms that you hear in the league. Pure focus, lots of energy, calling out cooldowns, calling out targets, calling confirmations too. You'll hear a lot of the time saying that okay, if someone is calling something, just to confirm that they are able to perform what they're being asked to do. But looking at their end game, this is the second Kurumi, the first Kurumi armor circle. Kurumi putting in work, 3-3-0. One of their Monk players actually plays Monk, also plays Kurumi. Such a dominant player. He's been in the league forever. In the middle of everyone, and this Kurumi just doing lots of menacing damage with those gold nutties. That's beautiful stuff coming out from GG.
Yeah, and Dragon War putting that pressure, goal focus after a certain amount of time. Nice musket shot, nice micro play selection of that musket shot into the zone. Good golly. Having the chance to just try and charge up again the vicinity of these final circles. We never got a chance to really take a look at the scene about Kurio's position here as he's been able to keep them locked down. Force explosive armor there, finds a recast on top of the high ground, having Tether to be active for his teammate. When we saw CJS get knocked into the zone, he rubbed right back in, and he still has the Tether active in case of anything, taking a heal over time, fighting the teleport towards it. You see how much this comes into play into the micro decision making here, and this is where it comes out, where all the teammates alive from GG don't take or give any eliminations to the enemy combatants.
Wow, just make it look so easy. Alex M getting the MVP, one of the first MVPs of this season. Matari with 29k damage. He's not even doing all the damage through his ultimate. Just so much damage with that pole sword skills. Every time he's charging another F3, that means he's getting tons of value going in and out through teams, keeping that crowd control and keeping his team safe as that position 2, as that enforcer. LXM doing a lot of work. His stats reflected. And looking at his Jades, he wasn't even using a particular Jade that allowed him to pad his stats a lot. This is just raw fundamentals on that Matari with that pole sword, able to control other teams. I'm really curious to go back and watch GG's MVP POV of this, because there's just so much to learn for how beautiful that game was on Pretoria.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy thing about that too is the fact that we've been able to see, you know, with the ability being used, you know, opportunity for V2 is there for Matari, but V1 is still being the most selected option, especially off of the Xiphon comp as a whole. Having the ability just to recast your abilities for your teammates as well, that not only applies towards just you, but that also applying towards your, you know, Zai is the first contender for the offensive of the F3, but then you see Kurumi, right? And having the opportunity of being that semi-support, you know, offensive capable unit, just being able to you know, to capture any sort of opposition, of being focused down, to be able to recast the skill of Kurumi's F3 with the healing ray defense, that 4 seconds of 90% mitigation, that can save alone any course of action from the enemy opponents, especially Kylan, right? Kylan and Hadi didn't take MVP for today for the first round, but it's definitely a comp that can take a lot of zone control for enemies such as this comp. And like you mentioned, like seeing the Xiphon to show up here has a great chance of just being able to burn out the amount of abilities that could be casted, or just the hyperactive mode of just having Kylan on the field and being able to lock him through with just skills alone.
Now, like you were saying, Matari is favored for that V1, even though V2 is very, very powerful. And in CN, they only really recently, within the last month, realized how strong that V2 is. It's just the synergy between the teammates. GG shows that when you play for your teammates, especially in these end games, it's the only way you can win those scenarios. Matari's V1 is able to reset Kurumi's cooldowns, reset Zai's cooldowns, but most importantly, it makes you invisible. The melee aim assist of NARAKA is extremely hard to trick and get around, but the only two ways that you can get around it is by being invisible, using things like Phantom Step, and it's super noticeable when people have to try to land and hit on you when you're invisible. So it's not surprising to me that V1 is still being used. We still use it. You definitely get a lot more value versus different composition, and it gives you that really nice safety net that Vipers are running around. We saw JDG, who's had such a dominant performance. They did run the Viper that time. And the second you're on a Viper comp and you see a Matari, you already know it's pretty cook unless you can find that blind side on that Matari.
Yeah, and especially considering that it all comes down towards that timing. If the Viper has that F2 on standby for the 8-second silence, she will find any sort of opportunity of trying to find the Matari and just locking her through. Her next biggest threat could be Kurumi, right? If they find the lockdown towards that. But then if the V1 comes out from the Viper, you know, that's where that comp really again takes the cake. If anything comes out, Zai could just show up back in, right? If she's not focused out by another of the teammates, just to make sure that they can control her down. And when her ultimate comes out to proc out, she can just throw in Snare Soul. She's in gold focus to try to deny the pressure from a Viper Witch and Tessa comp. And it's kind of tough to see JDG take that round with the, you know, with not the amount of pressure that we would hope for, but luckily being able to see, like we saw into the zone where they found wolves and they took the double eliminations from the combatants or by Imperial camp, and just been able to take anything out for themselves. And that just comes down towards the show. They want to bring it back, they can. They still have that double pick selection, but if they go for a triple choice, probably not the case, considering once you pick a character hero 3 times or more, that value of the hero points just skyrockets to 3. And if they want to try to bring that comp back into play for today, we'll have to see if JDG wants to take that risk.
Yeah, with Hollowrath coming out, everyone in the scene was telling me that Siphon is still the strongest comp. So I'm curious to see how the Siphon works versus it. We did see a couple of examples of Siphon actually beating a Decado comp. Now, I think it really comes down to whether or not the position 3, the support, is either Karumi or Zipping, because Zai just hard counters Zipping so hard. But something that hard counters Zai is the Kylan. We saw that interaction go down all game. Kylan, the second they see a Zai, the second they ult, that Zai is going in the car crash. She just gets barrel rolled over and over and over. She has to use her cooldowns very defensively. Unless the Matari comes over and crowd controls some of it, a lot of her offense, a lot of that like unCCable pressure is actually getting crowd controlled this time by Kylan. So I'm curious to see if the normal Siphon is going to be played on Hollowrath, or are we going to go back to Monk? Now, I've seen a lot of Monks on Morris just because forever, the map has been around forever. All the Monks know how to play it. But on Hollowrath, it's very, very wide open. So I'm curious to see what CN is thinking of what the best comp is going to be on this map today.
Yeah, you know, I really like seeing Sand Siphon into Hollowrath. I think it does have a great opportunity, but like we've been saying, right? Siphon has been taking a good dominance depending on the role of selection of where the offensive first lane comes through. I mean, looking at towards Kylan, right? It's 25-second ultimate. You're looking towards an ultimate that can pretty much gain gold focus slashes against any opponent. And that's where Zai can have a little bit of issues there, right? She looks to try to go ahead and hold gold focus as much as she can kind of offer herself, where she can get healed back and then she can just gold focus strike anyone in a straight line. But Hadi, or I should say Kylan, can just strike from a distance, close it, knock her back. And if he's charging his second stage, he can then just go ahead and release it. He can, or first stage, just to say, where he's able to get a clone for the V2 with the rendering ultimate. And when he's able to get that ultimate online for the V2, he gets heal back when he gets hits on targets. If you guys don't know, right, it's a heal per target hit of 100 without burn and without zipping ultimate V1. And on top of that, if he hits 2 targets or more each for that point, that's a plus 150. So he takes 2 hits, he hits 2 targets, he gets 200. He gets another, with that second target being in the equation, that's another 150. That's 350 healing. That's another slash that he can take with himself. And on top of that, that's, like I said, that's not including V1 zipping, a strong defensive ultimate with that increase of 20% healing. It's a lot of math, man. I don't want to go through the calculations, but long story short, sustain is big.
Yeah. Going into Hollowrath, I mean, I remember when Hollowrath first came out and everyone looked at it as like, oh yeah, look how wide open this map is. There will never be a Monk on this map, just because you're gonna get cooked out when there's an actual Monk. But now, 2 years later, Sand Siphon, all these different Temi Monk compositions have been very, very dominant on Hollowrath. So I'm curious to see, like, can Kylan, can Hadi deal with the pressure of those Temis? Just the cube is such a nice ability, but a lot of weird wall interactions happen when the Temi ult goes down. And I'm curious to see if CN has found a really good solution to make it a little bit more consistent. On Predorio, we saw how mobile the Kylan Hadi comp is, just so much more mobile than the old Cannonball. That Faria, Yushan, Hadi, super mobile, but second, really second to this composition. It's just the amount of banana peel that you're getting out of Hadi, out of Kylan, and Zipping just being an absolute menace with her F, giving her that extra dodge to keep mobile. She's one of the hardest supports to lock down and finish off. So really, game 2, I'm curious to see how the phase countering is going to be going to serve. Like, we're only getting a little bit of a tease of what it goes down when there are 8 rounds and these teams have to highly consider 7 different ways of playing each of these rounds. So I know it's very soon in the season, and I know eventually we're going to see all the crazy counter comping, but with this new rule set, I just got so many questions I need answered.
Yeah, you know, another thing too is that another thing that brings out Hadi out is his ability to be one of the few characters like Zipping Ying on the board, where they're rage retention based, meaning that they can hold a fort down of just having ultimate and then canceling at any which point to allow for it to conserve rage back in. And for that alone is enough value for a tier 1 pick for a lot of these players. And taking that into the play that Holoroth this time around, Sunny, where we don't have as much opportunity for them to gain themselves Fireflies or, Firefly cages, they will try to look towards unlocking in a ultimate like Hadi, where teleporter can be placed, cancel the ultimate, go ahead, have 55% rage at the minimum or at the maximum rage to be considered. Or then they can just go back in, deal a little bit of cannon shots, deal a bit of range shots, go right back in for some melee attacks, and then they're going to be already at like 75%. And if they take the soul bloom, they're taking themselves into 100% for another teleporter that gives another escape for their team. Right, and then looking at Zipping Ing, she can proc ult for a couple of seconds here and there to try to keep the healing over time. If Kylan wants to go all in, they could allow that to be had. But phase 2 selection coming through here for first round, gonna be a Siphon mono pick for 5-2-1 Alliance, FPX, and KLA. Good golly.
A's already. Ban Siphon, banned out. I'm not gonna lie, Surf. I'm not a big fan of Siphon just because the amount of rounds I play that composition, and just like there is a completely different way that you have to play it with all the different new heroes being added to it. I love the mirror matchup like Takeda, Temi, and just whatever support. It's one of the most funs I've had, just 3v3ing that matchup over and over. And nice, we are going to see Roy Hehe run that Takeda Monk. I was very curious to see what the interpretation is versus these Temis versus Matari Zais, just because the amount of pressure that comes out from Zai and Matari, I'm very curious like how that Takeda wombo, even though you can get guaranteed regrabs off the shove, and when you scale to the moon, you get that gold ultimate on Takeda. Is it really possible to deal with all the pressure of a Viper? You don't really have a hard counter to Viper. You don't have a Yushan, you don't have a Temi. It's just so easy to get executed. I'm gonna be very curious to see if Roy Hehe and his crew are able to get through with, and it looks like they're looking like the Viper Wu-Chen. Even with the Wu-Chen nerf, Viper is still looking very favored on that Holoroth, something that we traditionally did not see before.
Yeah, another thing too is that with the Wu-Chen changes that occurred at the beginning of last season, where he was able to be seen, the beacon of light, the beacons of Gondor have been lit, things that nature, where a team can just spot them out. The more valuable sense of that ultimate Wu-Chen, wasn't necessarily just a position that you can just take. It's also the fact that if one of your teammates go down, you can fully reset out. And now it's also to note that a res could be possible, and then shield walls be placed, denying grapple strikes on a specific teammate. But a more so aspect is that since there is a Tianhai now, one Tianhai, that's going to be even more difficult for the Temi Takeda, or the Temi Tianhai and Urumi Comfort BB. So gonna curious to see if they take first Roman Yang, if they have enough gear to take that into fight zone number 1, and if not, if the fight zone number 2 for Roman Yang count 2. And it's also to hopefully know whether or not the players will try to take full value of the Takeda Fury to try to just reposition or repossess a grab. Otherwise, they could still, like you said, just be caught out by a stun and nothing can be done about it, because Vipers are out here for those V1s.
Now, looking at the abilities, not seeing any surprises here. All the Mataris on the F2. Interesting from Alliance, they're running the V3 on Temi. Usually, I mean, GG really changed the meta, playing V2 Temi, one of the first teams to do it, and then moving even over to V1 Temi. We're seeing FPX running that V1 for the extension. Those extra seconds end up being huge, but hearing from the other coaches, the V2 in the mirror matchup ends up giving a huge edge over the other Temi. After you get your stam immediately sucked, you're able to still fight the other Temi, and V3 actually puts you in a very, very bad position because your gold F isn't able to come out. And one of the best parts of Temi is the fact that his combo break is 13 seconds. It's the fastest combo break in the game. You're able to keep up the pressure, keep up the front line as your two teammates find different angles to flank. Now, looking at the spread of the off spawn, this is one of the things, just because the map has been around forever in the Pro League, map's going to be divvied up. Everyone taking their ISO fights or some type of timing into the ISO fights all the way to north to the south. Everyone is spread out. Interesting, a new position coming out from GG, but pretty much no hot drop that we're seeing here today, Surf.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting you said that because day one, GG took that spawn the first time. I don't know how successful it kind of worked out for them. Kind of hoping to see what's going to happen between them and Alliance over by the Yushan Ruins. But Wolves spawning here at Med Top up against what seems to be WBG, trying to take as much of these troves as much as possible. With Zem having a katana on standby, he's going to try to reposition for his squad into the main set of this Temple of Sun and Moon. And with this, gotta be careful. He's looking for trying to backline here with the fist blades as XEM trying to go down here and trying to find that reposition. He just keeps going. EWG finding eliminations to kill feed here, double elimination actually for EWG so far. But we take a look at the scene here. Zem looks to try to go for that double blue focus here for the horizontal. He fights toe to the nose right towards the A shout, and that's going to be where the eliminations are had. Wolves has that solo on standby. Now HQ finds it. Going to be Jing getting caught by the silence, and that's the elimination number 2. Wolves is taken to the board, and with Sleepwalker being the one remaining teammate, Tesla ultimate on standby. That's going to be the 3-step that Wolves takes into this first fight.
Very, very clean stuff coming out from Wolves, getting the nice RNG blessing of getting the purple armor onto their Viper, but still capitalizing very, very quickly, able to secure those kills. Claiming Metap too, like Metap, just so much loot over here if you're able to secure it. Usually a lot more teams do challenge for it. It's enough loot for at least 3 teams, but getting that whole place to yourself, they're going to be sitting pretty looking to transition to the end game. Now KLA, they don't have the old OUG boys challenging them for the puzzle. Normally those two are duking it out, but we're going to be moving over to 5-2-1 and the comp that I really wanted to see today, sir.
Yeah, they're making a lot of strides here. Gold gain is at its peak for getting these eliminations. Now, of course, they're still trying to look for themselves, try to get purple armor, purple weapons across the board. I mean, we see one for Fat Milk for that staff. They're going to try to take the purchases. Moon Mains, if I'm not mistaken, have been purchased so far. I haven't checked the teams and who has purchased it just yet. But Ben, having V2 Ultimate, a very staple option nowadays for Tianhai, as we were once seeing this in the past for V1, which was the no weak spot, do more damage to Ultimate. V2's healing capabilities coming through, where you can opt in Kurumi to have that secondary V2 Ultimate, commits towards the armor regen for Takeda and herself, and also for the cleansing factor, where if Tianhai finds a single grab, he can still get some healing back, right? He can get this land down for V2 and then have it sustain against Siphon comps. And that's where one thing comes out towards that comp, where getting a regrab for Takeda Fear and Blast against a Xiphon, where Zai just not being able to land, can get caught to that regrab, forces Kurumi to the F skill, then you can get another repossession for them if they decide to want to work that through. Matari can't do anything about it. She can keep the stealth going if it's V1 for Matari, but if they can find the line of sight for the Zai, they'll make sure and try to lock her down as much as possible.
Oh my goodness. We see KLA, and one of the best parts of going on the puzzle spot, you get that gold weapon, and that gold weapon happens to be a fist on the Siphon. Just the amount of damage that you're doing off the one charges with fists. They did nurse the double charge and the speed of it, but they did not even touch the most broken part of fist, the one charge vertical, the one charge R&B. It's just, it does more damage than a pole sword on this fist weapon. It is absolutely insane. I can't wait to see who's going to fall victim to KLA. But the great part about trios, no Kylan with the fists. If you get that parry, we could be yoinking some gold weapons off other players. So Takeda, KLA, I know I've actually seen some of the CN teams serve when they have that gold weapon. When they're going into an irrelevant fight, they actually switch over to a purple weapon just to guarantee that someone doesn't steal their gold weapon.
Yeah, I would honestly say that's the best in slot option selection. I mean, taking the opportunity of just throwing a blue focus, just wild haymaker, all of a sudden to get a drop from below. I mean, that's why I always like seeing Bout as you playing this out, because he loves to drop in from the top and then just fall down, and there's a blue focus and he captures it. So the option to go through with that makes it all the better. QGG though takes a full aggression route, has his F1 out to play. He takes the Kurumi F3 and healing ray defense. He's going on full offensive. We see the F2 Matari coming out. The focus on Yaron is a must for QGG. They got to make sure, but the Kurumi ultimate denies that pressure. QGG taking a musket shot right then and there, has to make sure he backs off. He sees 17S takes a lot of pressure through the forces at hand. Recasting on the Kurumi ultimate might be giving QGG more opportunity to just look for a chance. Once the Zai ultimate, the Matari ultimate ends, he can lock this down. A Temi ult from ZXZ that creates a reposition, but then the Kurumi recast ultimate might make KLA look towards Takeda as the final straw into this fight, Raven.
Now we see It's funny that KLA is fighting Bowda's U. Every single time U is playing, he's fighting against former teammates. When he moved away from KLA, he would fight them all the time with OUG. Now he's with Bowda. He's still fighting KLA. We saw the Kurumi lead with the Ultimate, but first we're going to go over to JDG. They've been doing amazing. They're going to be fighting against BBE. This terrain is kind of okay for the Monk. It's definitely going to benefit the hit and run style of Hadi. What are they going to lead with? No ult's going to be invested yet. BBE just holding on to their ultimates, want to play this neutral out. JDG is going to be showing up. Royhi going to be the first one to pop that Takeda ult. Fat Milk trying to allow them to stabilize. It's crazy that Fat Milk is playing trios right now. He played solos yesterday. I believe this is one of the few players in the league able to pull this off. I'm really hoping that BBE is able to pop off. That'd be such great news for Fat Milk and just the future of NARAKA. Can you play solos and trios at the same time, sir? We'll have to see if Fat Milk can pull it off.
Yeah, hybrid gamers are a rare crop indeed. I mean, taking a look at the chances here from BBE, even Roishishi last season when the J-Cup was playing solos for the BBE roster. Now, taking into consideration for Fat Milk, he is a Kurumi in this situation, so he's going to be finding himself through. A grab has been occurred as Jing takes an F1 from their Zipping Ying, so not a lot of damage from that mitigation, but you can see Zing is taking a lot of pressure from Fat Milk because he's controlling him down. That zone is going to kill off Jing. JG loses one of the three. Ben is out of ultimate, but the Hadi strikes come out to play. A parry coming in the momentum as Kiki finds it. You're going to see a Hadi teleporter be used. Kiki gets out. There's going to be a chance between BBE to invest. Now the Takeda ultimate for this fight as Kiki is trying to heal into the backline. Weakness is not going to be as heavily distraught as later zones, but this is where it's going to be a little bit troublesome. I mean, you can see a reposition from Tuesday to go right back into the cave and trying to find at least a pickings of 1 or 2 kills. This is where it's going to work against their favor. Roishi still has ultimate for that Takeda, but then there's Jing dropping from the sky below with an R&B blue focus. A parry from Kiki to keep the momentum. Elimination number 2, BB's Roishi. She has the F1 out, but this turnaround is kind of crazy. And JDG take these eliminations to count number 6 for the second round.
Tough break for BBE. I feel like they played that so well, but the mobility of JDG's with that Hadi, they just keep coming and rotating each other off just to make sure that BB can never stabilize. They finally lose their Kurumi just because Monk takes the heal off. You never want to lose your Kurumi though. It's one of the reasons that I like Temi Monk. Even if one of your players go down, you always have a reliable ultimate, reliable character that can get your team back up to speed, back to normal. JDG, even though they just fought, immediately engaging again on to Wolves. That's also been coming out. Jing looking for the flank, able to set his team up with the cube, max range the initial Tessel and stun, but it's not gonna matter. Kiki is gonna fall on the zipping. Can JDG's Zing come back and bring this back? Too much Predator, too much clean execution coming out from Wolves.
Yeah, and Wolves went ahead and got that full second of CC control from the Tessa enchant into the stun. Now it looks like EWG's Liwei, they're going to find Susek into the corner here. And F3 is going to be thrown out from their Viper as Schwann's going to be able to confirm a little bit of that weakness heal, but that zone take damage is going to kill off Susek here. JG go down for their first set of elimination, or first set of lives, I should say, and we could see a potential for them to come back. Romy Yang is going to be a career across the, it's kind of interesting seeing F3 Viper with a V1. It's a good burst. It's a good chance of just knocking them back with a gold focus and then boom, shotgun blast, right? 500 damage, and everything comes out towards that. But Romy Yang, WBG, GG versus out here for the first round fight. Raven, take it away.
GG. Going into Romy Yang with the Viper composition, I cannot believe them. Just a gold mine of strategy right now, and it looks like Alex Simmons is going to be running that F3 and getting a nice knockdown, but Sleepwalker is going to be stabilizing with the F3 from Kurumi, just swatching over and making sure that he's not going to go down, and Kurumi just unhittable with the wave roll over and over. Alex Simmons had enough of it, gonna pop that V1, F3 V1 Viper. Kurumi ult is going to be going down. He is going to be trying to survive and armor up right here, but Sleepwalker is going to fall. Kurumi doing her best to kite 2 players, and still Gigi is going to come out on top. Absolutely insane serve. That, I don't know how they're making that work.
It's yeah, because I made it up, I made a point about that earlier with the F3. I'm like, man, F3 V1, that's kind of crazy. And then to take Romy Yang, GG is one of the other two, one of the 2 team comps to the F3. I see the vision. All right, like if you know, Hadi lever, the teleporter for Hadi, it can't be obstructed by silences. So when any case scenario happens and they try to lock down a player, if they can't get the silence of Hadi off right, I mean, B1's going to be the case. And F3 knockback gold focus could just be with the F3 as a shotgun of just doing as much DPS in a short amount of time as possible. But LXM, outside Romy Yang, finds Yaron here. Both Romy Yang winners, both Vermilion Bird Smite. So the investment for ultimate is going to be up to the up to the discretion of the players over by Emberhawk. And Bowden wants to take this fight. Yu has ultimate ready to go here. Yaron has gold weapon available for his ultimate as a Zai, and he's got at least one Ensnare Soul left. Looking to try to backline here for a gold focus. And this is where the Matari shines, man. And it's going to be where Viper does not have any sort of value as that Matari ultimate gets procced, as we mentioned earlier, Raven.
Now, GG does have a millions buff, but no silence. When you see a Matari, you're just sad when you have a Viper on your team. You're just like, oh, out. What is the X? You just got to pray that the Kurumi is asleep at the wheel and that she's just not going to do her job at all. But Bowda able to come through here. You on the Kurumi now, taking a back seat. Also one of the best support players, one of the best position 1 players, one of the best support players. Bowda just having dominance, just like every single time a team picks up you, they're just going to have a good time.
Yeah, QGG having ultimate standby, got gold fist blades on hand. He still has it from the Salvation Podium, so he's going to be trying to go for those 1.0s. Goes for the kick, see the V from the proc from the Mortal Defiance potentially. I'm not sure if that was a V2. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the V2 because everyone's been using V1 in their mom. It's kind of going crazy here for QGG. He's looking to reposition onto the bridge line, but he finds himself to try to figure out whether or not Fortress of Kaviani will be a disengaged zone or if it's going to be where he's taking the chase. Because whether or not they're going to be wanting to take the chase against any of position players right now, Bowda still has an opportunity here for that ultimate for Zai to work against QGG's favor. Of course, gold focus inside of the zone. There's the kicks. There's going to be the Takeda Fury Blast and keep the extension going, Yaron. If you don't, that's going to be a Takeda that you don't want to come back for you for round 2.
Bowda's Yaron with the Zai ult. Shelf's going to be coming out, but he's still keeping up the pressure. He's still holding W. He's still swinging into this just mosh pit of players. Yaron, they're down to 40 seconds. And this is always one of the weird positions of Vermilion's buff. When you use the ultimate and you extend these fights, you become very nervous. Just, do we use our support ultimate or do we just fall here? There's always a chance that a team recognizes that you're trying to finish off, that you may have a little bit less time. They can just wait there and grieve your Yang or your Vermilion's buff situation. But WBG on the Zai, Matari, Kurumi, the Xiphon comp just so brutal with the third parties, the amount of offensive capabilities. And it looks like Wolves is going to be showing up with the Tessa third party. But the Cliff is going to be saving WBG's Walker away from the double focus attack. He has another lease on life. Is he going to come back and do more with it? Unfortunately, he will not. Look how scaled Wolf is, sir.
Yeah, Wolves are going to be going absolutely ballistic here. We saw EWG find elimination against the final teammate for Alliance early on, but now GG takes to try to take the board out from WBG. They didn't have a lot of gear to work with in the first place. I saw a comment into blue armor. Could have been swaps. Could have been what they ran into the buildings with. But if everything comes out towards this, X1 still have the board here to stay on top for themselves. They had Vermilion Burst Might coming through into these fights. They still have a good set of eliminations for, gear in check, but with Jing being the final remaining teammate here for WBG, he's going to have to try to utilize as much as his skill set as much as possible. The kiting could be impeccable, and getting a good chance of just trying to lock through. It looks like Wolves is going to backline towards QGG from KLA. That's gold fist plates on IHQ. That's not going to be a good time for any players caught by it. And that's going to be an F3. Second time we saw in the span of the last minute where LXM just uses the kill confirm for their team.
Now, looking at the kills, the spread, a little bit more stacked compared to what Pretoria was. It was Pretoria, everyone was around 3 to 5 kills throughout most of the map, and then at the end, GG pulls ahead. On Holoroth, there's still a fundamental difference in people's strategies that it's not very even. It's been very, very much figured out, and still the top of the league leverages a lot of these timing attacks perfectly. You see GG come back after they have the Vermilion's buff. It's always really risky after you have your Vermilion's buff and you fall. Do you go back? Because now it's for keeps. Now you're playing for, if you go down, that's the rest of your tournament. Or do you set up and go Yang? And it looks like GG makes a calculated risk, goes for the first Yang, but it doesn't look like they care to go into it second Yang.
Yeah, they're going to probably take a rotation towards the Spirit Well if they can, if they want to take the opportunity of just crouching into that buff. Draco Storm potential, but it could be a Mystic Might, could be White Tiger's Prowess. We have X1 and Bowda here at the Plume Castle trying to contest slightly. It looks like XOY wants to go for those musket shots. Yaron trying to rotate around here for a flank into that Romy Yang position. We see Wolves there. They could take their first entry. Usually want to take the chance of trying to be the second or the third team to enter through, so that way if you want to take the fight, then you're the second one to enter. If you want to take a free roam room potentially, you don't really see that as often here. You're gonna have the opportunity of doing that, but regardless, there's gonna be the JE selection. We saw Bowda being able to utilize this. He's got Phoenix Blast into Hepa Decharge, and that's just where things get a little bit more dangerous. No one wants to take the roam fight against this team. They probably saw them enter and they don't want to take this fight regardless. Gold armor has been required for you. Peak finds the purple armor. They're gonna pick themselves up the buff. Option selection might be White Tiger's Prowess. Potentially, I want to see violence. I want to see a little bit of fights. But if they want to be safe, they play Mystic Might. And you know what? We go all in Draco Storm. You love to see it.
Draco Storm with this composition is pretty much unkillable. There's only been a couple times I've ever seen Draco Storm lose to another team, and it usually involves another monk just because the double grab does so much damage. The AoE just does so much, especially when it comes to trios where everyone's holding focus forever. The AoE damage flinches you, and even though someone's trying to time a parry on you, the second you see that body flinch, that double charge, that triple charge with Pole Sword is coming out, and you're doing big damage on top of the heal. It's just absolutely ridiculous that two people can be straight DPSing and you will not fall. Now, EWG in the zone is going to be picking off 521's Pampy. 22 players left alive. Looking at the points, we got GG at 7, Bowda at 8, X1 at 6, and EWG at 10. With so many Vipers in the lobby, no one is able to survive the ferocity of how aggressive this attack on Titan. Now, even though there are no Titans in this lobby, the attack is ferocious. Just, we're already down to 22 before or just right after the second Yang. I don't really see this map going to the distance considering how fast everyone's playing.
Yeah, you know, another thing too is a reset for a team, right? We see Unique there by himself. It's kind of tough compared to when we had Morse Blessings where you're able to spot out where that Morse Blessing location is. Now you have to memory select whether or not you remember where the Spirit Well is. Once the Spirit Well gets cleansed or gets cleared from the map, no one can remember it except for you or your team to be able to just pinpoint it for Reaper Charms. Spirit Well is being claimed on the ground in the early selections of the map before we enter the end game. Ends up being a huge benefit for those teams try to come for a comeback by having Reaper Charms left behind on the ground. There's no Morse Blessing effect where once the box closes, that's it. If that Spirit Well has been claimed and no one needed to get the Reaper Charm in the first place, a team can just go ahead there and yoink it over and just try to get the team right back in here. And that's a really good option, you know, comparative to where, you know, you'll have a select time of frame before you enter Morse Blessing and before it expires. You know what I'm saying?
And Wolves walking down BBE like a bunch of wolves, actually just trotting them down, seeing that monk, waiting for just a slip for the Tesla to slide in that ult, the Viper get that silence. And this is what I was saying, sir. When you don't got Yushan, when you don't have Temi, when you don't have Wu Chen, you don't have a hard counter to Viper, that comp becomes super, super dangerous. And the reason why Sandmech was phased out was because teams figured out, it was GG who figured out how to beat Sandmech with the Viper composition. So I'm curious to see whether or not BBE will stick to this Takeda Monk. Everyone says that it's very, very strong in Yang, it's very strong in endgame, but getting there is extremely hard. So BBE does have blue armors. Can they utilize the Spirit Wells in order to bring their game back and possibly still have a pop-off game?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see. You know, they won this first from Yang here. We can see from Team Bowda making this opportunity of just going on the aggression route. Iran having face plays a purple rarity and having to go ahead and up against the Takeda. F1 has invested here from Revenge as we saw the first set of the somersault, but F2 from Atari gives Peak enough time to disengage here for a couple of seconds. F3 to get the invulnerability from that knockback. Iran having ultimate proc coming out here. Kurumi Cats to keep the team fighting out here. It's going to be a 2v3 at this point, and I don't think Alliance has much to live for with this connection of onslaught of blues and golds. And this is where Iran just goes ahead and tries to look for those omnidirectional attacks, and he keeps putting the pressure. There's the ensnared. There's the Furence to deny it. Yeah, Iran goes right back in. Matari keeping that back line. in check as Yaron has that invested gold focus in the face of danger, dodges, ensnared, releases it, F3 going through, and that was a complete clean sweep. And you know what's interesting too is that their Jade selection now has Phoenix and Hepta. Yeah, we saw that before, but Peak has Dragon War 2 now.
Yeah, just Jades. I'm a big believer that Jades over armor in endgame. I've never won a game just because of the armor, but I've won so many games just because of the Jades that I have. There are certain Jades that just make you destined to win. And when you look at it, especially with the new buying system, you can actually check the store and see which Jades that you're playing for. And if you're one of the first teams to get there, you do end up getting that Aurora Burst or that Merciless. And it really dictates how well you can navigate endgames and even just like neutral fights. It gives you such a huge edge when you have one of these really, really good Jades. 5-2-1. Versus EWG. Tamion is going to ice off this pressure, but we still got double offensive vault. The Tesla vault's going to be coming down. EWG doesn't want a hard commit. They get the Tesla vault. Unique's going to be running into zone, able to iframe the first one. He just doesn't want to give the kill at this point. No more plays that he can be made. Trying to drop combat right now. He does have half a zone, but we got no white heel serve. It's looking cooked.
Yeah, my man setting up at 375 Fahrenheit into the oven, and he's done. He's cooked. And he's going to be coming back into round 3, hopefully with that Morris Isle spawn. But GG, killing it out here, putting in the work, putting in the effort. They don't have any successful DJs so far, right? But we know that the opportunities of them catching a team out and solidifying an elimination would be absolutely monstrous if they have gold Jades. That works in their selection. I mean, Aurora Burst, if it's a chance of them to find into the mix of things, like you said, shop rotation of just making sure that you keep eyes in the shop and being able to buy select Jades for whatever your team is building out, it works so well in certain team comps. And having the Tessa enchant to confirm like sciences from said Jades, like Aurora Burst into Heartstopper, or even to the case scenario, just being able to meter dump into a full release gives your team full value rather than trying to mitigate with armor just getting deleted by the damage alone.
Yeah, 21 people left alive. Next year we're all going to be posting up. FPX trying to scale up blueberries on the Takeda comp, but all you need is that gold ultimate on the Takeda. Every time a Takeda uses a Furin or a shove, it's basically a V2 Viper shove across, and the amount of area it covers, just as long as your Takeda isn't selfish doing the shoves for damage himself, you're able to dictate a lot of this pace. And FPX Spirit, well, this is a great situation to risk it all, because if the come up from this for their team composition will be humongous. Unfortunately for them, Bowda is looking stacked. They got everything. They got Tomahawk missiles with their cannons. They're able to dictate exactly who and what gets to be around this. The amount of damage to AoE that comes from Rupture Gale and that burn damage is just way too much. They end up giving it up and looking to fight another day. And I always say, Serve, you can't get kills if you're dead.
Yeah, that's right. Once your team gets dilapidated and one of your key components, your key players gets caught through, the comeback is a lot more harder than we might anticipate. I mean, coming through and trying to get the res is one thing, but then a whole other team saw you in the back line trying to go for that res, and then that position, which is dictated by a early aggression. Taking chances of backlining and trying to disengage early on could be the meaning between endgame and just ending out in 7th. Now, GG. Opportunities lie here to keep Salvation Podium alive. They do have Ballista on range, so they could take a chance of just holding this ground for the shop for supplies, because once this hits the zone, we're going to have to say goodbye, shop. See you, Rift Dealer. We'll see you later on, hopefully for kills and getting supplies that way. Rupture Gale's coming in from the sidelines here from Team Bowda. They try to rotate towards the Salvation Podium, but it might not look to their best opportunity. In the meanwhile, Wolves, EWG, FPX, they're all contorted into the east side of Emberhawk and hoping to try to see whether or not they want to, really take this position elsewhere on top of the rooftops. Otherwise, this building is working against FPX's favor with how many resources are being burned right now.
Oh, as long as we got resources, it's better than being dead. The Moonbane is going to be coming in, dodging in and out. Danu needs to get out of there. Junks is trying to navigate his team to a better position. able to sit on this edge. They don't really have a ton of good range in order to dictate their positioning, and instead they're just getting bullied by the lobby. Temmie ultimately be coming down. EWG trying to pick up the scraps right now. FPX is looking like they're going to be on the menu. Tessa ult's going to be invested. Zhuan with the Viper ult still lock and loaded. Kurumi ultimately coming out. They're taking a lot of damage, but the rest of the lobby is going to be seeing these two teams are committing. Is it worth it right now? Zhuan is going to go down before he's able to pull off an ult, but the Wuchen port is going to come out. No room though. Just the 80% Moonbane pushing everyone to the absolute edges. Where can you go? We got Wolves over here. EWG on the high ground. FPX still somehow surviving within all of this chaos.
Absolutely ballistic coming through here, and they're finding eliminations as a result. That Moonbane working out in their favor. Luawei going down here for EWG. We still got Bowden to the north side. They could be just looking to say, hey, what's going on over there? GG. They're closer than anything. Wolves want to takes this aggression against FPX. And Takeda Furens are coming out here from Junex as it comes out towards the play. I gotta see 9 grapples here for XTM. Not gonna be a total, mishap, but he does have another repair chest on standby to keep pelting out shots left and right and just keeping track about who is pushing further, who's pushing closer, and who's gonna be the one target that they can try to nuke down. They got F2 for B1. They have the silence, they have the control. If anything comes out, Tianhai from Ivan going to try to contest for the Spear Well. The Spear Well have to be careful. If he doesn't cancel ult before he gets the clear, he won't have 100% ult rage when he enters it or exits the Spirit Well zone. He's gonna cancel it. We're gonna get that rage retention, and we're gonna pick ourselves up a White Tiger's prowess. This could turn around the fights for BBE here, Raven.
They did get that gold armor and they put it on Takeda. There's one thing that Takeda was very good at before. He was able to 1v3. Can he 1v3 anymore though? With the Kylans running around, with Vipers knowing that you can silence him, the second he gets silenced, you can't really use that gold Takeda. Now, going back to this corner, it's just so much action here. Now, GG has taken up where FPX was before. They're going to pour it off into a tree and immediately get focus attacked on a landing, but LXM is going to guide his team to another spot. He's going to go into this building, but FPX is in here. They're immediately going to double jump them, pop both ultimates, clear them out. You're being evicted by GG. They're going to be able to stabilize right now. Temmie also going to be coming out from FPX, low key, allowing everyone to safely heal with the cannon pressure being alleviated just for a moment.
Yeah, and we have Bowden coming through and just keeping the pelts on the north side. We have Wolves on the south side, and FPX is taking a lot of damage. There goes Junex. That's going to be first elimination. HQ making sure he can go through. The ultimate is out to play from Wolves. They can get a massive stun off of one player alone, and they find Zhao. Zhao goes through, gets killed steal by Bin. The White Tiger's prowess in effect for BBE still, finding the proximity damage as health is lost. Zem tries to find the high ground, gets armor regen. Shout out to this teammate for the shield loss for Wuchen. Atessa Enchant comes out to play in these final 3 minutes, and Bin just keeps to try to go through, finds another elimination here as Roshi finds Zem, and this is going to be a chance for Bin trying to go back in and just backs off and trying to re-loot the bodies that have been eliminated.
Yeah, BBE, they're making it work. They were living on life support before, and now they're thriving right now, looking real healthy. Gold armor, double purple armor. They're able to bully their way. That was hilarious seeing Wolves evict GG out of there. It's like, would you like to buy what our Viper is offering? Where you guys going? It's just leaving the room as the Viper triple tap dodges in. Really, really cool stuff coming down for the end game. 13 people left alive. Can BBE leverage Ivan with this monk?
Got a big chance for the next minute and a half. Ben going to be going ahead and locking out the Tessa in the opposite side here as LXM is now forcing the position, not in his team's guys, in an opposite team's direction. And now we're going to look for another grab. We got another 15 seconds for this ultimate for the Vajra format as Ben is trying to find a way of positioning a melee grab distance within the walls. He finds one. He finds XYD. He's trying to go for a second grab. There's the elimination. The LYD goes down. Going to be coming through here into the building. The White Tiger's power is in effect still, but Ben's going to disengage his ultimate. He's got full armor. We see a parry into the backline to the zone as ZDI is going to be the next one down. Another White Tiger's prowess strike in this end game circle. This is deadly for any teams who are not prepared for those heavy staggers with that HP loss.
And I didn't even consider this, because this composition is just so ridiculous. ridiculously durable. If they're able to get that white tiger plus, they can just snowball this out of control. BIWEEK is an avalanche of kills right now, already up to 11, overtaking Bauda, who is going to come down and take this. Euron's ult's going to be invested right now, but the one thing that eats Zai's for breakfast is these monks, but BIWEEK did use all of their ultimates. Can they come out? Wolves is left over here. Euron in the corner, trying to shove Wolves up, trying to pick up another kill. Not NHQ is trying to survive. He's going to make his way around, but Euron's going to stay on top of him and pick up the kill. We're down to 8 serve. Will BBE be able to get their ultimate online? Monk has cannon out, has the high ground from rags to riches, sir.
He got 70% rage. Been trying to go for those cannon shots for proximity shots against Wolves. About to still have that Jade selection, right? Phoenix Blast into Hep the D-Chat, still on standby for sustained control. We still have Peak here for that Dragon War, but we could see this endgame circle work out between both teams. Look at the burn, look at the F3. Gonna be coming out from the Wu-Chen ultimate port out. As it comes out, they're gonna see control onto the Wolves side. There's gonna be Euron trying to go ahead for the swaps here and there, and there's gonna be ZK into the zone, locked out of his own vicinity, staying alive. Fat Milk in the corner. He got caught by Hepta into the zone. That's tick damage by tick damage. Battle gets the elimination against Roy Shishi. Fat Milk goes down. Ben finds himself into the Vajra state. This kill multiplier could propel themselves potentially for last hit confirmations. As we find Euron here. Tied score. This is the rarest case scenario of a tied score in trios, but it's going to be the case. First one today, tied for second between Team Bauda and BBE. But eliminations go towards Bauda as they take that MVP.
They tied double second place, not double first place, right?
Second place. Yep, they know with multiplier.
No multiplier. That's such a rare scenario to happen. That's kind of unlucky considering how well BBE was able to come back in that endgame and navigate all of that scenario. I'm very curious to see where they posted up and how they were able to survive the amount of Vipers in that lobby. The Vipers ended up just cannibalizing each other and all in each other. So BBE navigated this perfectly to salvage their game. They were looking down and out, but that just shows chip in a chair. As long as you're not dead, you can still get more kills. BBE does super, super well, and we still see the dominance of you no matter what team he's on. Second he went over to OUG was just winning left and right. Weekly's just being one of the most dominant Takeda teams, one of the most dominant Viper teams. And it was definitely on the back of you. Going over to Bauda, lifting up Bauda to their old great heights. Initially, Bauda was one of the strongest trios teams. Now, it's looking like they're coming back and they're going to be one of the strongest trios teams again, Serve.
Yeah, you know, another team coming through here, making their heights to be more favorable than others. And, you know, into their solos player with Exon, right? Dropping through here from J Team, a team that took into 2022. Now to be considered into, you know, from that team now into Bauda, they have a stacked comp, right? And you now solidifies trios into that guys for their placement for this season. I'm kind of curious in seeing where this team kind of wants to take into the season for their, you know, the option selection for their roles. I mean, you takes Takeda's by the storm. He's at peak. He no pun intended, because Bauda Peak's on the same team, right? But he takes peak position there. He takes peak support role, and he just goes to show where his micro decision making makes the team's make or break situation into the endgame circles, into fights into Romy Yangs. Just a lot of things to be answered, you know, and just like things to be answered, questions, Raven. Love to see it.
Summer Split random gifts are dropping, ladies and gentlemen. Put your answers in that Twitch chat. How many kills did Team JDG get in Game 2? Was it A, 6, B, 10, C, 8, or D, 12? What kind of hints we're giving out today, Serve?
You got to shout out to C8 creatives. That's not the, I mean, I'm just shouting him out. I'm not saying that's the answer, but, you know, making sure you guys have a chance. All I'm going to say is this. JDG walked into first rounds with the Viper Wu-Chen Tessa comp, didn't work out to their extent. Now they're dropping into this round with the amount of kills that you would like to take an opportunity of understanding of seeing. And if you guys have been paid attention, I'm not going to spoil it yet because you guys are still answering to the chat. But if you guys want to understand where we kind of stand for JDG, they're still taking the top reigns in terms of the overall score leaderboard. So when we have JDG taking the top, GG is right behind them for today. This is at day 2 so far for these teams to play now. And here's the scores overall. The eliminations, there it is, 6. And that's going to be where JDG stands for the answer. Now, of course, Bowda has 15 eliminations, no multiplier, it blows, but it's going to be what needs to happen because they tied out through, potentially putting out within first place of BBE hitting second. 17.5 for Bowda, 13.5 for BB. EWG has 12 in third place. Wolves earn 10.5 in fourth. GG taking 9 points into fifth place. X1 taking 7.5 in sixth place. JDG 6.5 points earned into game set or for seventh place. FPX with 6 in eighth. KLA have 5 points earned in ninth place. WBG 3.5 in 10th. 11 for 521 for 1.5 in lines. Just didn't have the opportunity of catching any points this game alone. EWG was a result of that. And here's going to be the MVP. Definitely going to be Yaron. If it ain't, I don't know what it is.
F3V2. Just the Meteor doing so much for them. Zai still here to stay. We thought she'd be going away because of Kylan. We thought that maybe Matari will be played with Kylan, but no, not with the hero point system. You can still salvage using Zai, but you need a lot of more coordination. It isn't as faithful as it used to be, but looking over here at the points, WBG at 6, a little bit of struggle off spawn, but these guys are veterans and they've won weeklies before. 521 at 6.5. We see them off spawn winning initially, but their mid game getting cut down. But even KLA is struggling a little bit now. TE not playing today. ASC not playing today. Same thing with SS1 and DRG, but EWG having a great day so far, moving up to that 48.5, and same with FPX. As long as they keep up in pace, I believe these two teams will most likely get qual. Now remember guys, this is group play. The top 12 are going to be going through to make it to the weekly finals. 2 matches, 3 different groups. As long as you get over the threshold and for the top 12 teams in the league, you will get a chance to make it to these weekly finals. OUG's not playing today. X1 has had some mixed results in the mid game during the second Yang and not able to survive really. Bowda though having a very dominant day so far. No surprises there. They do have you, but JDG a little bit slower of a start compared to where they were before, but I'm guessing it's because the phasing didn't really favor them as much as they would like. They're definitely comfort picking, choosing the Viper composition on Predoria. They're going a different route. They're not going to just play meta for every map. They're going to play what they want to play. But GG at the top, they're the winners of the recent Koi Cup and a ton of NBPL titles. No surprises here. They're going to keep their dominance with that same roster. Cool stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to click my highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot or for gaming in-game comms. You love to hear it, especially coming out from the CN players. That is Yaron being the main focal point here, as we can see his point of view as that Zai going through here. The first Romiang fight, as you guys might suggest through the timestamps in the top right. You can see how much it's rotating around here for Zai and just keeping those gold. We saw this in the replay as well. Looking at Yaron locking through, keeping Takeda at bay. This is your most important role selection, and there's going to be the dodge that gives him the upper edge of combining that ensnared release and keeping both enemies at bay. Bowda has forced the Kaviani. This is that huge task that we saw between 7 teams to occur over the course of time, and then into Emberhawk's final moments here for the final minutes, we saw how fast they were able to find out the line grab for the X and Y angle, mess around to find out. You're gonna be able to find out how much Zai can put you into the corner, into the zone, and that's exactly where Yaron runs into, making sure it is the currents. Final seconds coming through here. Yaron looks to try to go for these cannon shots, trying to catch any sort of rage per second to be, or rage damage to be earned. He's gonna be picking up Jade's left and right. You see it. The Rupture Gale has been approved. He repairs it. He's got 10 shots in the deck, and he's going to go ahead and just proc that out as much as possible. He's getting multiple hits. He's getting burns that just eat away at the HP over the course of time. With the Wu Channel coming out here, we know that Wolves' EDI was going to be the one that's left alone to the zone, and even then, Raven, nothing can be done about this. The Zai comes from the bottom line. She just keeps getting those last hits. That's going to be zone damage, burn damage, everything that gives an enemy team the necessary position of just having to force heal, but that could be the medium between life and death over the course of the couple of seconds you have left when we enter Shadow 4.
And normally, what OUG was doing, they would let their Kurumi try to play the heal-off situation. Even though Zai has really, really good burn, she has to decide whether or not to go offense for a defense. It ends up playing out perfectly just because it's only 2 teams, 1 verticality. But on the top, the Monk being there, it was kind of lucky on Balda's point that another team's Matari ended up all-inning before that last little bit of heal off. Now, looking at the stats, no surprises here. Zai is the hard carry for this comp. 36,000 damage, and 10k of that damage coming from the cannon. That means Iran and the crew of Balda were dictating a lot of this end game with their cannons. We saw them with the first buff coming out, that they came over, pushed FPX out. We're like, no, your game is not coming back. Blueberries, we got Rupture Gale. We're gonna be pushing it off with some nice range. Good luck with the rest of the lobby, and we are gonna be taking this gold armor. And just the ability of that you get with the cannon, with the Rupture Gale orb, and really, if you know how to leverage it like Balda does, it's gonna set you up for success and get you to that top 2 placement.
Yeah, another thing too, right? We saw into Realm meeting too, the amount of teams that were able to pick up that Draco Storm, just go ham into those fights. They didn't really take a good chance of seeing, you know, whether or not that was going to be where they can get their elimination brackets be earned up. But EWG having the opportunity of using it, having a chance of trying to correlate it into that round, they had a good chance of just going crazy. But Team Balda's Jade selection was just having the opportunity for the Kurumi just goes crazy in the grand scheme of things with Balda U and having the Phoenix Blast into Hepta. But regardless, just like how we're locking you guys down in animation, we're going to take a short break here for a couple of minutes. We're going to be right back here for round 3 as we enter into more style. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for round 3. My name is Severio alongside with Raven PLZ, and we're coming through here for day 2 trios and making sure you guys have good chance of making sure game 3 goes without any sort of problems, because you know what's happening in Morris Isle, everyone's favorite map, you know, and it's biased. I'm biased towards Morris Isle. I love Padoria, considering it reminds me more of Morris Isle every single day that I play it, but it's a classic. You know, can't beat out the classics when it comes down towards map selection, Raven. And you know, it also makes me wonder if GG, even though this is daytime, if they're just gonna go ahead and take Firefly Cave over by Ephemerals, you know, like all the time.
They've always been the northern team in the cave with former TB, now JL, always the Firefly timing in the south. What's interesting is that GG's never really moved to that, but JL has different strategies now. They sometimes don't go cave, they'll sometimes just go the southern Firefly. And their hunting paths have always been relatively the same. There's a lot to learn from how GG likes to play Morris, how JL likes to play Morris, and still, even to this day, as far as competitive, Morris is one of my favorite maps. Even though I love Perdoria, Holleroth is probably one of my least favorite maps. Just so wide open. Morris, it's just a tried and true. So many infinite kite spots, so many different ways to finesse your opponents, especially if you're a veteran and you've been playing the game forever. It's basically like going home, your backyard. You're just here to play. Now I'm curious to see if the monks are going to be coming out for CN, because at least in the West, EU and NA, a lot of the times people use this map to play their monks. Now, before in the past, it used to be the Viper map, but because so many Zai Mataris exist today on Morris, all the Vipers disappeared just because you were going to get hard countered by that V1 Matari. So monks started showing up everywhere. Now, looking at phase 1, Bauda is going to be going with that Siphon U on the Takeda. BB and WBG also going with Siphon on this map. Generally, we've always seen a Siphon on Holleroth and sometimes Perdoria for its durability. And it looks like, oh, we are going to get another Monk Takeda team. I'm hoping to see some more Monk Takedas. Just give me all the examples I need. I need the mirror matchup, I need it versus Siphon, and I need it versus Matari. I need the full notes. Let me know how this comp is going to be playing. I hope to see some type of third-party situation with the Viper of what their ult rotation looks like, because if everyone clicks buttons, it's pretty hard to lose as this composition. But I still think it's gonna struggle versus the Hottie Kylan zipping comp, especially if Hottie is able to stretch out their cooldowns longer by putting down that cube down twice in the fight. It's very hard for Monk to get value offensively. So I'm wondering who's gonna lead. Is it gonna be Monk? Is it gonna be Takeda? Or are we gonna go with the untraditional way where Karumi is gonna be leading with ultimate, where just pure neutral? And look at this. We got KLA rolling with Zai, Feria, Monk. I have never seen this composition ever.
Yeah, we're cooking out here. We're chefs in the kitchen, and KLA is out here to try to make a name for themselves. You know how long I've been waiting for this one. Listen, everything comes out for KLA. If it works, I'm thinking in the back of my head, my mind's racing at 1,000 miles per hour. I'm like, man, you know, Feria Shen's the Monk. I mean, with the Zai, I'm thinking about it. But everything comes to work out potentially in the end. It could be them taking Rumble Gang. I don't know, man. But more importantly, really spread out comp selections coming out here, guys. I mean, we have our Zyphons, we have our, you know, Hottie Ducatis, and we have, you know, whether or not we can see the Monk Takeda work out into its best nature. Two teams have it, you know, JG being the second round selection for that. So putting into the works of the spawns, whether or not we're gonna take flat ground, high ground, middle ground, everything in the grounds, you know, we're above and beyond. Yeah, heaven and earth. And this is going to be where the skill selection is, where I'm curious in seeing what we got for these ultimates, Raven.
Let's see if we see even more funky stuff going on with KLA. We got the V3 on Bauda, on the Temi. Standard stuff coming out from Wolves. Same with Alliance. Silence Viper with V1. Armor Circle for JGG with the Takeda Monk. Seems to be the new way of doing things. V2 on the Kylan for GG. Nothing different there. Let's see the X1, V2 Monk, 3 V2 Armor Circle, Godlay, V2 Monk. Yeah, standard meta picks, just paired Monk, Baria, Zion. KLA is one of the stronger teams in the league. I can't say they've been one of the more experimental teams. Usually JL comes up with the wizardry stuff just because TXJ is known as the god tactician in the league. But looks like KLA's in the kitchen. We're gonna see whether or not their dish tastes good, or we're gonna take that back for something else.
Yeah, just like eating out big brains, on a Hot Pot Tuesday, it's going to be a chance to see whether or not it works out. Regardless, though, what's interesting is WBG June. Sorry, you got WBG June though. What's really interesting is that he has F2 Takeda, and I've been seeing F2 sprawled in here, sprinkled in. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. The thing about it is it's lower cooldown. Yeah, I feel like you can get griefed, but if we're looking to try to focus down somebody who's in blue focus from a range distance, I mean, we can just lock that through. I mean, it's kind of weird. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I always like seeing F1 because it's passively blues. You get thrown behind you, in front of you, left to right, and you'll catch it. But somersault by activation, that's a different story. I like Creator Spawn coming out here. Wolves up against JDG into these fights. Blue weapons already accrued for ZK. He's going to go ahead and be on the top of the treehouse. And of course, hoping to see whether or not the aggression is going to be worthwhile because we just lost out Zhao Hu and looks like JDG are here to play, Raven.
Got Wolves versus JDG off spawn. No armor. We got a weapon. That's all we need. We got hands. That's all we need. As long as you're stacked up, there's a way to win, especially with the new smack cooldowns. Now, ZK, we already know we're setting up for the triple charge from the top ropes, but JDG is going to stabilize F3 from Kiki to make sure no shenanigans go down, and no matter what, as long as they front line, they can get things going. They want to keep this purple weapon. Too many teams here right now. Wolves trying to go to the outside, trying to isolate, not be monkey in the middle, but gonna get uppercut by Junks on the Viper, but the 1-2 peel coming out from the zipping. Wolves still has no armor to the name. JDG is gonna be diving in, vibe checking, seeing the no armor, taking to the trees, and we're seeing that Takeda, Monk, Karumi. What can it do off sponsor?
Gonna be difficult because Tusik has ultimate ready to go here, and he's gonna be controlling IHQ. There goes down there Kylan. F1 comes out here from Zem, and as it comes out of play, Zem goes down as well. This is JDG's 4th elimination off the rip. They rotated out from Illic Crater. They're still near towards northern side of it. They still have loot to earn. They still have Cosmic Pillars to work out. Alliance find themselves a purchase of that Moonbane. Tusik just gonna go ahead and cancel that ultimate, and this is gonna be the only team with 4 eliminations off rip from these fights. Now, Alliance has those 3 eliminations to do diligence of why they purchased that Moonbane off the rip. And JDG takes the rotation towards Sunwings next. Now, this is going to be a rotation just for the loot alone, the bells as well, just to see if any sort of, any teams left behind looking to scatter out, or maybe even just new teams that just spawned in here from the get-go. But interview coming in here from JDG.
Interesting. Seen an interview in a while. Like this is definitely new. I like this. A little bit more from the background of players.
Yeah, gotta shout out.
Doesn't matter what the haters say. Every competitive player I've ever come across in the top 5, everyone has a chip on their shoulders. Like, if you don't have haters, you're probably not very good. And it's just, when you got people hating on you, that means people envy you. And Shing, I feel you for that. Now, moving forward, we still got the Takeda Monk. X1's making it work. I'll spawn the Takeda. If it's not like Kylan rolling around, smacking you around, I feel like I see why it's working. It's used in a very particular case. When there aren't a lot of Vipers and when there aren't a lot of Kylans, it seems to do very, very well. But we'll still have to see. It is daytime, so a lot of the hit and run comps, a lot of the attack on Titans, you can't really sustain pressure onto teams like you can when there are Fireflies rotating between different hunting positions, resetting, grabbing Fireflies. That's the power of Wu Chen, is that you could always position yourself closer to Fireflies than the enemy team, take free fights over and over. Now, in Celestra X1, interesting enough, hunting in Celestra with the Monk, I've heard many monks just cry in pain as people just run away in buildings, sir.
Yeah, and it's also to keep the contention of that. But Nisa having caught out here by a Poison Shroom into a Wisp, and that's where we get meter dumped. Nisa goes down. WBG looking to try to go for the RMBs from the span as Jing is going to spam this out. We have a Moonbane cast coming out. The Wu-Chen port is coming through, and we're hitting every single Shroom left to right and center. WBG only have one Karumi to keep the tether alive, while Alliance having a chance of resetting here. Big. I mean, this is going to be where that first Moonbane purchase that we were able to witness has been working to their effect by pressuring out WBG. Ultimates have been invested for Alliance as a whole, but WBG still holding strong. EWG and Bowder, though, are now the next to contest towards a fight. Ron taking a lot of damage here. I think he took a plaque to the face. He was standing still for a bit of a time. Battery positions towards the Immortal Temple here. The pressure is on for EWG to try to look for some value. They have Moonbane themselves, and they have to look towards whether or not they want to invest it for offensive measures or for defensive. We have a Wu Chen with no ultimate. Cookie could have been placing that preemptive. Who knows? Lil Wait with the Tessa doesn't have a single ultimate cast ready to go. Xuan, though, F3v1, having the chance, being on the rooftop, loses all his armor. This is control right now. Blue Focus out to play F3, the pushback, that Takeda, a parry in the backline, and this is the V1 that comes out. The Takeda ultimate is up. The Temi ultimate's out. Xuan looking to try to go for a stun. He finds a single target, and it's going to be Iran, but you can see Yu is trying to focus down Xuan as it comes out with the Takeda into horizontals. He gets caught by a parry into the backline. Cookie trying to make sure Yu just stays his ground, but Loi Wei is down. This is going to be huge for Bowden to get these eliminations, Raven.
Yeah, just you on Takeda is a force to be reckoned with. It's some of the cleanest play that you'll ever see with the Siphon composition. No matter who he plays with, he's just an absolute juggernaut. This character enables him to really, really shine, even without his abilities. You mechanically just clutches up so many situations, and most people don't realize this, but during the last year's Worlds, there could have been another timeline where TE did not win, where HLG wasn't barely there to win. There was another timeline where you almost clutched up a 2v1. He was one read away from possibly pulling off one of the craziest upsets, and we would have been talking about his greatness instead. Unfortunately, he ends up getting parried himself and he falls, but they were only 6 kills behind. If they won that second Yang on the back of Yu's clutch, they would have won the entire thing. This goes to show why OUG has picked you up, and now Bowda has picked up you, and how dominant they are, taking the lead on this Morris game.
Yeah, they have third overall right now, 3 eliminations. They're running into Cookie's cast of the Moonbane. This gives an alert to any nearby teams. You see X1 right there towards Lake Yellowleaf, just making sure you're seeing what's going on over there, you know, like the cat meme. But if everything comes out, X1 has 2 purple armors. They are running the Tianhai Takeda comp. Now, 3 eliminations total, right? We made mention through with how this skill set of the kill multiplier is being only applied for first place, and each kill really has much more value than how it's ever been before. Wolves having 3 blue armors and making sure they can try to find a silver poke against 521 here at Sigma Mine. Now, of course, Zem having 8 grapples, just decides to just run on foot, try to get back to his team. And of course, they're trying to go back towards making sure they have as much value towards a shop if need be for supplies, making that, you know, work out for the 2 Vitality / Healing Berry and the 1 Armor Powder. Now, of course, Rummy Yang, 60 seconds. Still got a minute until we have an opportunity of seeing these first fights, but it's going to be an enjoyable experience. I mean, listen, I don't know how Kayla is going to work this out. You can see Guy Lee's right then and there. He's running front and center at FPX. WBG, they can invade north side for a third party if they want to disrupt their entrance to Rummy Yang, but we've already invested 2 Moonbanes. There's no denial for Moonbane or for Rummy Yang here. All the teams have invested it. And now it's going to be between a lot of contentions for Rummy Yangs or just having fights inside outright.
Looking at the map here, you see why Bowda and JDG is so successful. There's so much congestion from the southern Yang, but you see GG, Bowda, JDG, they've chosen Yangs that they know will not be contested. A lot more consistent for them to get in and not get assassinated from these Attack on Titans, waiting to sit there and grieve. But still, with multiple teams posturing up and with your strategy going to Yang, stores, etc., are all very coveted in these situations because you just want to get into that first Yang as scaled as possible, every piece of loot possible, and you see you super stacked up already with the purple weapon, purple armor, purple ultimate. He's going to be going down versus X1. It looks like he's going to be running max attack as well. Now, ZDI is going to get grappled on to you. Grapple, 5 check and see what the armor is like. Match into Takeda, and he's going to take straight to it. But Monk, ZDI is going to be peeling off you. No ults are going to be popped. Straight neutral is going to be played all the way until this mid game. Who's going to be forced to pop their first ultimate? Temmie has his armor strip. Euron looking for a soft reset right now. Takeda ult is going to be popped on the Monk team from X1. You has Assassin's Lunge though, doesn't need to pop ultimate yet, has the ult up, gets the parry off. Temmie ult is going to be coming down to guard against the Monk ult. Now we're going into phase 2 serve. Who is going to take it?
ZDI is going to pop his first jetpack as he jumps out of the Temmie circle to try to look for some melee grabs. He's going for the ranges now that the Temmie circle is done. Now ZDI having to invest his first jump. He can go for bow to peak right then and there for that grab, and that's going to be huge range damage. Iron Blast is going to be knocking down those range shots. The RMB from the staff keeps LYD in his corner and making sure that Peak cannot do anything in ground unit form, but he finds a tether active. He finds that ZDI's ultimate is done. He can reposition now towards his Temmie or towards his Tianhai, and ZDI has combo breaker F. He's going to have to be careful against Bowda's U, because Bowda U just skate rushing and kiting into the sky looking for aerial RMBs or horizontals. Everything comes out towards this play. As you can see, Yaron gets caught by the jabbing. Yaron just trying to keep those fist blades motions inactive, and Peak trying to keep himself with blue focus does not have a chance, and that's going to be the first set of eliminations. X1. 3 players still left alive. They find their second set, and they find their third set. Bowda goes down for their first Rami Yang fight into this game, and X1 takes this for another purple armor and a gold weapon to be accrued into their selection pool with a fan.
Wow. X1, I mean, I'm a little sold that they were able to ice off the pressure of the Temmie. Now, Bowda did hold their cooldowns for the longest time and only really popped the Temmie ult once Monk ult came down. They didn't really try to pressure and catch someone lacking, because if you catch someone in the wall versus with Temmie ult, easily you can 100 to 0 someone. It didn't look like X1's Monk and Kurumi were playing that heavily defensively either, so there was a ton of opportunity there to go offensively. It looks like the strat is, though, to play reactively versus Takeda Monk. I'm curious to see another fight by it, but really, really good stuff coming out from X1, able to take down one of the strongest Yang teams with that composition.
Yeah, you know, another thing too, right? Like the offensive capabilities that we've seen with teams selecting V3 for the Temmie, right? That 12-second duration is its biggest caveat, the lowest duration of all the Temmie ultimates, period. And just going on the wall infinite could keep someone to be deleted, but when the Temmie comes out to, or the Tianhai comes out to just jump around, it will knock back anybody in the vicinity. He can get a grab so long as the Temmie wall isn't obstructing his grabs from the ranged position. Now, fights happening here. WBG fighting into, mess around to find out. The F2 invested from Jing has ultimate come out here. He goes for the vertical blue focus. He gets caught by Zai's left and right with the F3 and the Matari's F2s back and forth. Jing finds a Kurumi circle to keep himself salvation for the heals. He catches Roishi for the pitter patter. Soul Bloom picked up here for the rotation of rage, looking towards Ivan and trying to catch a stagger. And there's going to be the purple focus, denying that F2 state for the thrust. R&B is held, but of course, there's the F2 again. We're seeing it being played throughout WBG's guys, and Godly's arriving to the scene here with the Farius Shen comp that we've seen with Zai. They lost their Rami Yang. They're trying to find themselves for the Rami Yang depletion to be rid of. And this is going to be a huge fight that's going to eliminate potentially for the first Rami Yang teams here, Raven.
Yeah, KLA with this, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a Zymek Monk comp. It's just, I mean, it works just because each of these characters are so dominant. And Feria is basically a pseudo support. I'm curious if they can really leverage the value of Zai, like how this is going to deal with any type of Temmie situation. I want to really see them go against Bowda inside Yang. GG is going to be fighting against Bowda right now, going for the reset. LXM leading his team away from this situation, but you hot on his heels. We got a minute 44 on this Yang depletion. You're going to double jump into the F1, looking to create some space with the Assassin's Lunge. Reminds me just of Worlds. He had Assassin's Lunge. And it's just, when you have Assassin's Lunge, you have so much capabilities of 2v1ing, of finding such big plays to bring it back. But unfortunately, EWG is going to be coming in with the third party. Peak's going to fall as their Kurumi due to CGS on the Kylands. Too much stuff, but you is going to try to get some revenge, try to pick up a Soul Bloom by assassinating this Kylan while he's kiting EWG. Just absolute chaos going on with the north of Celestia. Hotty's trying to get away. LXM is going to make his way out of this, and now EWG is going to be able to connect. They're out in the open, nowhere to line of sight. V1's going to be invested from Zuwan. You now, all of that work wasn't enough though. EWG is gonna cut him down and pick up the kills. Balda's run and good start will be slowed down, and that's the price you pay for going into first Yang, sir.
Yeah, it is. If you can't make the cut for winning it, that's where things get difficult afterwards, because you're biting for time, and you have to be aggressive, but you have to make sure you be aggressive without the enemy opponents knowing. Now, there's the ultimate cast coming in here. Yaron trying to keep the team here alive. All the teammates are here to play. Perry comes out. Yaron gets caught through. That's the elimination. Battle goes down. It's going to be for their placement. EWG just coming through and disrupting Battle U from earlier when he's trying to find the zipping Ying from Cookie, and just seeing that Tesla ultimate come out, getting avoided by the F3 Viper. It still hurts. He had a little bit of extra time to buy out for himself, but he still gets caught out. EWG is just working an assassination, and we still have the Rummy Yang to work out for number 2. X1, 6 eliminations, playing into Takeda Tianhai comp, I should say. And they're working towards Daily Meadow and just trying to rotate around, trying to see if there's any sort of, any sort of taking fights or any gear to be left behind. Wolves, on the other hand, Sunwing's Rest as they retreated towards. Our Rummy Yang is going to have, though, BBE and WBG. This is that funky, the F2 from Jing. I want to see if it works out here, too, because we saw it in the outskirts of the Celestial region, Raven. I'm hoping to see what it works out into this game.
WBG versus BBE, Jing, Sleepwalker, Axial. With the staff on the Takeda, we do have gold ultimate though. BBE, the Matari comp coming in, popping all the cooldowns immediately. Not going to play neutral. We're just trading out cooldowns immediately. Kurumi also going to be invested. Temi also going to be invested. Very, very low on everyone right now. Double parry out going to come out from Fat Milk. One shove going to come out and stop the parry, though. We got only one shove left, getting juggled by the Kurumi, but the armor circles keeping everyone very, very healthy. But the fist blades from the Kurumi of Axial just absolutely decimating Roy Hee. But Walker is going to be traded out. 2v2 situation, getting juggled by the Kurumi one more time. Jing needs to bring this back. 8 seconds on the F1. Doesn't have that cooldown left, but BBE icing this off. This is where they shine in these straight neutral setups. Ivan is going to get the parry, and Jing is going to fall. Now we're in a 2v1 situation, but Ben is really, really low. Has to stabilize right now. Looking for the full charge after not able to get it. Batman going to get double fried right now. Axio is going to bring it down to a 1v1. Axio against the corner, though. Jumping LB is going to come out. He does get the armor circle, but Fat Milk's going to get the double charge. He's going to push him out of it. Can he close it out? He's going to get the roll in. The opportunity to go in. 1, hold 2. Not able to get it. He's going to match him with the Kurumi. We got 37 seconds. We're going to go into the distance right now. Fat Milk does have the edge. Umbrella's going to come out. He's going with the rolls. He's trying to ice off the pressure, but the uppercut's going to come out. F3 is going to invest the teleport, but Fat Milk has him against the corner. Solos versus trios. Who is going to take it right now? Double charge is going to come out. Axio getting juggled right now against the corner. On the wake up, all 3 players, just the ghost blocking Fat Milk right now. Axio fading away, gets the double charge fry, looking for the scale rush right now, coming back. Half charge RMBs with the dual Halbies. We've got 8 seconds. We're going for the ISO play. We do get the opening that we want. Fat Milk is going to be on his last leg. Too much damage from the scale rush, and WBG's Axio is going to clutch it up. That was insane.
And man of the people. Kurumi of the people. Holding the ground in a 1v1 for as long as he can against a fellow Kurumi, and they find Hep the detach from that. And this comp with Hep the detach is going to go nuts. A-Shell making it work. Has gold, purple fist blades now towards his region. She's going to make a lot of work coming through here. That's an incredible feat from A-Shot coming through and having the opportunity to just being able to, catch a dub for their team. And now we're switching this fight out. X1 is having that Draco Storm to go full send. I mean, they're up against Wolves and ZK here with that gold spam. Parry comes out, double parry, triple parry comes. I don't know, man. There's a lot of blues being thrown out here. ZDI going to be looking for a horizontal. There's going to be Night HQ's Hottie ultimate, setting up the teleporter for the team. XDM going to be locked into that corner. If he needs to take that teleporter, there it is. Going to be an escape route. Now X1 has Draco Storm. They have this pressure for another 50 seconds or so. So for right now, ZDI has to try to keep this rooftop to his own. He throws horizontal. He grapple cancels. And he's going to be trying to go for that meter dump, but the teleporter is still active. Folks, if you guys don't know, the moment that the Hottie places that teleporter, it's a 25-second, just get the team out type situation for themselves for that duration of time. And now X1 having to try to figure out a reposition and locking down Wolves again are going to have this Dragon War to be charged up, and ZDI is releasing this one, Raven.
Yeah, over here at Sunwing, ZDI on with the Draco Storm. This comp is already unstoppable. You give it Draco Storm on that Takeda. Wolves doing a good job of icing off this pressure, not giving the XLY the ability to lock someone down, but this is the beauty of Hottie and the cube over and over. There's nothing you can do to lock this team down, especially when you got so much verticality, the amount of mobility, the amount of heals coming out from the zipping, and Kylan always that fail safe. Like, you want to all in, we're going to put you in the car crash and not let you hold any of us down.
Yeah, and things come out towards this. Rishishi getting eliminated to the zone, so maybe making sure just maybe no eliminations given to the enemy combatants. But we do still actually have a chance for them to get a res. They could have money for that for the re-retirement. It looks like to be the case, but in the back line right here, what we're seeing front and center, FPX's Zhao going to go ahead and having a test and a chance to confirm against Juan. Juan doesn't have an ability, doesn't have an ultimate, but we're going to have to check and see if that double blue focus gets released, and it does. And there's the backline R&B from Zhao Q. That's going to be eliminations for FPX. They're taking into 6 so far. Looking at Cookie to look for that tether, for that ultimate, and seeing whether that they can find the beacon of light. It's to the east, and they're going to have a res off of Xuan into the zone, hopefully to try to burn out that HP. There's the vitality heal coming through. And this team is just keeping on the pressure, but they're dying now slowly for resources. So slowly but surely, if EWG can get out of here, they could go ahead, I should say, and have a round 2 situation against FPX.
FPX has really been liking the Viper composition today. Zhao, Junks, love going around and playing this hit and run play style. It's not really my favorite play style. There's a lot of execution that goes in, a lot of very, very strong like role playing ideas that you need to play off of each other right now, especially in the mirror matchup. Everything is decided between one execution. Unless you got fists, then you just get the win neutral forever. Fists coming out non-stop, zones coming in, both teams trying to fade away. F3 versus F2 Viper, the non-stop healing, and Zhao's going to be held in zone by the longsword. Now Zhao, though, with the fan, able to hold dodge his way out of it. His teammates peeling perfectly, and EWG's Louis is going to be falling. Nice covering and moving coming out from FPX. They don't leave any man left behind. They're able to navigate that situation perfectly and get back to zone safely.
And they're going to be having good chances here, just trying to reposition towards the shot potentially. I do see the chase still happening here as X1 wants to make this their own. They got 6 eliminations still in the water, trying to look for their 7th and 8th, because right then and there, the Viper will comes out as an insurance policy for Schwan to make sure this team disengages the chase. And there's a ZDI. He takes that 5-second stun. But this does not mean that EWG can take this kill. The F3 pushback is great. It's great and all, but this tower can only be used for the kiting that could be the potential for Schwan to stay alive for his team. In the meanwhile, ZDI just keeps the pressure with that pulse sword, rocking out 2 grapples on standby, so he can't take this chase for much longer. He's got Blistering Edge to be revealed there. ZDI going to be trying to shoot these cannon shots towards the opponents into the zone, towards Sun Rings, and Juan going to be left alone right then and there. Elimination has been had. Looks like X1 takes their 7th elimination. And of course, actually taking into play back into the zone, FPX are still looking to try to hunt this one down here, Raven.
Yeah. X1 on this. I really want this competition to go all the way to distance, play this end game out to see does it win in heal off. We already saw it once with BBE going from rags to riches. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of outplay that comes with this composition because everyone on that team has so much influence in trios. Monk with the double grabs, plus the amount of health that you get, especially in endgame where you're just full health jades out. Kurumi with the F3, multiple ults coming out. And Takeda just be able to 1v3 many teams as long as he gets that gold ultimate up. So definitely a lot of playability with this composition. But Siphon, the old tried and true GG's main weapon, it's just Temi. He just can put you in very awkward situations. So we're gonna see KLA versus WBG for the Spirit well right now. Are they gonna hold their ground with 5-2-1 lurking in the background? Wait, is this a Zypheria? Now it's time, serve. Is this new variation of Cannonball gonna work out?
If they can try to lock this down, this is going to be an incredible feat. This is only for the gold weapons. As a result, this Spirit will be. So for KLA, Godly still is trying to throw out those pelvic thrusts with the 2.0 charge for the horizontals. He's going to go ahead and get this secured. This is going to be gold armor pickup. It's going to be an ultimate spam out here. If it comes out, I heard a Kylan in the background. Godly's going to have to disengage. This team took every chance it can get of just getting out of there as soon as possible. The exit is right there. Take the exit ramp. And of course, KLA... They got Jades on standby too. If I'm not mistaken, that's a stanchion Sky Pillar for CXZ, but that's going to be all into the option selection if they're going to be using a staff, considering that I see the Fist Blades out to play. QGG, making sure he has gold greatsword, dual blades on hand for Godly. Hasn't repaired that cannon yet. Just trying to keep himself mobile in case anyone wants to try to take the chances here. But Godly will just go ahead and wheel the cannon in them standby. While FPX, they're still taking fights out here to the eastern side of the circle with 5-2-1 and BBE trying to dissipate from this fight outright.
FBX, it feels like the zone has been moving FBX this entire game. Every time we tune into them, they're just being pushed into the zone, navigating absolute chaos just on the full congestion side. Tesla's gonna be coming out, and just Fat Milk is gonna get executed by Junks with those fists. Just so much damage coming out. This is pre-nerf fist, that double charge. R&B just comes out flying. You're just breaking people's backs. Plus, the one charge R&B still in the game. You're just one punch man throwing out blues like it's your job, doing 1,000 damage each hit with those attack J's. But Jing with the old school one charge R&B, a pole sword. That's what's crazy about Fist Serve. The pole sword R&B is pretty fast, but it's not even as close to as fast of how Fist is, and they pretty much do the same damage. And the problem with Fist is that most people like are super hesitant to parry it, since you can just dodge 4 times and be like, you're gonna parry, dodge, you're gonna parry, dodge, you're gonna parry, overhold. It's just, I don't know what the answer is. Definitely when it got 2 down, it's a little bit better, but moving forward, what's interesting, Serve, is I've heard from all the NBPL coaches that they're just like, yeah, this don't really matter. Still use pole sword and spear. They're such diehard trios players. But I saw VVV, and I see a lot of support players. And as a support player myself, you give me 4 dodges where you can't do anything to me. This is kind of one of those broken weapon sets in the game right now.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is the fact of nature is that you can just shadow step dodge through like double horizontal release pole sword actions and stuff. And now it will be an interesting option. I'm still looking towards WBG's June X to have F2. I'm still thinking about that. I mean, that's a skill ability that can get griefed by a neutral attack by a chance. And there's going to be Godly forcing a instantaneous hottie teleport to get them out. And this is going to be where Godly gets another grab from ZK, gets another teleporter to get out. And then V3 Viper shows up here from June X, and he's still going to be looking to try to go ahead and just say, yeah, I'm not going to have a war in the world. But he gets caught by the enchant. This could be the turnaround here for KLA. That is not what they're looking for. They get an ultimate cast. We do not have 100% rage. We do not care. We still get caught to the grabs. As X1 ZDI looks to try to go for the grabs here into the zone, that's going to be the teleporter to get himself out, but ZDI might be eliminated here outright. XLY, this is what you're looking for, Raven, and whether or not the sustain into the end game can work out. You lose out Tianhai. You still have a chance of trying to work through. But then again, KLA, I don't understand what's happening here. This is going to be crazy for Godly. He can try to stay alive through the pressure that is being put on by all these crossbow bolts.
Oh my goodness. All the crossbow, the venom tip, Godly's just getting lit up. That's what I was saying. I've literally heard from the CN coaches that they say as soon as Feria ults, just be ready to start cooking that ult all across the map, because it puts all of the Sandmax in such a tough position. They do use it to help out their Monk and end up surviving. And ZDI, same thing, immediately cooked. WBG just has machine guns on the other side with their venom tips, just lighting up every team, setting it up with that F1 Temi. You got to be careful. You got to be present in these situations, especially this is such a beautiful little bit of endgame. We got the nice waterfall, but WBG is just ruining it with everyone by just cooking them with the crossbows. It's supposed to be a nice family dinner, Serve.
Yeah, and the water is clear as crystals, but once the gunpowder shows up here from the cannons, it's going to get darkened really quick. XCM is going to find his eliminations against ZDI again. ZDI's third time of coming back again to these fights, yet no HP to work it out. XCM, though, has Healing Guard Force procs here. Going to have a little bit of difficult moments, but this is the end of his ultimate. He's at literally a sneeze away from death. F1 coming in and clutch from ZK as he's able to get that burst heal coming through. And of course, XCM takes a heal in the middle of the fruitful danger that is happening right now. The high ground is given to 5-2-1. They try to keep this tree to the rotation. The zone is going to close out one out. X1's on top of the tether capabilities, getting a res again on the ZDI. If ZDI has ultimate here, this could be the turnaround that they could give towards the enemy team's Godly on the Fairy Shen Beacon. These teams cannot focus onto the cannon mode as it comes out here. ZDI gets his rubber band from that F1 shot straight towards back to him. ZDI dead for the 4th time in a row, but he's coming back stronger than ever. It's like a Zenkai boost, and if he gets his ultimate over the course of time, this could be huge here. And Godly's still encased into his ultimate for another couple of seconds, and he's exiting this one out, and he's at 95% rage into his endgame circle here, Raven.
KLA is keeping the dream alive. Godly does have Monk ultimate. Second ultimate coming out. 12 people left. What can you do with this max health gold armor Monk? Can he survive? He doesn't have a Kurumi to keep him alive and everything, but Is he running F? He doesn't look like he's running F2. It looks like a V1 Monk. The double grab's gonna be coming out. He's looking for the scoop. Godlike. Well, it is gonna be V2. He's gonna be able to heal himself. Looking for another grab. Gets Sleepwalker, the other famous Monk in the lobby, getting him slammed. Kylan is gonna come and steal the kill away. Just flying through the air, picking off that slam. Big stomps coming in. Godlike's gonna de-transform. He's gonna be able to go in the mech if he needs to. He's gonna stay safe right now, and it's operating really, really well. Like the old Sandmech, we're just churning out transformers now, and now Godlike laying down the smackdown with these cannon shots left and right. Nowhere left to hide. Wolves just trying to hide under the water, but 521 is going to be falling victim to this gold armor. KLA up top. Two Farias dancing around each other right now. That's how much rage this Faria is able to build up. We got two Farias on the same team standing next to each other.
Yo, they got the army of two, motion of ocean coming through. KLA CXE is the second most Faris Shen. He's keeping the pressure. Jing is in the corner. WBG trying to make the counts. A shot goes down. Yin is in Hottie ultimate. That teleporter's been set up. 521 trying to keep as much in the airtime as much as possible. There it is. Teleporter been utilized. Godly still has himself with 3 grapples. Gets caught by Zakeda. Keeping careful motion. The blue focuses. He gets that horizontal. He forces the combo breaker for Hottie. He finds the elimination against Unique. That Solum is not going to be picked up. That Kylan decides to want to slash back and forth. It's like a motion track on the Subway 15. Of course, ZK has to really be careful because Godly gets himself eliminated. This is what they needed. The Tianhai is out. He can't get 100% reset onto the zone. This is what Wolves wants to make sure it happening. 10 eliminations so far as they earning this one out. The yoink in midair is working out in their favor. 12 eliminations so far. They're looking for the eliminations for the final sets of lives. If that elimination comes out, but it didn't even matter. Zem had ultimate. That's 4 seconds of vulnerability to zone take damage. And Wolves catches MVP for game 3.
Man, that invulnerability on the Kylan for that heal-off situation, teams are going to have to reconsider how to win that situation. We'll place that perfectly, able to secure that first place for the nice placement points, plus the multiplier. Still, Serve, I'm impressed that KLA was able to make that work the way they were. It's too bad they don't get the MVP round. I want to really see their VOD of how they did it. That means they had to have gone Yang and won their scenarios on the weirdness of Monk, Zai, Faria. I mean, I guess you could consider Zai as like a pseudo Yushan, but they were able to play that endgame perfectly. I feel like they just overheated a little bit going with the double Faria mech, and they didn't get the pressure their lose condition, which is just the enemy Kylans in the zone. And this is what I was saying, sir. Still, the meta is super fresh. There's a lot of nuance that will be ironed out as the weeks progress, but still cool stuff coming out from KLA. Not really the team to innovate and play around with crazy concepts, but I was proven wrong. They made it work.
Yeah. You know what's crazy too is that I'm looking back through the replay because I wanted to double check and seeing KLA lost that first Roman Yang and yet somehow propelled from 1 elimination after post Roman Yang lost it to 6. So it might be seemingly more for that out of fight zone area. I mean, the second Roman Yang they took into play just to make sure they can kind of earn out the eliminations, but they didn't take that one either. So it might be just for them to they probably wanted to see, hey, how does this work in the first round? And they saw that immediate loss. They didn't want to contest the second one, and it works through for that rage retention. The double Faria chance was kind of nuts to see with the solo pickups and everything from CXC, but it does make a good notion. Kylan, a very tough spot in terms of how do we stop 4 seconds of not taking any damage into the endgame circle and not being able to deal burns, right, to reduce no effect of his HP bar. Once he reaches Keelan guard, the only thing that's going to stop him is if you have more HP than him, if you're able to avoid his strikes and just try not to get last hit confirmation out of it. But if he has a heal, not as a healer, but once the circle closes in, all it's going to dictate is who has more HP for that end time. And it's going to be tough, especially the only other threat that could be coming out of it is a transformer like Tianhai. Yet we saw how once Tianhai got eliminated, once he was done from the match, nothing could be done against Kylan just trying to go for it. All the pressure coming in from the hotties with the teleporters, meaning that they can disengage your teammates and getting them out there from the high ground, dropping right down below, and just trying to go ahead and burst out abilities so that way they can use the combo breaker into a secondary hottie ultimate again, just by dealing out range shots from the sky, or even just dropping through for some blue focuses here and there. It's going to be an interesting setup to see where the volatile comp selection is for the meta, but it is the greatest time to be alive, especially just knowing where the comps can be selected at any point in time.
Yeah, the multiple phases, definitely forces creativity out of these teams, and the fact that there's a lot more RNG, you're going to have to be able to play certain situations very nuanced. Now you're not going to get the look that you want, but if you're able to do have a very deep playbook, there's going to be more scenarios that you're able to cover. So I see the logic behind the Zai and Fairy and Monk. The Fairy and Monk is really just there for the end game. Zai, when she has so much firepower of Transformers behind her, she's still an unkillable force to deal with, and she's still able to finish off zippings with everyone running so many zipping comms. It did do a good job versus the new Hottie zipping comp, and even some of the traditional ways that zipping has been used. Now, first slow game for GG. I was wondering when they were going to slow down. Now, just any team can have a bad game. Both GG and Bauda not having the best game, but at the top, Wolves having a massive game. Same with KLA, same with WBG, 13, 13, 11. That's a lot of damage, a lot of kills. X1 and FPX still 8 kills. And this is something interesting, I thought, Surf, looking at the overall points, the overall kills as we watch today of trios. This is the most spread out I see points ever in NARAKA. Every team is really running a kill heavy strategy, but we're still seeing nice developed end games. So it's not just like full ooga booga where you're just going out there, you're just kind of all inning everyone, full inting. If you win, it's a big come up. If you lose, whatever, go next. They still have a lot of ways of salvaging and making it towards that end game, and we're seeing a lot of exciting play that now it is really important to get first. Second is first to lose now. Only first place gets that multiplier.
Yeah, that 1.2, and the only place to getting that 1.2 being first, that alone is what I love to see in the round 2. When we saw that tight situation, that means nobody gets that multiplier, and that is like stress, because that multiplier does a lot of work. We saw between KLA catching themselves into second place, that they matched the same amount of kills as first, but they didn't get any sort of extra points because of that. There's no snowball effect of the 1.4s in first and second. But gatekeepers so far, Wolves, first day of playing, 34.1, 36.5 for ASC, as they're not playing today, but for today's double day game for EWG, they're at 8th place, 54 points overall. They'll have a good amount of chances to catch through to the top 12 for qualifying for finals the following weekend. We do have FPX's ZQ though for the double game today, 67.5, 71.5 for X1, doing a great job and just trying to solidify into that position. We got 77.5 for Team Bauda in third overall. JDG taking 90.4 in second place. And GG, even with the bad game today, with a 1.5 that was earned, 98.3 overall. And they're making sure they can come through here to stay in the top selected leaderboard. We got replays brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, and Raven, take it away from what happened here today.
Wolves on the Kylan. This comp just too good. Allows you to play neutral, allows you to run ults, and it looks like they're going to be opening with the Kylan ultimate. Ultimately coming out, and because of the mobility of this composition, like denying all of that focus fire, we still have the cube ready to go once he's invested. So he still has tons of slashes. If you don't know how Kylan exactly works, as long as he has health, he basically has infinite slashes. Now the dangerous part about this though is that as he's coming out of ultimate, because you're trading damage for your health, it's very easy to just get last hit coming out of ultimate. Now this was a very clutch moment, just hiding right under the waterfall. The double Faria can't find the angle on them, and they're able to come up and keep their Kylan up to survive. Now I feel like in the future more teams are gonna figure out that certain characters need to die in order for them to win, and Kylan's gonna be put on a list. Everyone pretty much knows that you got to take out Transformers, you got to take down hotties, or else they're just gonna flat out win the end game. But no one really has been thinking about Kylan, and it looks like CN has come across and is picking up Kylan. At first it wasn't really played much for solos, but now even in solos, trio solos, Kylan is here to stay unless they make some type of drastic change for him before Worlds.
Yeah, and the drastic change, thing to note I mean, duration of the killing guard could be one thing to be set up. The duration of HP threshold could be another, but it's also to the zone control that he has with V2 that makes him such an impressive force. So if he's able to get himself in V1 format, right? If he just clicks his horizontal vertical, he just does a single slash like we see right there, right? Single slash to spam out. And that's a great stand of control. But when he's in V2, he catches that same type of slash momentum, but he has an echo slash right behind him, that clone right there, where he's able to capture and he's able to capture anyone along the path. And this is where we see the MVP for the first time for XEM out of Team Wolves, operating off of F1 and V2. No specialty jades. This man just running stats, max attack, doing nearly 10k damage, and majority of that damage being done from skills and ultimates alone. And that's just the rotation of rage that we always see in the Mortal War and basically into the Nbpl as well, where players can just earn themselves a majority of the damage dealt by skills and ultimates. And the case scenario is for Kylan is once he has like at least a purple rarity weapon, but even a gold weapon, he's just able to smack. And the only thing that's going to stop him is if someone catches him in his tracks, i.e. perhaps another Kylan or even some sort of grab from Tianhai as a ball playmaker.
Ooh. Past that halfway point, Surf. Still a lot more NARAKA to be played. I'm really excited now. We got to see the monk. That was one of my things I really wanted to see. I do want to see Predoria again, just because for the most part, we saw the Hottie dominance. But what was interesting to me is that we saw the Hottie dominance, and all the teams who picked Hottie, though, were in the last phase. So I'm wondering, as the meta shifts, do people realize that maybe Hottie zipping Kylan is kind of the best composition for Predoria? Or are we going to see some of these monk compositions? Because if that worked on Morris, I think it works on Predoria as well. But folks, we have an interview lined up for you. And after that, we will be back for some more NARAKA Pro League trios.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have X1 LYD to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 首先，东哥跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello.
That's it.
LYD.
Oh wow. Okay, so we all know X1 is a new team for this time summer split. So could you give us a little introduction of your team to let us know your team well? 那其实我们知道X1这个赛季是我们的一个新进队伍嘛，能不能请东哥给我们简单介绍一下这支新队伍呢？
队伍是新队伍，但是成员嘛，以前都打过比赛，上过职业赛场嘛，大家应该挺熟悉的。
呀，
就不介绍了吧。
Okay, although we are a new team, but actually for all the team members, we are like old players for our competition. So what kind of the best combinations for your team? 那其实对于你们队伍来说，你觉得主阵是什么？打最好的阵容？
主阵其实我们目前打得最好的是那个哈迪。然后红虎也不错。因为我们训练少嘛，这几天其实没怎么训练嘛。然后我们是就临时拿出来打，目前没有什么主阵。硬说打得最好就那个嘛。
So actually, we don't have the best combination, I think, but we can play Hadi combination and Viper and Tessa combination well. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is, which hero did X1 LYD use in the game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，东哥在第3把用了哪一个英雄呢 ？A. Takeda, B. 天海 ，C. 子平 ，D. Ruby 也是请东哥给我们倒计时一下吧。Please count down the time.
倒计时啊。3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. So what's the answer? 答案是什么 ？Yeah, the answer is D. So we all know LYD can play Yue Shan very well. But this time, I saw you play Kurumi. So how do you think the change of the position for yourself? 那其实我们都对东哥的月山非常的熟悉，有非常深刻的印象。那这次看到了你去玩了这个辅助的位置，对于这样位置上面的变化，你自己怎么看呢？
我觉得位置上的变化，主要是我都能玩，很全能，然后就是能拿分就行嘛，对吧
？So I think it doesn't matter. I think I can play all the position. The important things is we can't get the points. Okay, well, so and we kind of means your today is a good day. So do you have any new motto for this time summer split? 其实我们对于你的那一句 today is a good day 都非常的想念以及印象深刻。对于这个赛季有没有什么新的座右铭呢？
还在发掘啊，还在发掘。新赛季嘛，慢慢来。
Okay, I still think about it. I think for the new summer split, we have to do it step by step. Okay, thank LYD come to our interview, and then good luck to you in the following games. 也谢谢东哥来到我们的采访，祝你后面的几把比赛好运，好吧 ？Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite an exciting day, serve. I'm curious to see. I'm still curious. Like, I feel like I'm a kid in a candy shop of just like all the new stuff that all the trios players are throwing. I've kept it very fresh. I've sort of kept up watching the VODs, the scrims from here and there, but it's mainly been experimental. But now we get to see what everyone's been cooking up. No more Mr. Nice Guy. All these teams are trying to show up, and this is the road to Worlds right now. It's going to be the NARAKA Pro League Finals, then it's going to be Worlds again. But first, before we get to all of that, before we get to our day, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. Hope you got your snacks. Hope you got your water and been to the bathroom for a couple of minutes here because we're going to be going through into round 4. That's right. Offensive ultimates, offensive maps, Fireflies. Everything that people love to see. You know, you think you're resident sleeper in the chat waiting for the Firefly maps to show up. You should have been here for the first 3 rounds because we had a lot of action coming through. We had a KLA comp cooking coming through here for Endgame Circle. And now we're entering into where aggression matters most, potentially for point catch up or just for comp selection here with the new round selection here. Raven, how are you doing, Doug?
I love Firefly maps. Now, technically, daytime does lead to more end games, but I gotta say, I want that fast-paced action, and again, I want to see what CN's cooking up with the new compositions. How are they gonna play counter comps and everything? It's very, very different when Firefly's on the map of what comps work, what comps don't. But first, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't linked your NARAKA account to Twitch, I highly suggest doing it. I've heard many people ask me, where do you get XYZ? And it's a lot of the time from watching Pro League and making sure you're linked up, and you only have to sit there, have the stream open 15, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, grab some food. You were gonna stay up anyway, chill out, watch, and get some free cool stuff from your linked account. It's just free money, sir.
Free money, free silk, free recolors. I always like to see that. And also items in the Spectral Silk Shop that you guys can purchase out as well. You know, if you guys don't know, in this recent patch, Solan came back. The crossover items have returned. If you guys are looking to try to pick up some of those accessories along the way, you guys can have an opportunity to just try to match up the fits. Of course, always love to see those. And in which case, you guys have an opportunity of just being able to get those extra goodies that are limited time from being able to participate and joining through for the Pro League season. I know I've been waiting for Dragon's Grave to show up for a long time while now once the patch dropped, and it turns out, yes, you have to tune in here week 3 specifically, but week 1 and week 2, week 4 also have their own respective rewards. But we gotta go back to the action. We got round 4 showing up here. We have Hollow Rock Dust to be the first map into our rotation for these fights. WK NA gamers are always a fan of seeing the aggression off rip, and hopefully to see what happens here as we are running into hero points and the threshold of players who can double comp choice pick their selective comps, and also just being able to invest all 9 points in one swing. We've seen some teams do that before where they're op selecting into running a comp for 3 times, and this game might be the selection for some teams, such as with the BIWEEK1 and Tessa comps coming out.
Wolves, ZK, Zem, NHQ. NHQ has been closing eyes, meditating today, getting set. They seem in high spirits, are happy with that last outcome, and now past the halfway point. I always notice this in competitions, especially in NARAKA, but some teams start off really fast, ton of momentum, but they don't have enough stamina to keep up that volume of play, while other teams start off slow, they have some bad games, and they heat up and they just end tournaments just red hot. We see Mike always do that. Sometimes he has his throwaway games early on, but he always ends up clutching and getting that first place. GG been playing consistent all day today. JDG started off a little bit slower than normal, but both of them having their first bad game. Now, I always say, in these 6-round tournaments, especially in these group plays, normally what you end up seeing is people will have 4 or 5 good games. Everyone will always have 1 bad game, and I always suggest to people just don't worry about it, shake it off. Especially in battle royales, things happen mutually exclusive. It doesn't really affect the next thing unless you let it. There is a little bit of RNG element to it, especially with the new phase system. Now, for us as viewers, as casters, what that RNG brings is just chaos and excitement, though. Just a lot more faster play.
Yeah, and this is going to be where we're going to have the first round selection by EWG, GG, Wolves, and JDG. Now, the contention right now for first round selection, we've been seeing some potential 3rd round selections being upwards into 1st round. We saw that last round we saw that in round, I believe, 2, where we saw BIWEEK1 and Tessa 1st round picked out of JDG's pocket, or even to the 1st round, I should say, where they chose that comp straight up 1st round pick. Curious to seeing what's going to happen here. If we have any sort of those out-of-pocket picks that usually would end up in the last round selection to be just skyrocketed to the first. Kadi comp with the Kadi, Kylan, and the Zipping Ying has been doing some phenomenal work, and I'm seeing JDG decided to want to opt in for the Takeda into Tianhai. 2 Sand Siphons, 3 Sand Siphons, I should say, between the other recipients. This is going to put a 1-point ban here for round 2 selection of Viper, Wooch, and Tessa, potentially from the FPX's ZQ. That's going to be the case. Xiphon coming out from Alliance, 521, and trying to opt in this zipping in there. I see a Kadi comp coming to the KLA side, and I see a Kadi comp coming to the 521 side. That's going to be another set, if I'm not mistaken, for round 3, where they can potentially just mono pick this or even go into the Viper, Wooch, and Tessa pick for the last round selection. Here's to see. Holorock does have its good positions here for Kylan and Hadi, especially with the teleporter cubes to be available for the team to disengage on the outside of position ravines. But Viper, Wooch, and Tessa, Bowda's opting in for it, as well as X1 and WBG. It's up to BBE if they're going to be the ringers to try to solidify a mono pool choice pick here. Still deciding here in the final seconds, and it also comes down towards skill selection, but it looks like a Takeda, a Temi, and a Kurumi. This is an investment that they're earning themselves out here for their 3rd time and trying to select this comp into the play.
And they always go against the grain when it comes to picks. Now, a fair play to them. A lot of teams feel like, or I've seen a lot of teams take on the mindset that they prefer to be original and not really copy everyone else. And sometimes it pays off because you're the first movers. You may discover something better than everyone else, but the reason why people do a lot of things is just because it works the best. You can feel it when you play it, and it feels hopeless when you fight against another team playing the comp itself. Still, though, without that risk, without that innovation, we would stay very, very stagnant. That's why I was excited to see the Faria Monk Zai to give us a different look that we may not have thought before. Now, I still feel like in a very heavy lobby, you're gonna run into issues with that composition. A very heavy Viper lobby. Now, technically, there are a lot of Vipers in that lobby, so I kind of really want to go back and break down exactly what their protocols were, how they survive those situations. But moving forward, we're still only at the halfway point for today. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played, and with these teams heating up, I'm curious to see just how they are who is going to keep it up and perform better. Will GG maintain their dominance, play those end games? They are on their Siphon comp. They are known for this comp. It's been their best comp forever. They've set a lot of the meta. A lot of what I do comes from what these guys do. Still running the F1 Takeda. We saw a couple Takedas running that F2. Kind of crazy. But I am curious to see, can someone beat GG Siphon on the Hadi Kylan zipping comp? I think that's one of the big questions I have for today. Does Siphon just dominate it? And then if that is true, how are they dominating the cube rotation that comes out from Hadi?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult choice. I mean, Takeda can try to go ahead and run into the sky and just stopping anyone who's flying down on that paraglider. And it's kind of interesting to see some of these skill selections. Some F2V3, one F2V3 Viper, I think that's from FPX. And I think Bowd is opting in for an F3V3 Viper, that full aggression, that full chase down, the full blast ability combo set for the Viper Nings. And the spawns here kind of showcase that Wolves in med top JDG off of the Jin Armory, making sure they can kind of kite around here, maybe towards into the dunes or the Fortress of Kaviana, who knows. City Tong has a contestation though between both BBE and WBG. It's got interesting Salvation Podium. You know, I'm kind of seeing whether or not FPX wants to rotate down here from Plume Castle, with Alliance actually opting for the Fireflies off of the west side of Plume Castle. So they'll have at least one character to kind of work off as an ultimate, or even for a Tessa. GG into the Imperial Village, making sure they have that by themselves. And this is where we're going to have 5-2-1 and Bowded by the Fortress of Kaviani. The spawns here look a little bit spicy between 3 concentrated fights. I'm curious to seeing where these fights happen. Game 5 is going to start through here, I should say, going through here for Game 4. You know, we'll talk about through, because X1 has XOY towards the Salvation Podium, and they're chasing down KLA for the first minutes.
Yeah, KLA tries to do a split drop in case they're challenged off spawn. It looks like FPX challenged him as well, but X1 knows this strategy, clear counter strategy going on, cutting off the Firefly edge of the platform, and now KLA has to reset right now. Good thing for them that X1, after they get this initial kill, they want to keep up the tempo and see what they can get more. Probably gonna get a res and get that free reset instead of having to go and leave to get that reset, but going over to Tang. WBG Sleepwalker is gonna fall, but BBE is gonna get traded out into the 2v2. We've seen this before. 2v2 situation. I always say the Vietnamese players, when they're in the 2v2, they are some of the best to do it. Unfortunately, not this time. Can Roy Hee bring this back like he hasn't before? Wait a second. Double hold, gonna come down. Gets the one hit, gets the parry. I spoke too soon. My bad, Roy Hee. He's gonna get the first kill. Doesn't get the second kill, though. WBG Sleepwalker is gonna come back with that F3 and clutch it up with his teammate.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risky move, but Sleepwalker comes in here at the nick of time. Doesn't even need to be there in the first place. That's just in case. It was a run back, and it came to work out in the favor because with one blue focus comes alone the death of BBE so far. However, we have into the Plume Castle here in the underground. Revenge finds ZDI from X1 to be eliminated here for the first life. We see the chase down against XLY as Zai is getting full concentration. We saw them drop into Fireflies, and they gave it through. NY7 having it. First elimination, 3 eliminations total for Alliance. They have a lot of gold to work through. They can try to rotate around and just loot up Plume Castle as a whole. They have the crest to look towards in the multi-level that it has trolls across each and every single level of the platforms. Now, while Plume Castle is here, GG, they have inside of the Imperial Village themselves, they have a region that is left to their own volition. They have enough loot here to last them for days, you know, and looting out here, Raven.
Yeah, GG known for their slow play with this comp. That's one of their trade secrets when it comes to Siphon. They just play slow and steady. They play for their first Yang. They don't need to take an off spawn fight. They just want to get as stacked as humanly possible before that first Yang. The actual strategy of playing for puzzle, getting all that money, and rushing basically to gold ult for Takeda was actually GG's strategy initially. They don't really do it anymore just because of how much contention they got. Instead, they settle with the purple ult and just getting fully jaded out. Still, though, it just goes to show just how powerful Siphon can be as long as you play it slow, as long as you play that long game and hit that power spike. And because of Realm of Yang, as long as you're able to get into that Realm of Yang, you're going to have a good time with all the loot and rewards that you get, plus the buff. It just shoots up Siphon to being this juggernaut for endgame. But we are seeing a lot of Vipers, and so the name of the game is, can you slow down the Siphons in order before they get to the point where they're unstoppable?
Yeah, CC controlled to this maximum potential. LYD, though, in his fights, gets caught by his own parry as he gets eliminated here from JDG. This is going to be their 5th elimination or by the Igneous Mound. Now, taking the gold into consideration, they could just go ahead and just wait out the shots to try to look for those limited, I'm not say limited, yeah, limited items. Pretty much when the timer reaches a certain point to the match, certain items are unlocked. Purple rarity items first, with the armor being one of the more selected options if it hasn't been accrued by the team. But once we enter into the latter half into the games, into the round, we start to have the gold items, Jade selection, gold armor, things that could just turn around an entire team's composition into a onslaught of damage and control. And that's where the Viper comps could really easily take the opposition with finding gold and finding enough resources as a result. Now, gold Hong Sword on Junex, as it comes out from FPX, they won Salvation Podium. They earned that gold weapon to be earned. They could take a Realm of Yang fight, but that's not what that comp is built for. It is built for outside Realm of Yangs, unless you're one of the few packs of a punch and just deciding to say, you know what, let's run it. And then they all of a sudden, you know, well, we got 4 minutes. Realm of Yang depletion. And things kind of end out towards that. The comps want to work it into, if FPX wants to take that Realm of Yang, they could potentially, just not to the position that they rather wanted to go against, especially with Siphons in the mix of things before they enter to the final minutes of the round.
Wolves, ZK, and WBG going at it already. ZK gonna pop the ultimate. Needs to peel off right now. The V1's gonna be coming out. Temion's gonna come down to peel. But the Moonbane is coming down from WBG. Stuck in the center of this. Nice Krumiel's going to come down. Able to pick up ZK. The Temiol still doing a lot of work. Not allowing any of this damage to come down. And still, HK's going to get that reset inside the middle of the Moonbane. Jing's going to be able to make it back. But still, Wolves, it was going to lose one of their players. The amount of damage coming out from the Siphon coming out big. WBG, though, from their perspective, it's still looking good. Tesla's getting really low. The Moonbane, and even though this is a blue Moonbane, feels like gold Moonbane when it comes to Immortal War. Finally, the Moonbane is gonna pay off. XCM is gonna fall, but it was looking pretty close for a second, sir.
Yeah, it was pretty close. They almost lost Jing once we saw Zem try to go for that parry and attempt to try to kill off, but did not occur. And then all of a sudden the Moonmates just started to show out. This is like, it's like the idea of, they didn't have both Moonbanes in the game, by the way. WVG actually been able to purchase both Moonbanes off the rip, so they're able to have the secondary Moonbane for the 50 seconds before they want to cast it out. That's always a case scenario that, man, Moonbane doesn't work for me. It always works for the other enemies. You know, it's like it's a conversation that happens. And Wolves, they tried it. They try to go ahead and try to contest into it. They still have lives left. They still have a chance of returning into the game. JDG out here towards the Altar Tranquility, making their way towards into Plume Castle potentially. The rotation here has to take onto that purple armor for the team. Purple weapon onto Jing now for the Tianhai. Those type of slam downs really come to clutch here. And FPX, they're actually arriving towards the north side, or the southeast side, I should say, of the Altar Tranquility, going towards Igneous Mount. As a result, they're actually looking to try to lock down NY7 Yuma, as Alliance is going to be the choice pick here. And this is that assassination potential that can come out from FPX before this next Roam Yang.
FPX with the Viper. This just brings back bad memories of just the amount of drop downs we experienced at Worlds. Like this whole Plume Castle era, the V1 Vipers just coming in. It was all V2 the whole year. Then suddenly the meta shift to V1, just the amount of stun that comes down. WBG's Walker getting a big stun onto Zuan. Temi tries to create some space, but it's not going to matter because of the Moonbane. Kurumi ult's going to be coming down. A lot of sustains coming out. Axio on the Wushan is going to board them back into the safety of the Moonbane. They're not able to capitalize and pick up a kill, but Alliance is going to show up, see if they can third party, but EWG is out of their serve. We are out skis. They put on the Nikes and they're taking a jog right now. Alliance showed up and was like, wait a minute, is the Moonbane here? Can we get any kills? Nope. No, you cannot. But Alliance looks like they're setting up for Yang. They're looking really pretty. And with so many Vipers in the lobby, when you have this composition, the Xiphon, you really want to hit that Yang just because you know for sure you're going to get a favorable fight. Even versus Cicada, I've heard mixed things from different teams and then even the Nbpl coaches of whether or not they feel Zai is a counter to Xiphon or Xiphon still ends up beating it. I'm curious what the numbers end up showing and the results. I feel like Pugs and just scrimming is not the same as the big stage where everyone plays a little bit safer and a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, and also to the inclusion of those forces that if there's anything up their sleeve, right? You have a KLA moment like last round, but everything comes out to showcase here in the grand stage. Players are making sure they can go through. GG. CJS takes a full purple pulse sword blue focus to the face. Zai ultimate controls him. He can't do anything, and that's going to be the deletion potentially. The Kurumi circle comes in to save the day, but will that 1-2-3 kill? Yes, it will, and that's going to be NY7 catching first eliminations against the Kada. Now it's up to 3-3 to get caught into this flurry of action, and then Snare Soul is released. The F1 comes out here from LXM, and he has Temi ultimate, but that's not going to be enough here. This is a clean sweep action. A Xiphon versus San Xiphon, and we have the second Roam Yang to look towards here, Raven.
I was literally just saying that. I was just like, I feel like Zai might beat it because you can just delete Takeda out of nowhere, and literally one of the best Siphons just immediately gets deleted. Now we're going to see JDG's Monk Takeda Kurumi. I wanted to see this. Action is going to be holding on his ultimate. They're going to lead with Kurumi ult already. Now Action not going to be going. Takeda's not going second. Looks like they're going to play Monk ult first. Oh, both ults first, actually. Kylan ult going to be jamming back and forth. Can they survive the onslaught? Now, it's going to be tough because Hottie's ult's going to be coming back online. He canceled initially. Can they finish off Pampy with the attacks? They are. They bring it down to a 2v3 situation. The shove's going to be coming out. Action coming out of ultimate is going to get hit by a horizontal of longsword. Can he find a reset? Nice peel coming down from his teammates, but 5-2-1 to Ian. He should be getting his ultimate online. It's not going to matter because he didn't get parried. It's really hard to get kills when you're dead and you can't get back to your ultimate serve.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough repossession in terms of the battlefield. And now GG CGS Quarry fight happening against FPX. Oh my goodness. The enchant confirmation. The Takeda ultimate preemptive. Zhao Q looks to TP the team out. And it looks like 5-2-1 is in soul form. They can spawn over here. JDG already exiting the Roam Yang. They're on our way. You know, they're on the taxi service. Taxi. I'm here. I got Vermilion Birds, but I'm ready to take the fights here. CJS has himself with that with a Fear and Blast, but as Xiao Looks like he's going to be going ahead and just backing off into the zone. Nothing they can really do, especially considering that Takeda's now chasing Zhao, looking for the vitality heals. He can turn this in a position where if CJS's ultimate ends right now, which it does, this will be a fight he's taking towards the junction. He catches that carousel potentially for that R&B focus. Nope, he's going for the 1-2 extension. There's the F1 coming out. There's a 1v1. It's like Solo's gameplay all over again. Nice focus slide to be revealed here. Oh my goodness, we're going to do that to CGS looking to get caught again. And that's going to be the jump LMB to confirm the kill. In the meanwhile, we lose you next. It's going to be FPX's Zhao getting that kill, but it's going to be a 1v2 potentially in the zone. The fire is within between these teams to find the zone. Kind of detrimental. We got Mystic Might coming in from Zhao, most likely from a Spirit Well as has been obtained. But they couldn't catch themselves out. CGS comes back to life, and GG lives to fight of the day.
Yeah, nice job from GG to clutch this up inside zone. A lot of people feel like the first zone is like this very, very scary, dangerous place the second the zone touches you. But the first zone actually just tickles you. It does basically no damage, and you can have full-on fights in zone and not risk being third party. First, we're going to get KLA with the red buff. Going to be opening up with the Kylan ultimate. Body ult's going to be pairing off with it, but Alliance coming in hot with the third party. Oh, the tough part of Kylan life. You ult, you don't got the heals coming off, you just come out 1 HP.
Big time, yeah. You know what's crazy too is that Reichichi procced ult immediately knowing that all these solos are going to be available for him and his team. And this is going to be where that horizontal comes out, but it looks like Kayla's Godly gets caught out there. This is BB figuring through the equation with 6 eliminations now, looking towards 7 as QGG might be the next one left out here. Toes to the nose coming out here from Fat Milk, and it might be QGG to get his focus slide game going on. Stoneform Force proc here, R&B release. Reichichi finds the 7th elimination for the team, and he still only has level 1 Takeda ultimate.
Level 1 Takeda ultimate, still forcing me record with a 5-2-1, able to find the kill onto JDG's Xing with the fist. 5-2-1 now in 2v1, 1v1 situation, fist versus longsword. Body ult is going to be invested. Yin looking for the openings and get that soul bloom, but we're really far from zone right now. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it back in time. He's going to be trying to go super wide. JDG slowly making their way in. They're almost about to be at max corruption as well, but at least the zone is in sight. On the other hand, my man, the hottie, we took the long way out. I'm going to be surprised he's able to get out of there and survive. Now, technically, first zone doesn't do as much damage, even though at max corruption. So maybe he taking the wide route was the best play. But something that was interesting today, Surf, that I noticed is that very rarely did we see any solos and duos in endgame. It just seems like most of the strategies, like when a team fights, they're not really interested in disengaging. They're gonna fight all in and try to win the scenario as best they can. And it looks like Yin, like I said, he went too far out. There's no way he was making that. I was about to be proven wrong, but he is gonna fall to zone. At least he didn't give a kill to the competitors. They still have to secure the top 12 finish.
Yeah, and I think the reason why the teams go all in is that, you know, considering how much kind of with the new rule selection comes out, and knowing that you can't really snowball your way into the end game circles, your multiplier only really comes out towards that first place, like we always make mention of, but it's also the placement points, and it's just not catching like second place or third or fourth place where you're getting a 1.3 multiplier in fourth place and just surviving until the end game. It's like we're just gonna go ahead and just full send. And some teams work off of that really well, some teams don't. I mean, some teams try to go back for the reset in terms of the fights, but that's because they invested a lot into those early set on engagements past first round, prior to second round, where they try to go for, trying to go for the aggression before the Romy Yang, or even just trying to see about, let's see how many hands you can throw up, and then all of a sudden gold fist blades be appearing. Things of that nature kind of lead out towards this. Romy Yang 2 fight happening here. GG up against ALL from Alliance.
And CGS, can they make up for the fact that they fell earlier to this same composition right now? CGS not gonna get 100-0 this time. Immediately diving to Matari. Armor's gonna be ready to ship. Zai ult is gonna be invested. Temi ult's gonna match the Zai ult, but Matari ult's gonna double ult. Kurumi ult's gonna be coming in first, and we're gonna hold on to our Takeda ult until the end. Takeda's CGS just going aggressive right now, but he's pushed against the corner right now. He doesn't want to get 100-0 one more time. 5 seconds left on his F1. He is gonna make his way back to the armor circle. He did create a ton of space right now, and now it's his turn. It was your turn before. for it, but now it's Takedo's turn. But Zai is letting him know that, I don't know about that yet, buddy. We just out here smack him in the face over and over. Double shove is going to be coming down, and immediately Zai is going to be deleted. Now, Matari trying to fade away, trying to get back, but 2 more shoves to his names, able to get another kill, and that is the power of Takeda and holding his ultimate. He's able to full clear out the whole team within those 4 shoves.
Yeah, you know, the crazy thing too is what I love to see is CGS measured out that horizontal range of the shoves, knowing how far on both sides, left to right, how much value in terms of the range that it just creates for utility aspect. Until you go on offensive, he uses it sometimes, yeah. But then he's helped protecting the team, and he catches at least 2 targets at most whenever he's trying to throw it out. They find themselves Draco Storm, and so they're taking that outside the zone. They actually find themselves a Merciless Havoc as well. So that should be a fun, interesting experience for them as they're able to try to convert any sort of spears they have into a staff, and that alone can give Temi a reposition on a Whistler, right? And that could just delete a team. They have a postal order. They have fans already. You can just connect the rubber bands of R&B from the fans to just catch them in midair, and that Merciless Havoc can just extend that upon further inspection.
ZK, I believe Wolves go into Yang, or they get us from Spirit Well?
Sure.
It looks like, judging by how scaled they are, we don't see gold weapons, so they most likely got this from Spirit Well. They're gonna find X1 on the outside right now. They're gonna be very, very different than GG. For Wolves execution, they actually lead with the Takeda ult versus this Viper team, trying to force out some of the cooldowns. 1 shot's going to be invested. They have 2 more left. Parry's going to be coming out from their Temi. And finally, they force out the Viper ultimate. They're going to fade away. No silence is out, so that Takeda ult is going to be able to protect them from it. A little bit of overlap here coming out from NHQ's Temi, wanting to ice off the pressure even more. Now LYD is going to port out their team with the Wu Chen, and they're going to fade away. No armor to their name. Can WG find them? Do they have the grapple distance? It looks like ZK does have the grapple distance and speed. Will they be able to catch up though? But first, we're going to tune on to FPX versus Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance going to be taking out that parry. Very nicely done as Junex is caught right then and there. FPX loses one of their teammates. Big chances here for that lethal jab to connect towards Zhao, but Zhao just keeps that escape going through onto the southern end of this ravine. B7 has F3 in 3 seconds, so if anything comes out from Zhao, if he gets a way of escaping with an F1 or anything of nature, it'll be his teams to keep the stagger. There's the F1 investment. F3 doesn't even need to be used, but he's going to use it regardless. Going to swipe right over there. Eliminations have been earned. 9 eliminations, I should say, are actually up to the case scenario 10. Pushing themselves up to 16th place overall. Now, eliminations to the scoreboard have them as kill leaders so far. 7 kills so far for BBE this round. We still have 6 eliminations for WBG. Bulls here with 2 eliminations total, and 2 eliminations for EWG. Now, Bauta is still in the game. We got the 3 eliminations them for themselves. Alliance though finds GG with that Draco Storm, and they're trying to back off here completely. Revenge coming from the zone. Like, hey, what's going on, guys? And there's the F1 somersault. This is going to be the turnaround that GG can try to look for the eliminations. Double parry coming out from Yuma though, and that burn could be elimination factor alone to get one of the players out, but it looks like LXM does find it regardless, and then Takeda ultimate comes out to play. The Merciless have it control right then and there. Can't do anything about that, Matari, and that's going to be where that parry happens, and NY7 goes down. Alliance losing 2 their teammates. GG picking up 2 on the board.
Yeah, GG started off slow. Remember, we watched them off spawn. 0 kills. Just setting up, going in the first Yang. They go in the first Yang, they lose. They just absolutely get decimated, right? They go in the second Yang. They win. We're up to 7 kills. We're just behind Alliance and JDG at 10. And this is just the MO of GG. They're so solid on the Siphon. They're so dominant on Hollowrath. They have this map down to a science. And it's the reason why they're currently the best trios team in the world. Just so much consistency that they're able to produce out of this composition. Now, BB, Roy Hehe, Fat Milk, Ivan, they've been having a decent day as well. I believe this is their first day, and they're going to be able to get over that threshold of qualifying for finals. BB has been very, very streaky. For Nbpl finals, they had really good Viper games, but I know this season, if they're able to pick up their other compositions, I could see them making a run for the top 5, and it would be the first foreign team to really push the envelope And them having this amount of time within the CN League, where I'm hoping to see them bring it together this season, because last season they showed a lot of hope. They just needed a little bit more from their other compositions outside of their Viper comp.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good chance of seeing this this progression of them catching into finals this next upcoming weekend. And we're going to hopefully see that coming through here. Now, Hadi ultimate coming out from QGG from KLA. He disengaged the ultimate. There's going to be a reservation of rage. And with that, they have an escape. Now, TXE is already out of there. They don't want to take the fights against GG in that position. Valiant Challenger coming out here from Wolves. So that's another opposition field of play that they know that they can't take that in case a third party comes out from the backside for a fourth party. Now, JDG is chasing out Alliance. Alliance found a double res here as it came out, but they are going to be caught out with their pants down. And this is a common armor, and things can be deleted very quickly, such as their health bar, if they get caught by one blue focused or controller, the controller weapon like the dual halberds or dual blades with the amount of staggers that come out of it. Now, of course, we're taking this, if I'm not mistaken, this is over by the Movement Gorge. We're going to have a chance of seeing these players taking Forbidden Seal in one direction and just keeping control away from this vicinity. In case they need to take range shots, they will do so. CJS being a full connoisseur of that. Doesn't have any repair chests. We see the chances of swapping the armor, and this is going to be where we're into the final 8 minutes. GG not having ultimate for the Takeda, not having ultimate for 330 yet. But this is where that range shot really comes to work here. F1 Wisp being caught out. The Mercs have to deny entry from any invaders, such as with EWG. They have full ultimates ready to go here. If they want to take this engagement, they have to be really smart about it, Raven, because it could end up getting caught with a dagger in their back.
Yeah, EWG has been third-partying everyone all day, just lurking on the sides, trying to find openings. But this is a weird situation because there's a no ult zone here, plus a Spirit Will coming in. It's just a lot to deal with of just managing the cooldowns. And this is one of the hardest part, I think, of really, really high-level trios. It's not just like the 3v3 that matters. It's these situations like this. Like, what if you have two Viper teams to the left and then two Siphon teams in the middle? What is your objective here? And the Tesla is going to be coming down right as the spear comes down on the outside. KLA's leading in with the ballista shots, and JDG is just absolutely going to get deleted by the lobby. Everyone descends upon them, and they're just cannibalizing the bodies. Sing is trying to get away on the Monk, trying to lose contact right now. They're able to get to the ground, and now the chaos ensues. Everyone trying to pick off the scraps of JDG's remains.
Yeah, Roy Shishi finding gold armor swap coming out here. Xing finds elimination against Bowda. You into the ravine? Excuse me, sir. Wait a second. 2-6 still had ultimate active. That was something that Bowda, I don't think we're anticipating, as they got caught through by Wolves in the back line. And Wolves are picking up inch by inch kills here and there. We saw one coming out from BBE as they were almost to catch a kill, but a bow shot coming out from one of the Wolves mates catches it in midair. Captures, have to snip it, put it on the clip, put it on the montage. We gotta have to double check that one. CXE to look to try to go for the ravine shots here on the high ground. This is where that verticality comes into play. KLA look to try to lock down BBE as they are on the ground level. Bow shot towards Bin. And this is going to be a corner that they can try to control out here. The Moonbane, as Raven likes to call it, the 80% Moonbane is in effect here for the end game circle. We still have another Spear Well somewhere in the wrap that's going to be spawning in here in 80 seconds. A White Tiger's prowess in the center of that Moonbane. Not going to be objectified yet. Jing, though, finds himself inside the ultimate as a Tian Hai, looking for grabs, but Yuma is going to be holding out to the corner of the rock. Gali on the other side with KLA. These teams are going to be making sure they can try to keep the pressure on, but a grab has been occurred. Oh my goodness, try to go for a double grab here. Ben is going to be the one caught out here. Slam Down is going to be giving him possibly a re-grab potentially, and he does not capture it. And this is going to be a big issue. This is going to be a big issue for JDG because it's going to be target practice for every other team with a ranged weapon.
With the ranged weapons being nerfed as much as they do, though, and damage reduction being buffed to the moon, it's very, very common for everyone to have 4 damage reduction Jades. So endgame as Monk, a lot of times you can get away with not having a healer, especially with the V2. Even though all the aim practice goes on to you, JDG is able to survive. They literally got hit by everything and the kitchen sink. I have never actually seen a Spirit Well situation where it was next to a ballista that wasn't obvious. And the second that spear comes down, the ballista shot came in, and that you can tell that JDG wasn't ready for it. They did not immediately tap dodge. They were just like, all right, we got this for free. Now it's time to like get our loot and go. And the second the spear comes down, just massive explosions over the head. Speaking of explosions, though, GG and Wolves posting up. And remember what I was telling you? GG calculated, conservative. They don't need the other one. They need this one. They will always fight you for this one because whoever usually gets this Spirit Well wins the round. And CGS is going to invest his Takeda ult. So much shoves coming in. It reminds me of the old school days. But now, with this spear, everyone is mosh pitting, and Temi ult's going to come down. No ult zones going down. Just absolute chaos. Just everything is glistening and glittering and shining. So hard to tell what's going on. But every Takeda is trying to shove and claim this for the team, because once they get the Spirit Well, they will have ults up and again, and it will be an all-you-can-eat buffet for kills.
Yeah, EWG had Cookie with that ultimate, but it did not save their Temi. Luel, he's going to have a chance, or the Takeda, I should say. He doesn't have a chance of coming back through here unless that range rest comes into play. The Forbidden Seal denying anybody inside, but you can cast ultimate outside. That's all you need to do, because this is going to be where it's Temi versus Takeda's pushing in, within, and out of the Forbidden Seal if they have ultimates coming through. The contestation from this, Spirit Well, the moment this Spirit Well gets claimed, someone's going to have a good day, and that team's going to take full advantage of that. GG having the opportunity here, having the opportunity of having 3-3 of the recast the ultimate on the outside of the outskirts before the Forbidden Seal comes through the exit. The zone is still at 20%. We still don't have enough opportunity for this, but the teleporter's been used. The Hottie's going to get the team out here in the distance, and there's going to be the parry going to be earned. Fatman looking for the releases of the vertical blue focuses, and there's no more range immunity here. CGS catches a somersault, has Takeda Fear and ultimate still active, is looking to try to utilize it at a perfect opportune moment. He gets caught by Wisp. No one's throwing any range shots in this direction, and we still have the Merciless Havoc just to keep the denial of range damage to come through here.
Yeah, GG sitting. They have literally every single J. Karumi with the Merciless trying to force him up, but none of the lobby. They don't want to just give this up to GG. They know how important this ult is, or this Spirit Well, and CGS is actually going to get a second ult, and he's still shoving people off left and right. GG will go for death here. They do not want to give this up, but BBE's finally coming in, hard committing the Temi ultimate. CGS trying to hold the line, trying to hold the center. They're still going to keep at this. KLA diving in as well. No one wants to give this up, but the zone is going to be coming in soon. The zone is going to be taking it. BBE has to be careful. This is max zone corruption. They're sitting in there. Kurumi's going to have to fade out and go into the wilderness, but Fat Milk doesn't mind. He's gonna keep it safe, and we're going off to another part of the end game. It doesn't look like anyone's able to claim it because of the zone. 14 people alive. Ivan is gonna fall, and we still at GG at 10, JDG at 12, Alliance at 12. Who's gonna take it, sir?
Gotta be a good chance in the last final 2 minutes here. They were contesting that soul ult to the Spirit Well. No one could take it. Teleporter's been placed. QGG on Hottie duty, trying to knock people into the zone. Is his best opportunity here. There goes Fat Milk right then and there. It's gonna be a strike for the kill number 13. And as it comes through here for KLA, I should say, they're trying to make sure that this team does not have a chance of coming back in here. There's another strike. BB's Roishishi in the corner right then and there for the zone. Take damage with the burn. That's what's gonna kill him out here. We're at nearly to the points here in the final seconds of the match. CJS finds a kill against Roishishi into the final moments, and that's going to be a kill elimination 11 on the board for GG. Now there's going to be DayGG into the corner side. They're going to find a Takeda Fury and ultimate. The Takeda Fury going to come out here to deny that Merciless Havoc coming in here from 3-3-0. We're looking at ground unit teams right now. CJS making sure these cannon shots are going to connect. The Fury and Blast coming from the back line. The fans being spammed. CXZ having Kylan ult still. This is what we were talking about, Raven. How much can Kylan really deter these end game circles when he's the last to ult?
GG holding a high ground. This is one of the first times I've ever seen Spirit Well contested for that long, to the point where no one could get it. Everyone was playing really, really good neutral, really, really good third party. But now GG, known for their end game, 90% on CGS. He's about to get Takeda online. 10 people left alive. He just has to finish off 7 more opponents using that cannon to AoE and build up the rage. Kylan's going to be ulted. Multiple cubes going to the skies. We got 3 shoves left. Are we going to be able to win this? Temi ult is going to be invested as well. 3-3-0 does have the Krumi ult. He's going to be holding the center. Will the Kylans be able to prevail, or will GG's Takeda again be able to prevail? KLA's Hottie in the mid-air, trying to stay in the center for as long as possible. LXM is going to get knocked away. CGS as well. They're not going to be at the max health, but GG's 3-3-0 is going to hold the dead center while he kept his teammate tethered, and GG is going to take it again. Beautiful play coming out for them, fighting to the very end, not giving up an inch. They just held the line, sir. They're just like, hold. Even as the whole lobby descended upon them, they did not care. They held the line.
It was a beautiful showcase, and one thing I was making mention right before the end, the swap off is that the Kylan couldn't do anything because both Takedas, both Wolves' Takeda and CGS from GG knew exactly what the mission was. Takeda fearing him out. Don't let him go back in. And then they made sure to lock him down when his killing guard was activated. They made sure to secure it, but GG takes the last throne position. They earned themselves their MVP for today for game 4.
Wow. Really, really clean stuff from them. There's so much to learn by breaking down GG's games. They're just so surgical with their end game, and especially with their Takeda. You just see how well they play for each other over and over. No selfish plays, just really, really clean team play to keep everyone alive. And really, really patient play. That's what I was saying. It's like, it's not passive, it's not defensive, it's just conservative and just surgical precision that they do, and they find a way to win. They literally troll their first Yang. They get 100 to their Takeda gets 100 to 0, and you see them back in endgame triple gold armor. They just do it every single time, so they're automatic.
Yeah, they made sure and said, all right, listen, we died in less than 20 seconds. I'm not going to go ahead and have that happen again. And they take it back into the game with everything to work for it. And just like how they worked for it, y'all gonna have to look in the chat right now and see if you got the right answer, because we got a question on the board for you Twitch chatters. Making sure you guys can get the rewards on the board. The question is, how many players chose Takeda in game 4? This is a question I don't even think I can answer off the rip. Is it A3, B4, C5, or D6? Gotta make sure you guys are paying attention. I mean, listen, I'm not saying this out of the volition of my own heart, but for Twitch chatters, it's gonna be a little bit difficult. For YouTube gamers, I know you guys are in the chat. You can go back and look at the VOD as well, and you can double check and see about how many players have chosen Takeda. And Raven, do you know a hint that could help them out with the number? Or do we even know?
All I gotta say is that when I was unsure of what to choose when I was in school, it was always B or C. It was always B or C, you know what I mean? I've heard people who go with the strat of always C. I don't know. When I don't know, I feel like I went with the off meta always B. But that's my hint for you. Better to guess, because the answer was always no if you never try to answer at all. Technically, Serve, if you follow the phasing and everything, there is a limit amount that a character can possibly play. There's a little bit of plus or minus that ends up happening, but like we were saying before on Hologroth, Takeda is a meta pick, so generally he does get maxed out. So if you can remember what the maxed out character is possible for the map, you have your answer.
That's right. Yeah, you know, in the quick junction into that is that, you know, we were talking about BBE making some decision making for their choice picks, and that's what we're gonna leave it at, because now we're looking at the scoreboard. 23.2 for GG, multiplier on deck, ranking points on standby. 23.2 first place. Alliance takes second place with 13.5. Tied in here with JDG for third with 13.5, earned out that game. 12.5 for KLA in fourth. BB taking 10 points into this game 4. Wolves taking sixth place with 7 points. 6.5 earned out for WBG in seventh. Eighth place that game had Bauda here earning out 4.5. Now EWG in ninth place with 3 points. 2 points each for both FPX and 521, 10th to 11th. And then with 12th place X1. Now having them really big chances here to catch their cut. 1.5 points earned. And, you know, it's crazy to see GG, 0 eliminations, 23k healing. Can we get an MVP just because of the 14 limited assists on him alone, please? Potentially support MVP. Come on.
330, just the god tier amount of healing. I remember I was playing a tournament and I had like 32,000 healing, but I had like 3k damage. And when you play a lot of these compositions, especially when you're playing Kylan as Kurumi or you're playing Kurumi on Siphon, a lot of your job is to make sure your team never dies. You got to hold the line. So the prize stat definitely goes down to the amount of healing, because if your team is taking so much damage that you're healing that amount, you literally have saved them multiple times from absolute death. Now looking at the scoreboard, 18th, 521. Little bit slow, you know. We still got 2 rounds to go. They can still bring it back. KLA picking it up, actually closing out, getting closer to the top. Has KLA won a first yet? I don't think they've gotten an MVP round, but they've gotten like really solid rounds. Now Wolves also having a ton of solid rounds. We always see EWG lurking on the sides. 28 kills. They are in the little bit of the danger zone. I imagine like around low 40s is probably going to be the cutoff of who makes it into the top 12. So they still have 2 more games to go. We're heading into that championship round, game 5. This is where it really comes together. We've had the warm up. Can we close it out? JL's not playing today. FPX 25. They started off the day pretty strong, but they've kind of iced off a little bit. Still, 25 points is decent. X1 at 26, Bauda at 32, JDG at 28, and GG outdoing their day 1, just climbing out, just showing everyone how it's done. Not only are we not going to fight off spawn, but we're going to win. We're going to lose first Yang, and we're still going to beat y'all. That's crazy. If you were to try to do that intentionally, it's like, you know what? We're not going to play off spawn. We're going to lose first Yang, and we're going to still top frag for this lobby.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. You got clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, coming through here for round 4. Big chances for the city. GG's potential into the second Romy Yang, where they're contesting towards with the Siphon against Siphon. And there's the Takeda ultimate, the wild haymaker to make Takeda ultimate from CGS. Look how he combines his Furence to try to contest pressure off of his teammates. And then also seeing about Zai, right? She's the most effective threat coming to the play. And they reposition, they find elimination against Zai. They look towards the Zipping Ying as the next selectable target here, as you can see from 330's eyes. He's keeping her locked down, keeping her as much sustained as possible in the air. And that's where the hoops are going to be held as they dunk in towards that win. Now, of course, 330's Merciless Havoc pick up from that Romy Yang, massive gains. And this is where we can showcase what that Jade can do in the hands of a master. Coming through here for the final seconds or the final minutes into round 4, where he's able to contest and push off any peelers coming through the Romy Yang. And this is where the full spams comes out from his ultimates. Now, he doesn't lose out, as he does have a secondary staff on standby, and he's able to keep the pressure coming out from the Merciless Havoc. Of course, we see F1 Takeda like, let's just back off. Let's just peel off for a little bit of a second. But then, once we head into those final circle moments, we see the Takeda using it in the omnidirectional direction of looking towards the sky and just trying to lock down anybody into the vicinity. Merciless Havoc back in again. We see it happen going through. Now, this is going to be a push off where they have Takeda Furin to come about, but they still have the Chromie ultimate to keep the armor regen, and now the tether is active. They catch the heal over time of 50 for the Chromie, and 330 just staying hidden, staying collected, calm in the storm of danger for the game 4. And this is going to be where we see GG take first place for the multiplier, with them and CGS staying alive.
Yeah, really good heads up presence of mind there from 330. He has a Merciless too. He has 2 really good options. Either he's going to get his health back to 100%, or he's going to play the Merciless. Really tough decision making right there. But this is what the difference between a top tier pro and just anyone else. Their game sense, depending on the situation, is second to none. LXM going to come out with an MVP at 26,000 damage. That's a lot of damage. 14,000 coming from the pole sword, almost 5,000 from the fist blade. Looking over at his Jades, you know where that pole sword damage be coming from. That focus slide, taking out people's kneecaps with the focus slide in the crouching LMB, running that F1v1. And this is what I was saying, as far as the Siphon meta, DG is second to nobody. They are the strongest Siphon right now, and they have been for a while. Whether in the end you could make an argument that certain teams could take them down, like KLA, OUG, JL, or former TE, all these teams could take them down. But still, they've maintained that dominance, and it's because of LXM and his nuance when it comes to the Temi ult variations.
Yeah, you know, another thing too, in the Jade selection that he had, focus slide with the pole sword, with the blistering edge, was also that third selection Jade for the heavy weapons with the Overlord, and being able to get a level 3 strike horizontal release. That's tough, especially when you're trying to see about the Stoneform procs come out. If you had a Takeda to keep the lockdown completely for someone who's ready to anticipate a parry coming out from you, having a Stoneform proc right beforehand just increases that multiplier substantially with a horizontal release, and granting a lot of that damage to be earned out. And, you know, it's kind of an interesting notion for, you know, how strong burns come through. Single hit blue focuses, switching out the animation of a weapons, you know, selection, like how we have Velocity Untold as that one hit release horizontal, to even to having hold down Jades that are purple rarity, such as Hexa Harmony Spear. We saw 330 actually have that in that Romy Yang fight coming out, where he's able to look for those ranged blue focus strikes in case he needs to try to hit someone out with a completely different opposition of what the players are anticipating from a single release of an animation that would once be something that they would expect to something completely new, completely different in the field of play.
This Yeah, what surprised me looking at the highlights of GG is just how many focus attacks Kurumi's throwing out, just left and right. The 3-3-0 is looking and definitely threading the needle of what he can and cannot go for. Merciless, definitely a lot safer because you're able to turn it into the gold focus over and over, but the raw spear focus attacks you were talking about, Surf, every time he did it, I was like, ooh, that's a little bit too active for me. Anyone can come to the left or right, jump parry you, magnet in, take you down. And when you're on support, the one cardinal sin that you can do is die first. That's all support really means, is that you cannot die first. You are there to support the team to make sure that if they go down, you're able to keep them up with that tether, with those res. But 3-3-0, squeezing water out of rocks, making it work. And I was surprised, actually, that they put the Merciless on the Kurumi when it could be on the Temi so that he can't get parried. Takeda, not as strong just because the shove plus other things are a little bit better. But I have seen teams run it that way. Rarely do you really see the Merciless being put on the support player, but 3-3-0 makes it look easy and sets him up perfectly to win that heal off situation. Really, really smart play coming out from him.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that I see Merciless being placed on support such as the Kurumi. Really strong put for what she can involve herself into the fights. I mean, Takeda has Furin to work off of, but he's really using Furin for the control. Having Merciless is kind of like double downing on side control. Temi could use it. The thing is that once Temi has his opportunity of using his combo breaker instead, he could be using another heavy weapon like a pole sword where he could just drop right in with a single blue focus R&B, you know, just to drop it right down. And then if you have that Kurumi, that support line, just to come through with that, you know, the Merciless to juggle said enemies, right? That allows for the Temi's pole sword to come into full fruition and just catching single hit blue focuses, keeping them propelled even longer. Kurumi doesn't have any sort of abilities that can prolong it, but then again, Takeda, he's there for that. He's able to keep that going through. And if they look for the extra pressure coming out here, the option selection for the Jades to be on her is a way or a tactic that they, you know, worked really well into that round coming in. Now, game 5, more Silent Night. Oh, you winking at the camera, huh? You looking at it as like, hey, yo, watch this pick selection, Tarka. I'm stopped.
Tarka and trios would be crazy. But there was one team that ended up playing Tarka in trios, right?
Yes.
There was one team ever. I mean, I'm sure if you had one of the TikTok Tarkas, you could still make a Kurumi variation of Transformers work with Tarka. It's just the second you run into Temi, you're just dead. So, still to this day, I don't think we'll ever see one of these teams take it very, very seriously with a Tarka in there. But game 5, some of these teams, this is their last chance. So they need to clutch up right now. This is whether or not they're going to make it to the finals. Now, technically, we do have multiple weeklies leading up to the actual finals. So even if a team doesn't make it here, the only way you fail is if you quit. So as long as teams keep working on it, they will have a chance to make it and win a possible finals. I remember it really stuck out to me when WBG won one of the weekly finals, of just like how important it was to them. Like they had been working literally, he said, for 2 years, just like trying to work out the kinks, and they finally did it. 2 years of hard work to finally win it in such a competitive league. That really shows like their resolve and just how hard it is to win over there. Now, first round selection on the Morris, it's looking like a Holoroth pick. We got crazy amounts of Siphon for that first phase. Now, second phase, what's Bauda thinking? Or we're going with that traditional, the Zai Matari. I feel like that's more the traditional line on this map. But we are going to be getting another Monk Kurumi Takeda. And I feel like that comp will do. Any Monk composition does fine versus Zai. It's definitely a big advantage just because you take away all of Zai's pressure by having a Monk on the field. Now, technically, you could bob and weave. It looks like they're going to be switching off and switching to the Hottie zipping. Now, something surprising to me, though, sir, is that all these zippings playing against Zai's. Now, technically, because of hero points, you have very little wiggle room at 9 hero points. It's really tough to squeeze out all the comps you want on every single map, especially because of the 3 different phases, and especially because the maps are like pretty much randomized right now. I am happy though, sir. We got one more Monk Takeda, Kurumi. Give me one of them. I need to see an example of this comp at least versus Kylan. I'm curious how it wins.
Yeah, I hope Wolves gives us the necessary action, the sauce. And that's what the points he made. The 9 points is substantial. They're substantial in terms of understanding how much can we get away with which X characters that we choose. And that's where whenever I see a 1 point use, when it comes down towards a 1 point ban of a hero selection, like Kurumi has been, time and time again, and Zipping Ying, it's just putting down to pressure of, you understand you have 9 points total and you just knocked it down to 8. That means you have to be very careful about where you're going to want to select. Some teams don't even use all the hero points, none at all sometimes, where the teams just have that perfect opportunity in the past where they're just able to just select set comps they understand that are going to be available for them. And if not, they just, they work around with what they got. Now it's like more so we need to understand which comps going to work best in this map selection. The Wolves going to opt in here, have 1 hero point remaining, but they're taking that Tianhai, they're making it, going to hopefully make it work. I mean, I'm hoping to see it. Hottie, Ying comp with everyone, with the Hotties, with the Kylans and the Zipping Yings, just make things a little bit more that difficult if it ends up going in their favor due to just being surviving the pressure that comes out from Takeda's or even to the Tianhai. But regardless, gonna look at the abilities here. V2 option selection for Team BIWEEK for the Zipping Ying, and that's going to be coming through from their side. Looking at the across the board of the other abilities, nothing too drastic here, as we can see usual Kurumi ultimates, usual with the Zais and with the Zipping on the right side with JG's Kiki. Now looking towards into FPX, running V1 Temi. Option selecting over here for for everyone else to be just running the normality stake of F1V1 for WBG's HF to come through. Now the last round selection, or the last pool here, as we can see, looking through the abilities, I'm not seeing anything coming out here besides that V2 coming from 521 is unique, so that's going to work out in their favor, and that's just going to be the basis of it. We're not having any sort of funky F2, Takeda's coming back into Morris Isle. This is going to be where we end out to this round for round 5. And for the spawns coming out here, Raven, it's going to be a heck of an action for those early onset Fireflies.
Yeah, everyone's rolling up with the Fireflies timing attacks. Even though I like watching Firefly timing attacks, playing it is another story. I feel like the downside of failing on a Firefly timing attack, you kind of feel gross. I'm not gonna lie. It's like you had full ultimates and you rolled in and you somehow trolled. And it's kind of unsatisfying when you just face roll a team with just pure ultimate going through and you mash into them. Before, I used to think that the Firefly strategy was just so optimal and good, but now I see the downside of it. If you do fail, and we are seeing the classic, we were talking about this earlier, Surf, just GG in the north in their cave. That is their home. They're just 3 years, same spot.
Yeah, no one contests it either. I mean, we've seen some few, discrepancies of that, and did not work out. But Noble Cave spawn coming out here. FPX finding Takeda ultimate frame 1. Musket shot to the back of the head from Zhao's. Ow, what was that? Now they have weapons. Now June has a chance to try to engage, trying to save his teammate. F1 preemptive. In case of any blue focuses, there's going to be the F3 coming out here for the Kylan ultimate to be preempted. This is all Kylan needs. He just needs his ultimate, and he can just go to town. And this is going to be whether or not the sustain comes out from the crewman to keep this team alive. Zhao takes a little bit of damage. He's at 500 HP. Now June, he's going to go a little bit of the longer stead here, having Furin ready to go here for that last Furin strike. But look, Kylan's ready to go. ZDI has himself to keep the sustain. He eliminates 1. He's looking for elimination number 2. And this is where X1 probably taking this round to their own, even against all the odds. FPX still have some legs to kick out here, Raven.
Yeah. With LYD down on the zipping, no more sustains gonna be coming out. Nice job from Zhao Hu with the double charge, but ZDI is gonna get one of the parries to go through. He does have a sliver of health. Will Zhao be able to close this out, or will he get an armor reset? He pops out the window, and an army is gonna sweep him off his legs and take him down. FPX coming out with a nice little 3-piece off spawn Firefly location just above Celestra. One of the first Firefly locations, the classic, the OG. We used to only think Fireflies spawn here. Little did we know there are Fireflies everywhere. Now GG again. Nice, calm, cool, collected. They got all ultimates online, and this is what I was saying before, Surf. Everyone's wondering how they do it. What they don't do is they don't int. They don't take unnecessary risks. They just do what they know how to do super strong. If they don't get in a fight, no big deal. They don't force it because they know they're going to get kills as the game progresses.
Yeah, and then taking it into Ventai Temple as a loop pattern that no one's really looking towards, and that's an extra benefit in terms of that Ephemeros Firefly spawn. If anyone wants to take the fights, right, that's what they would be ready to settle in a fight where they can, sustain through the damage. They know they're going to be there first potentially, and if not, then they know not to go crazy into the cave unless they're ready to full invest. And that's an insurance clause that GG will want to make sure in doing so the right way with the right comp. Now Bauda over by Crow's Nest, another set of Fireflies over. Well, there's only one Firefly to come through here, but Bauda actually has to worry about BBE. Now they might have ran through Wan Shrine not too far away with a Firefly to be invested here. All the teams are looking to try to look between the two. If we're going to be the first one to initiate, and it looks like Roishi sees that chance, has F3 active, looking to get caught by the RMB. Will we see an ultimate cast to be procced out here immediately upon inspection?
Boy, he is going to pop ultimate. F1's going to come out from Fat Milk, reducing a lot of that damage initially. Now Bauda trying to coordinate land on Ivan, but the Matari's going to be able to go in and out. It's not going to be able to survive though. Bauda's peak able to track him down, hit him with the F2. Perry's going to be coming out, but will he be able to bring his team back from the deaths? Not Perry going to be coming out from a Fat Milk. The Burn's going to be coming down. Stagger's going to be coming out. Uran is going to pop the F3. Vorhi does get taken off his feet. The Stagger's coming out from you, and Uran is going to be able to lock him down and clean it up. BBE's Fat Milk left to his own devices. Can't do anything with the Zai and multiple dual Halbies just hitting you. Ugh. It's just such a bad feeling when you're just getting staggered over and over from these lighted X. Green focus, maybe? Question mark?
Green focus, let's go. Disengagement, let's go. We're back. We're so back. Quick match investment into the mode and bring the mechanic a little bit over. We'll see. Ya tu sabe. We got FPX though into the Immortal Temple. Zhao Hu has his purple longsword ready to go here. Now, Immortal Temple not too far away from those fights that have been occurring. They see Alliance. Zhao's actually trying to go ahead for the chase out here. Musket shots, invest, try to just create the aggression. They're pushing into the territory of the opponents here. They got all ultimates ready to go here to get it at V1 or V3 at level 1. Bell's been struck. No one else is in the vicinity from the map selection from what we were able to see. But Alliance is just, they force out, FPX just back off here. We have vision. We don't understand what they have in store for us. We don't have a real reason to take this fight yet. We still have Roman Yangs to look towards. Not what the comp is made for. Now Xiphon, same thing. They're made for the comp even more so. We've seen it from back and forth between both Xiphon and the Xiphon. Now, of course, as X1 retreats back towards that first fight they had against Team with the FPX fight, they still have a chance just going through certain grounds and seeing what's left alone. Maybe making their rotation towards Lake Yellowleaf. We'll have to see. JDG in a spot you'd rather not see in the history of them. It's the southeast region of Shadow Jade Mine, and they're just looking for some supplies, breaking some boxes, catching some money. And this is where the economy really works in their favor. I mean, they have 3 eliminations. They're nearly at 1,600 gold, 16,000 gold, I should say, Raven. This could be a way for them to purchase out, purple armor potentially.
Yeah. This is one of the objectives that you can do besides just taking a fight off spawn, is playing for money and setting up to grab that purple armor. Now, it's a little bit inconsistent, I'm not going to lie, when you're at the store and you're clicking. We've figured out that it's not really ping based. You can be mashing it as fast as you can. Sometimes the person with higher ping gets it. Sometimes the person with lower ping gets it. It's kind of RNG, but what isn't RNG is at least having enough money to actually get there. Now, this also brings in the factor that where you go to buy it does matter a lot, because there are a lot of teams that are looking to catch you off guard. If a Viper team sees you buying, you better bet that AC 130 is going to be dropping down from the top, the Viper Ning stun drop, or just using an F to silence you while you're at the store. I cannot express how many single times that when you get caught off guard looting or buying at the store and someone falls to a team just ambushing. And I remember at Worlds, I was getting flashbacks just because KLA was known for being one of those drop-down teams, and they had multiple ambush strategies that I had never seen before that were just crispy clean.
Yeah, the F2 sounds when you have a grouped up player base, just like a grouped up team at a shop, and a Viper F2 comes out of nowhere, and that 8-second silence ticks in. Man, there's no turning back from this one. It's like Terminator all over again, and things come out here where you hear the beats in the background and you hear the Tesla ultimate, and then it's all downhill from there. Now, for everything coming in, Romy Yang spawns here in 90 seconds. We have JDG approaching towards EWG, towards between Gamma Mine and the Sigma Mine. Now, of course, we saw JDG into the zone. We see the potential rotating towards that shop. JDG, Kiki, and Xing are really closing in through there, but over to the west, we see WGBG in fight 2-1. Now, over towards Golden Tortoise into where GG and Bowder are. They're right next to each other. They could be just taking this roaming. They could be poking back and forth. It's really up to whoever wants to take the instigation from the team of calling it out. Let's say it's rattle them, boys. But since we do have the Kadi Yin comp coming through here from GG, you have to be careful to understanding that they want to take roaming. The priority selection right now is taking that. And if we can see whether or not the Xiphon wants to take that fight, that's just the decision that Battle's gonna have to want to make.
Yeah. There's always like a kind of a catch-22 when you're considering going Yang, and when you see another team who's just super scaled, you're just like, wait a second. It looks like the counter comp, and you vibe check them, and they got the double purple armor, and we're just like, we got all blue armor, we got one Jade in the slot. Do we go in? And the answer is yes. We just go in anyway. And as long as you get in there with a blue armor, your opponent doesn't know how weak you are. So it's all about appearances, sir. Fake it till you make it. Get into Yang. You can still outplay your opponent if you have the blue armor. But if you're going in with white armor, that I feel like that's the line. We can't be going in with white armor. Now, all the blueberries, they jam in, and we are going to see GG's interpretation of this. I can't wait to see what they have in store versus Alliance. Is it going to be the slow hottie play where you cube up and you cancel, or is it going to be the fast play where you double ult? I'm imagining it's going to be the slow way.
Yeah. Yeah, Hottie Teleport coming out here. I was about to say he has a Sap Jade, and on standby to allow for that pair to happen. CGS deletes the armor off his opponent. Now it's going to be NY7 to look try to go for that Zai ultimate. Now jump R&B comes out. The rotation comes into fruition. Now CGS has a pocket tuna, so that healing over time working out. Oh my goodness. We're cooking out here. Ground unit teleport coming out from the Hottie to allow for an immediate Kylos to come out to the rubber band coming through, where Alliance was just not prepared for that immediate absolution of fights, but LXM is down. This is going to be a 2v3 coming out. CJS might be looking towards this. That's where the teleporter really comes into play, the positioning, but CJS is still not going to let this one down. We got to remember that this Zai ultimate is about to expend their time. The F3 comes out. We catch that. Keelan Guard is procced. CGS is going to get caught by the R&Bs. F1 invested, but he may just get caught by the F2. But that single F1 from 330 could turn this around. Look for the clink number one. Looking for the slap. Might be looking for a horizontal. He's going to release it. He's going to get caught almost by the R&Bs, and he's keeping that spacing. 330 finds his fight to win out against N7. Now the R&Bs come out. The parry comes through. Yuma looking to try to go against CGS. He catches it. The R&B gets no confirmation for this hit. The lethal jab contention comes out for the F2. It's a 1v1. 330 looking to try to go ahead for this. When the fist blades come out on top, GG get their victory through Romy Yang.
330 able to win out his fight. Another clutch play coming out from my man. And again, like I was saying, support with fists. Just free neutral win. It's really hard to lose with fists as long as you can breathe and you have hands. 330 with the purple fist doing a ton of work, able to clutch out that scenario for his team, but I wasn't worried. I knew 330 was always clutching that.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? That F1 was a wild hit. That F1 towards CGS was perfect. It was flawless. And then now that the GG team has Vermillions, one of their teammates have a Juggernaut to be on standby. They want to contest kills to give them to that teammate. They'll just stack up that percentage over time. Juggernaut will be built up to 16%, and then that's where the DPS comes out. And GG could have this round to be earned. They have 3 eliminations so far from that one Romy Yang fight. That's great. They have 9 eliminations to work up towards where Bauda is taking the kill leader position. We haven't taken a look at the chances seeing about how they end up in their Romy Yang victory, but it's Xiphon, and Xiphon versus X Comp could be something that we could see in the replays. Who knows? X1 though, rotating down south of the Crow's Nest. We have a position where Bauda are going to be approaching Crow's Nest, and this is going to be where X1 is in the distance. You can see it. Team Bauda has DG on the vicinity of this region as well. Both teams being Vermilion's wielders, and the gold katana being awarded for Yaron to wield into the stead, while Peak is getting caught by the crossfire.
That is Yaron coming in with the flank. They got 1 minute and 50 seconds on their Vermilion's bust, focusing down LXM. Big battle coming out from top 3 teams. Battles Yaron, tap dodge, fading out. The Hottie ult is going to be plays. X1 is going to be lurking in the bushes on the outside. Both of these teams investing almost all of their ultimates. So Yaron just holding on to this, though. They're looking to tank Hottie ult, actually. Bauda just full on tanking the Hottie ult, and then finally Matari is gonna match. Same thing with Zai. We're gonna get a nice F3 into the jungle, but CGS with the combo break able to fade out and get out of there, put him back into card crash. The slash all reliable on the Kylan, but now X1 might be activating. They've been watching this in the bush the entire time. At 330 is gonna be battling out with The Zai just kicking her in the face. Yu is going to be falling, and now Alliance is going to show up and kill Auda with practically no effort. Just have the Zai roll up. You don't have ults. Yeah, you're for sure getting whipped to death.
Yeah, and the EWG are arriving to the scene as a fourth party now. Roy Burst being revealed here from FPX as a fifth party coming to play. EWG finding the ultimate cast potentially for the F3, maybe looking for the Aurora Burst Part 2 from FPX. He's backing off. EWG, Liwei gonna have his chance of rotating around. We see elimination here against LXM. Fatmilk just died into the zone somewhere in the kill feed, but we see X1 arriving into the zone, into the vicinity of the east side of this region. Now, as EWG are just, seeing what's happening here, we're gonna see Jinx gonna be looking to try to go ahead and use his investment of Last Furin to try to lock someone down if he can, or just keep in protection in case any engagers, such as X1. Now, understanding this, two teams fought here for the Vermilion Birds might. They have a chance of coming back into the play. Bauda spawning in somewhere in the vicinity, probably even making their way to reposition towards Romy Yang. Otherwise, X1 looking to loot up these bodies. Alliance going to lose out one of the teammates here, and we're still going to have a chance for double teammates to stay alive for the games. NiHQ fighting elimination against Yusik, though, as JDG takes a little bit of pressure from his teams, and this is over by the Zest Winery. JDG's Kiki going to be trying to go ahead and contact for a kiting pattern here as is Zipping Ying, and Zipping Ying's going to be really tough to capture if they are allowed to get away from one target alone. NiHQ looking to try to go ahead and anticipate this, and this might be a chance of seeing whether or not Kiki can run this out as BBE approaches from the northwest here.
Yeah, NHQ trying to catch this zipping, but it's tricky coming out from Kiki, able to win out the Juju, but the no ult zone is going to be pressed. Now, tough part for them, BBE is going to be coming in with the vengeance. The F2 is going to be invested. Blisterin's going down. NHQ's trying to get onto the outside, gets the armor circle from the crew, be able to dodge his way out of there. Now, Iman's going to be falling. Fatmilk still in there with Roy Hehe looking to try to win this 2v3 situation. Unfortunately for them, the Karubi circle just feels like it lasts for ages. Roy Hehe gonna invest his F3 to use that movement and get out of this sticky situation. Will NHQ be able to hold him down though? Got the flash weapons, the dual Halbies, one of the hardest weapons to catch.
It's going to be NiHQ activating that combo breaker as NHQ might be, maybe, hopefully, yeah, reset. Yeah, because now we have another team. With BBE out here, Wolves is just trying to go through. WBG have arrived to the scene. They got full ultimates. They're ready to go here. They're ready to tassel. The reason they're here right now is because that Forbidden Steel is seen across the whole map like it's a geographical location, and everyone can see that across the vicinity as long as it's in the field of view. WBG have blue armors. It's really up to them if they want to take this into play. We have Romy Yang 2 to work off of, and this is where a point where most teams might be stacked, some may not be. Now for Wolves here, they have themselves 2 purple armors on standby. Fifth place for ZK has ultimate ready to go through. Zem's ultimate is down though as a result, and there are a lot of Fireflies around this vicinity that's in the zone. Whether or not the teams want to take the chances of fighting out here, we do see GG, no fear attached. They have the necessary gear for this. Got gold fist plates. CJS is going to be wielding that one down. I'm not sure how many stacks he has of the Juggernaut on play. 20 seconds until Romy Yang is given out here. We don't know how soon they entered it, if it was a frame 1 entrance or they just waited a couple of seconds, but that's going to be the changed case scenario. WBG want to contest this level 3 Juggernaut. That's a hefty amount of price to pay here as the attack is being passively consumed. And not to boot, he also has that Sap Jade. So Raven, between WBG and GG, let's take a look and see what's going to happen next.
Well, both of them have G's in their name. GG definitely on the god tier side though. WBG has always gone realm of Yang. Even if they lose, they've had a decent win percentage over the years, but it's pretty hard to beat old armor Kylan in this situation. Well, it's gonna be an investment by LXM, gonna be able to put the cube down. Is he gonna cancel or is he gonna maintain the damage? It looks like he's gonna stay in there, stay active, go for an active kill. Axiom's gonna get juggled slightly and then full deleted. Now Jin Goman in with the flank with the dual Halbies, but he is gonna get smacked down by the Hadi, and GG puts WBG in the worst position possible, literally against the wall, like this is Tekken or something, or a traditional fighting game. He's just juggling him into the wall, beating him into the pulp that he is. You almost never want to be against the wall because of situations like that. And GG still, they're automatic. They have they went 0 kills off spawn to 9 in mid game.
Yeah, the wake up on DP action coming through, and also on top of that, he's got Mortal Defiance. So if they're unkillable, they're definitely unkillable to this point. Now coming through, EWG, they find an elimination off against XO, X1's XLY. BBE showing up to the vicinity here onto the southern edge, but it looks like they're trying to go ahead and clean up through for the loot patterns here. We got White Tiger's Prowess picked up from ZK. Alliance is looking to get that rebirth charm as they did lose one of their teammates and trying to pick him back up now, of course. As double Mystic Mites are picked up here. It's kind of rare seeing the Mystic Mites. No Draco Storms this time around. The vision is more important here, it seems like, compared to other rounds. We saw that last round or into round 3, we saw the Draco Storms being double picks into Realm Yang 2, but now Mystic Mite just to capture vision through Morris Knight.
Yeah, Mystic Mite allows you to really fight select perfectly instead of guessing where people are, especially with how sneaky teams are. They can close the distance on you in the second that you feel like you've weathered the storm. You have this team against the ropes. Little did you know that a team was watching you the whole time, looking at you as a snack, and they come up and they just immediately double ult you when you have one ult left. It's pretty brutal to win from. And this is pretty brutal for Alliance Revenge. BB is going to spot them and immediately, with blistering, threatening everything you don't want to see, as zipping, they're going to jump on top of a double jump parry is going to be coming out. They have to be careful to die. That would be outrageous if Alliance Revenge was able to finish them off.
That'd be crazy. He was releasing all those 2.0 horizontals with the fist plays and just going for spam on the purples. But now it's going to be a zone point for them. They have one teammate left alive. And nope, they are all gone. Never mind. I rescind my statement. Now, GG. Approaching outside of the Sunveil dwelling, finding some pairs here, proccing the tuna. They've been rotating this tuna between all the teammates, which is very strong. And it's going to give them enough opportunity just having that passive region of 15 armor per tick, the duration that it lasts, and just keeping that chance, just keeping the sustain for the team alive. Plus, it does stack. Well, let me rephrase that. It does allow for Zipping's healing to keep a congruent format of just having as much armor as much as possible at all times. Now, FPX, Sunwing's Rest, chasing out Wolves. Bounty Scroll is going to be placed onto Wolves as a chase opportunity comes out from June, and this is a Wolves with the White Tiger's Prowess. If they decide to want to take an investment of killing off one of these players, the White Tiger's Prowess could come into play, but they don't really want to. This is a Siphon team. This is a Siphon comp. And if Wolves wants to use that Vajra in full contention, they're going to hold off as long as they can, because now there's 3 minutes on the clock. FPX has to look towards another fight for themselves in terms of averting that Realm Yang depletion.
Yeah, Yang depletion on Siphon. I feel like it's pretty easy to cure Yang depletion on Siphon, just because you do have Takeda and you do have the powerful Temi who's able to just snare whatever competitor. Now, the hard part is getting 3 soul blooms, because usually you have to blow through a lot of your offensive cooldowns to trap someone. You don't really get to play the long con game, but I mean, longer downtime on the Yang depletion, so you can take your time and take the fight that you want. FPX versus KLA, 2 of the top 5 teams going at it. Kurumi ult's going to be invested. FPX still has a Kurumi ult right now. They're delaying it till the last second. Junk's coming in with the Takeda ult now, shoving people off of his teammates. Get off my Kurumi. Junk's looking for the Sacker. He knows he wants that Aurora Blast. Now, DXZ on the outside. Nice job from him with the drop down, catching Junks off tempo. And now becoming emboldened. KLL's QGG. We have you guys against the ropes. Unfortunately for them, they're going to get that full reset. And again, just because you find a team doesn't mean you're not going to get third party. We had all of BBE and BBE in one tree ready to pounce for this scenario.
Yeah, now Temi Ultimate's going to come out here, try to hold the ground as the Aurora Bursts are being spammed. FPX has 70 seconds on the dock. Now, Junex is just keep the rotation. This is double gold Hong Sword on Team FPX right now, and they have the most still in the hands of their own. BBE looking to try to keep the ground units to see if anyone's trying to back off here, are going to hit that body up and see what's left behind for it. June's going to be looking to try to go ahead. Sneaky to maybe looking for a scare rush away and towards, who knows, Bell shot to try to get vision on any opponents across this vicinity. Junex having F1 up in the second. Bad Milk could be his potential last strike for the grapple, and this team is now not the last ones in Sunwings. We have 521 approaching to the vicinity. Nbpl still looking to the northeast. This is going to be difficult for FPX. They have around 30 seconds to make this work. They have F1 now out here for Junex. Takeda, Bendo, F2 thrust coming from Atari. Just gets him out there in the vicinity in less than a couple of seconds.
And the full charge F2 just creates so much distance, and with this verticality of trees, we out of there. And now Junk's close to his own 61%. Feels close, but it's a little bit of time. I'm surprised they actually go in on, I believe this is 5-2 right now. No ultimates is tough. For me, it's going to be invested though. Able to keep them healthy and throw more focus attacks to the point where he'll have it. But there's multiple teams right now. We got BBE and 521 smacking at each other. 521 is going to be gifted though the res and soul for his teammate. Will they choose to engage this same team again? That would be trippy. It's like, wait, didn't I just kill you? How am I fighting you again?
Yeah, and especially considering that these teams, with KLA having World Burst as well, BBE were able to loot up the bodies of FPX back there. So now it's really up to seeing who's got what in their pockets, because the multiple World Bursts on the field right now in the field of play, it's gonna be difficult, because you understand that there's a lot of also gold weapons to be in rotation. Now, Jade selection's coming through here. GG still working their way through with that Mortal Defiance. CGS still hasn't procced. They haven't taken any fights just yet, but they do have a martial art will form hook on LXM, as it can be in control for anyone that in the field. I mean, listen, he's got gold pole sword. He keeps that. I wouldn't be against him holding on to just releasing the blue focuses there. But level 5 Juggernaut has been awarded to CGS. He is working through for that Jade, and it's gonna keep his sustain for mitigation and health alone to work through for his build. Now, if you guys don't know, right, we know that V2 consumes HP, but that doesn't mean it's a set rate. It is our percentage. It is a set rate of HP loss, which means you can build HP Jades and have another slash to be able to burn through. And that's where it can come out, where if he's able to find an attack passively through another Jade, then that's exactly what works in best for that build into this game.
That's interesting that you brought up the health Jade part. Tryhard was actually telling me, he's like, I run 2 health Jades and 4 plus attack, essentially. His full glass cannon when he plays the Kylan. Now, EWG gonna be sitting in the 80% Moonbane. You know, first time I saw this Moonbane serve, I thought it was like an eyeball, but I was like, no one's gonna like the eyeball thing. I mean, it does take up 80% of the actual zone, and it was very jarring the first time we experienced this. So it was just like, what is this? Forces everyone to the edge. But it does make an interesting play that you can gamble going through the center when you're getting lobbied and just flipping it. Like, you will for sure get to the other side. Hopefully there's not another team on the other side that sees you doing it, but the other team most likely will not want to pursue you as you go through the Moonbane. At first I didn't like it, but now I don't mind it that much. I see the point of it. From a viewer standpoint, without this 80% Moonbane, it used to be that everyone just was sitting on a roof holding blue. And that's not really as interesting as this. Seeing the Moonbane go down, seeing some of the Hail Mary plays that people going through, or some of the grief where if you were silly enough to try to hold a position inside the Moonbane, how wrong you are to do that.
Yeah, and you know, another thing too coming through into that Moonbane is if the Spirit Wheel is an inside said Moonbane, then you really can't do anything about that. But considering right now, these teams that GG is taking full cold armor in possession, and they have this roaming or the Spirit Wheel to be available. WBG option selection here off into the treetops. They're gonna have blue nunnies. I saw that because he has Dragon War. I saw the charge up, and now it's up to GG to not get pushed down by EWG. I see EWG. Hold your position, stop. This is White Tiger's prowess. This is GG. They got gold scaling ultimates. They got gold scaling everything. And now it's going to be given towards them. They're just hiding around here because they just want to make sure they're biding as much time as possible before the circle starts to close in. I love this strat. I love it, just waiting for it. You know, it's like bacon and eggs. You know, I just like eating that coming through here in the morning, because these guys are just waiting for the afternoon. And when it's time to go into that afternoon rush and just go ballistic, they allow for themselves to come through into this game. They got Dreadful Will now. 3-3-0. I can't. It's going to be a lot of action coming here with the Roared Burst, White Tiger's prowess, and an unkillable Kylan on the field of play. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just you see the min-maxing. They're so conservative, but they're so smart, aggressive. They do everything possible to leverage the macro aspect of the game to put themselves in the best position to win. And how do you beat this? Triple gold armor. Now, I've still seen teams who are fully scaled in these situations lose this just because in these situations, there's a lot of mushrooms on the ground. Is there a Viper team? There are no Viper teams alive, so it's going to come down to pure positional control. This is where I think GGs are just absolute maestros. They conduct the ending lobby like everyone else is a side character in their main story, that they keep enough pressure on them that it looks exciting, but they end up always prevailing over everyone trying to stop them and use these abilities, delaying this to the very end. They are going to take the gold armor, but like I was saying before, Serv, with the mushrooms being everywhere, I feel like the Kurumi teams have an advantage, and it looks like GG is going to go up there, invest their Kylan ult. Remember, they were able to drop back all 3 ults and keep that ult again as soon as they come out with the Tiger buff. So 18 people alive. We're getting a nice little stacker again because of the verticality. I'm curious to see and hope that GG finds a way to win this scenario, because pure verticality like this, it is very hard to control this situation. Heal off is going to be coming into question here. So who is end up going to take this? I'm moving for GG. Let's see if Kylan can really perform like you were saying with those 4 seconds of immunity at the end. Is Kylan one of the meta picks to win heal off now?
Yo, Monk is in that statement, man, because things that come out here, one thing that is a factor with height is knockback. If he's able to find a swing off of any of these targets on top of the treetops and launches them to the zone, they are going for a very long trip. Now comes into CGS on ground level duty. Flameburger being brought out to the ground floor. It's like the floor is lava because there's a lot of shrooms here. And like you said, it can be the one single out factor that can eliminate a person from the field of play. Kurumi circle coming out from EWG as pelt shots coming in from 521. And as the pressure comes out, the BB's Ivan locked to the zone. Lue is going to be going in the Zio turn, just locking out omnidirectional attacks, but QGG wants to drop this one down here. The staggers from the RMBs from the staff comes out. The F3 from Lue to disengage completely and get it to high ground. He almost glides back into the zone. He goes right back into the circle. You got a minute left on the clock here as CGS on the ground level has Kurumi and enemy ultimate to come out here from 521. Gets caught by a parry, finds a double hit, gets that sap ability to come out to play, and now the ultimate to knock him to the zone to keep him locked in bay, puts in the works. But CGS has a little bit of issues here. There's going to be the Temi circle to be a little bit of a congruent problem for him. If he can't get himself to knock enemies in the zone, he's going to be locked into the Temi circle where enough pressure comes from the enemy combatants to this final 50 seconds into the match even.
CGS getting a little bit of over. They got the flamethrower going off. Oh my goodness, so many people on this top platform. We got BBE hanging out at the bottom. KLA's trying to sit on the top. But
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
The amount
Wait a
of
second.
damage that just came out. I've never seen that before.
Yo!
The whole lobby was just he skadooshed the lobby. He snapped his fingers and everyone was dead. I've never seen that before. There was 18 people alive, and then there was none.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, we can't be giving away Tiger Buff anymore.
Yo, we can't contest it. Don't even allow it.
Yeah, they gotta go down, because then they have to be everyone's enemy. They literally, the whole lobby just died.
Bro, even it's like, bro, what happened?
Yeah,
bro, weren't you just rocking tuna 5 seconons ago? And he's like, yeah, I was rocking tuna 5 seconds ago. Dies.
What?
Yo, 13 eliminations from that one White Tigers proc. Dude, 13 from that single proc, bro.
I want to see how many kills total. That is easily the most outrageous thing I've seen so far. That single-handedly might get that buff nerfed.
Dude,
put like an internal cooldown on that.
Yo. I just saw the echo chamber and I was like, wait a second, they're all missing. Ding, 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 ding. It's like I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my marbles. You know, no pun intended. I need to see the replay.
I'm blown away. All the time this buff has been out, and this has never happened before. Not on that scale, where literally it's literally just like a snap, and then everyone's gone. Like he just Thanos the lobby. It was just GG was just like, you know what? We're done playing this lobby. We always win this, and they just snap. Let's just skip it, and just everyone dies. You see how flabbergasted everyone's just like, what? That's a thing. It is a thing now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I got questions of how is that a thing? We got questions for you for the summer split random gifts. Who won game 5 today? Was it A, CDGG, B, Bowda, C, CD Wolves, or D, KLA? Or was it White Tiger Buff?
You know who's the catalyst for all of that? I think it was one of the Fight 2-1 guys. I think Yin was the first one to get knocked, and then everything happened. Or the answer. I can't get the answer. But I still can't believe that happened. I need to see the scores when the scores come up because I need to know. Because last I saw was 10 eliminations that GG had, and that was before White Tiger's prowess was picked up. And I'm still kind of distraught because considering that it does stack, right? When those strikes happen, the reverberation happens. 20% of your HP gets lost, right? 20% HP loss each strike that happens. And it stacks up. If you get like 3 players next to each other, because we saw KLA was on top of the treehouse trying to keep their position. They're all grouped up. When the moment that at least 2 of their teammates come through, and it's like, all right, we just lost 60% of HP. And then the other teammates, not even their teammates, their enemies, their opponents, they're above ground, and they get struck by it. Then if it's just within range, then their teammates get hit. And then it's just a chain reaction. It's like an earthquake, pull out the Richter scale, left to right, and then everyone just got deleted in the span of like 5 seconds. Not even 5 seconds, like 5 milliseconds.
I mean, I think what ended up happening that's never happened before is that GG was able to stall out grabbing it for so long since it was close to like the center of the zone on the slow side. So they literally stalled to the very last second. And because there's like no way you can be out of range of it, everyone was in range of it. Everyone was trying to survive getting chipped down. And then one person went down. It was just a domino effect. It was just like, and it just, I've never seen that before, that everyone just instantly just got Thanos and just like, we're all just Ash now. And just, let's go to game 6. I got to see a replay of this. That's easily one of the craziest things I've seen in trios so far out of 3 years of playing NARAKA.
That's tough.
Outrageous.
You don't have it, if you don't have HP, it's kind of funny too, because if the damage that comes out of your HP bar, if it stacks with your HP, like how it does, right, with your HP Jades. I mean, 480 HP gained from Jades alone stacks on top of that could just delete someone who doesn't have HP Jades next to you.
Yeah, we gotta see the scoreboards.
Wow.
Oh my god. 25 kills. They were at like 10, or like just boom. All the kills belong to us. Oh my god. What?
Yeah, we didn't even have M circle, but that was M circle. That was it. It was, all right. Good night. 25 eliminations, 5 points from kill multiplier, 4 for ranking points, 34 points for GG. Bowda takes second was 9.5, 9 for FPX, 8.5 for Wolves, EWG for 8, 7.5 for BBE, KLA for 5.5, 5 for 521, Alliance for 4.5, as well as WBG and JDG1 as well, with the last remaining team. And now 15 eliminations granted to LXM from that one strike alone. 28,000 damage, and it's gonna be MVP for him for sure. 15 kills like off of a hottie alone from that strike just does work. And now it's gonna be where we see CGS with the 5 eliminations, so 20k damage, having the force to be reckoned with, just like with 330, putting in the work for the damage to be held, for the sustain to be happening. Sustainings are going to be coming through here. Now 18 has 521 struggle busing here for the first day. They still have day 2 to work through for day 3, I should say, for playing. 19.5 in 18 so far today. WBG first day of playing 29.5 in 16th, 15th with Alliances 33.5. Now AC and SS1, the former J team to come through. They still have day 3 to work for and playing against Alliance and WBG as well. So it should be a really good instance of seeing between them as well as with TE, who's already been played, who already played the first day, to awaiting the reigns next week. But KLA, BBE, 43.5 each tied, gatekeepers of the top. And now they're going to be coming through here up against with Wolves is 49.6 in 9th place. Double Day Gamers coming through from EWG at 7th place overall, 65 points to be awarded into the middle 6. And now if we go into the top 6, we're going to see a huge discrepancy coming out here, folks. X1 has their second day playing at 74, 78.5 for FPX. Bauda here at 91.5, 106.9 for JDG. But for today, GG earned the first in the league so far this season, 100-point threshold in 1 day earned, 155.5 total. Crazy stuff. I was thinking to myself when we saw day 1, I was like, okay, I'm looking at the average of scores. You know, trying to catch 100 points is going to be a little bit tougher than what it was in the past.
Yeah, then all 100 points has been done before, but with the new current rule set, only a team who's getting first consistently could possibly do it again. And GG just... I was like, show me something new. I was like, just skadoosh. That was just like, what? I'm still blown away. That's easily one of the coolest things that I've seen so far. Born for Gaming. That's gonna earn GG their play of the day. Now they're zipping. We're getting 3-3-0. This was a crazy clutch up from 3-3-0. Has the fists up. Tab dodge into the bait. He's gonna be parried. We're not flanking here today. Immediately running into the Kurumi, looking for the stabilize. His teammates down to 1 HP. He does get parried right here. Nice presence of mind from CGS to fade away and back off. He is gonna fall though because of the F2. But immediately 3-3-0, just half charge. LMBs claims it. Now onto the second fight. Dipping with these fists, absolutely enabled. You're gonna see the Matari go for the dash attack, be able to dash to the side, hit those armies. This is pre-nerf R&B. We got these spin kicks, breaking people's backs, hitting them in the cheeks, hitting them in the face, just absolutely deleting people with this double charge over and over and over. Completely outrageous the amount of damage coming out. He might as well just be a DPS on his zipping. Everyone's ignoring him. He's just putting it into his back. Now we're gonna get the replay. I want to see this. When did this exactly? We got 18 people alive with the dreadful whale going down. Kurumi's down to 1 HP. How many else gonna be coming out? Overhold's gonna come out with the LB. F1's gonna be out. We're icing it off in the center. Dreadful whale keeping everyone alive on the outside. Remember CGS flying around, and we're flamethrowing on the end. Poison Splash is gonna be going in. They're keeping this team in the zone. They get 2 kills, they get 3 kills, and then the whole lobby gets Thanos. Oh my god, everyone's blown away. Everyone's just sitting there just like, what? And we're giving a standing ovation of just how outrageous that was. Hey, they single-handedly probably just got White Tiger above nerf with that situation right there. That was insane.
I was about to say, I mean, that's a 1-case instance. Like, all right, maybe we should look at this buff a little bit longer. Because they cooked a full course meal off of the 13 eliminations from that one buff alone. Now, Wind Spout in the hands of LXM. 15 kill eliminations earned into this game, y'all. 28k damage without weapon was because of the buff. Most likely, I'd see 12k damage because of that. I would not be against that. That's what we saw. That's what we witnessed. Martial art will form hook coming out from LXM as he cheered himself on. That yell of just like, let's go, off into the end. And this team, someone in chat is saying this is the world record for most amount of kills per second. I mean, shoosh, like, when you do that amount of damage with no weapon, I mean, anything's possible, right?
I'm still just so blown away at what I just watched. That's absolutely insane. I mean, they're playing it very surgically. The flamethrowers coming in, they're calling out the target that X people are low. They got hit by the mushroom, so Kylan's pressuring him into the zone, and you can just see the chain reaction proc of just like the first 2 go down, and it's just like boom, 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 boom. And they're just like, what? Everyone dies. And what's hilarious is that GG starts just screaming. And it's just like, wow, dude. Everyone else clapping, just being applauding, just like, what did we just watch? Is that really what we're doing here? But it's crazy to me, Serb, too, that this buff has been around. And this scenario has not happened yet. I really think it was a very unique situation inside Sunwing that the poison mushroom was there, and you were able to eliminate an entire team really, really quickly so that you could get that amount of damage that everyone just gets skadooshed. Everyone just gets deleted instantly.
And it's direct HP damage, right? Even if you have armor on standby and zone ticks going off, you just lose your straight HP. The 2 forces combined with flame. with poison combined, it just like says, you know, Thanos style, everyone's done. Now, just like how everyone's done with game 5, we are going to take a short break before we enter game 6, where we answer Midoriya back again for the midnight time. Be right back, folks. We'll be right back.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more NARAKA Pro League trios. We just saw the most outrageous thing I have ever seen ever. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the great Servio. I'm still just so blown away that we watched the first skadoosh, the first Thanos moment inside NARAKA, where GG, they're doing what they normally do. They're dominating endgame. They're playing in circles. They have the flamethrower. They get the 2 kills, but because they delayed the white tiger puff, because the team they were fighting had poison mushroom, the team died so quickly that the rest of the lobby instantly got exploded with those 3 kills. That flat damage, AoE health, direct damage to the health, just deleted everyone, and the whole arena just went quiet, and all the competitors were like, wait a second, that's a thing? It's just what blows me away, sir, is that this buff has been around for a while. We've had plenty of end games, and this has never happened before.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping we get to see this in game 6 again. I guarantee, sir, that everyone is not gonna let that situation happen again, or they're gonna be trying to do it themselves, because at the end of the day, you're actually playing to lose if you let this white tiger buff team actually live, because they can potentially just delete the whole lobby, including your team. So I imagine white tiger buff is a killed on site situation now.
Yo, you know what? You saw that? You saw the clip? It was crazy. The thing that happened too was in round 2 Holoroth. There, I think the buff was White Tigers, and all the teams contested it. They didn't want no one to pick up said buff. They made sure that Spear Well was denied, the Forbidden Seal and everything. We saw that in the contesting site is in motion for a lot of these teams where they see it. But one thing that leads to another is that it's also, Prage, RNGesus, where you're playing against between Mystic Might and White Tiger's Prowess. If the teams themselves see towards a White Tiger's Prowess, it's on site. Everyone wants to try to deny it. They want to try to force out an engagement against teams that are standing in it. The Spear Well Shield Wall for the range shots is limited time only, where we're at a certain point in time, range shots could just happen, and then we could just have a full onslaught of range cannon shots, bow shots, musket shots, pistol shots, everything of the nature to just drop right through. And that's where it would allow teams that are still standing in there, if they aren't geared to their maximum potential, gold armors, gold everything. That's what GG had. They had everything to the pickings. All the teams were on the top of the tree houses, on top of the skull, on top of the bones, you say, the rib cage of Sunwing, and just picking around the edges. But once the team was on the ground with 5-2-1 there, the circumstances just couldn't have been better, and everyone was grouped up for the final reverberation eliminations. But we are entering game 6 Midoriya. Round selection picks here, Raven. What are we hoping to see?
Midoriya, I wanted to see more Monk play, but I'm curious to see whether or not the lobby acknowledges that the hottie comms ended up having a ton of success. I know that Siphon still does really, really well, because there's always this relationship between Temmie and hottie going at it. Plus, if you want to play slow, it's a really, really great comp. We are seeing one of the Takeda Monks coming out, and we do see Siphon coming out from WBG and Bauda. I'm curious to see what EBE is going to choose. They've always gone against the grain, so I imagine they might cook something out. I'm hoping to see some weirdo new comps. It's crazy to me that going back to Yodo Viper is actually considered a weird comp, actually. Definitely. I've seen it once in recent. It was tried out, didn't perform as well. So I'm curious to see the rationale of why it might work this time. Now we are seeing EWG is running the Zai Temmie zipping instead. This is something that BWG EU runs, and I was curious to see how it would actually perform at the highest level, to see what counter compositions, what problems they might run into, especially in the mirror matchup, Takeda versus Zai. On paper, Zai definitely hits the power spike a little bit earlier, so she's easier to scale for the team. Takeda takes a lot of investment. Everyone has to have weapon bags opened up. Everyone has to have the weapons as well. So I guess we got my answer. Yodo Viper, it's going to be interesting whether or not the old school Attack on Titan works. And then the weird Kylan variation. I'm curious to see how that matches up versus everyone else. Hopefully EWG doesn't just play third party. I want to see them go into Yang and see how it plays out in an isolated fight. Multi-way, it's always going to do well, I think.
Yeah. And the thing too is that beginning spawns in Predoria operate differently than most of the other maps, besides taking loop patterns. The objectives, more importantly, the objective being in Arcadia with the Vulpine's Essence Red Jade for recognition of what I'm talking about, where the team can get Immortal Defiance on any of their teammates of 1,000 heal back when loss of HP, no burn aside, no weaken heal aside. And then on top of that, 40% mitigation for 5 seconds. Teams will, and explosive armor effect, did I include that into that description? That Jade alone could keep someone alive. We saw it get burned in the first Predoria map pretty easily. Inside Roma Yang, that thing got burned out quickly. It gets a Xiphon comp because, like I said, when the burn applies, that's 50% healing reduction. That also means healing comeback from like a Immortal Defiance, or it's a Immortal Defiance with 1,000 health now goes down to 500. So for everyone trying to work towards objective getting there, Heaven's Rise is a close position for loots as a position for gold. And then they can rotate down towards the Spring Enclave and then make their way down towards Acadia. Who knows? Skill selection. F2V1 for Alliances needs NY7. And looking across the board, nothing too difficult or too different from our vicinity. Bout is still rocking Veron with the V3 Temi. Now locking into the second selection here, I am not seeing anything too different. V2 for the Temi off of Sleepwalker from WBG, and with it, we're gonna have the same old for the F1s and the V1s. Now I think BBE rocking F2V1, great. F3 for the Yodo, even better, because these are all going to be trying to lock into being negating damage. But the problem is, and this is why we don't see her as often for Yodo Hime, is that when you're in the role against Karumis and Yodo Hime is out, you can't lock down that Karumi F3 to be enabled. There's not going to be a lot of opportunity for damage to come out here. Plus, they can just keep tap dodge rolling as long as Fatbook isn't able to commit towards staggering, or even for Ivan in that case scenario. But more so importantly, if we can see Ivan get that stun, this would be a huge position here. Padoria, map locations, Skygaze Cove, Imperium, Azoth Peak. These are all different places into the vicinity of sustain out for loot, as well as just trying to keep yourselves, rotating around the loot pattern between there to down towards when we saw wolves hit into the bird cages. But more importantly, I always like to call it the skill gap area. Twilight's Pass. What's your thoughts on Twilight's Pass, dog?
Twilight's Pass, the jellyfish area?
Yep. All the jellyfish.
I just knew what you were talking about. It's like, I absolutely loathe that area. I mean, there's 2 infinite hiding spots, so in tournament it's not super bad, but if you get put into the end game with the jellyfish, it's almost like you're in a horror game, because the jellyfish does more damage than even the mushrooms, and they float in midair, plus you're stuck in a cave. It's just it's a horrible situation to be in. But going into the last game, Serve, really surprised everyone's interpretation of like the compositions, especially with the Viper. I don't see how Yodo is actually going to work in this situation, because you brought up the tap dodge roll, and people just don't understand how strong the new glyphs allow you to just like tap dodge roll for free. You basically have wave roll at all times, and you as long as, if you ever chase an Xbox player who's just tap dodge rolling away, you actually cannot hit them. And most PC players don't even attempt to do it. There's like a very certain timing to it, but Yodo already had a hard time hitting someone, even though they've given a lot of delay for it. I know for a fact that even with Kylan's ultimate, you're still able to tap dodge roll a ton of it. So I'm really curious to see if Yodo is the answer. I'm hoping they have something cooking, because BBE's execution is super good. So they might have some type of silent sequence that's old school versus a lot of the compositions that just instant dead one of you. So I don't want to be quick to judge. Just maybe they got something cooking. So I'm hoping to see some new tactics. Remember, like, it's a new meta, new Jades. A lot of things are different. So maybe the damage threshold is there. It's just Karumi now running around with Mataris. You got the double F3 on deck sometimes. It's just armor circle's pretty hard to burst through. Is it possible? Maybe.
I mean, the other comp they have to worry about is Kata Yin. If Hadi sets a teleporter, that's it. GG's Ryoto, right? They could just back off and then take the distance away from it. Now, Ryoto does have rage retention as a base strike, each strike costing 20%, but the initiation of the ult is 60, so she sees everyone in teleport. It's really up to that enemy team with the Hadi incomp to just time out the teleport to invest all her rage if they need it as a last resort to back off. And then there's nothing that can really be done, you know, for her by using set slashes on offensive pressure. The only problem is, let's say one of the teammates out of BBE locks down a single teammate. Well, let's say it's not zipping and she's in the back lane and she's not silenced. Then things can currently come out where the F1 comes out to keep the mitigation going alive, keeping the heal over time. And if she needs to proc ult for the V1 to have even more healing on top of that, there's no F3 from the Viper to deny that. Now, silence from the Viper is one thing against someone who's being locked down. But then the next thing is next. Whether or not we want to go up against Akari Yin comp with the V1 Viper, no one's going to matter if they get silenced. If the Hadi is not the one silenced, he can just text the teleporter for the team to get them out. The next thing is Xiphon. Man, I'm thinking about Xiphon about this whole time because F3 from Zai isn't going to have any sort of issues. She doesn't get staggered by the slashes in her F3 state. She can just back away and back off. And the same thing can be said about with Mataris. If they get caught by the teammates, she can hold F to go for thrust and back off again. There's a lot of disengaged type characters in the current flow of things, and Kylan especially Kylan. If he does get locked down to the point of where he loses all his HP, if he's an ultimate, he's going to have Killing Guard for that 4-second duration where he's not taking any damage, no pressure whatsoever. And he's invulnerable for that time, unless he gets locked down post of that. Who knows? Yodohime, man, that's what I'm saying. I told you right before the first round, I'm like, man, I'm cooking, see if they try to go ahead and having a new Yodohime skill selection description, hopefully something new in the nature.
Yeah. Yes. We'll see, Serve. I mean, if I was a betting man, last time I saw this executed, it didn't really work out. So maybe they're looking to like counter comp the one monk team. Like that would actually be hilarious to me. Like they find the one Titan, because Yodo definitely can beat up Takeda, and the only reason Xiphon doesn't lose to Yodo is that Temi will always break up the burst.
Yep, another person.
So. We shall see if they know something we don't. I know that, I mean, Yodo F3 has always been one of the most oppressive F3s in the game. It gives you a ton of advantage when you are fighting. But other than that, like besides the off spawn, I don't see. I was maybe thinking like maybe if Wu Chen isn't teleport, maybe they hit us with the V2. He's coming in with the daggers. They hit him with the mix. But even then, it's pretty all in.
Yeah.
So
disengaging from them side. If Fat Milk doesn't have V1, then any other team could have field day for them for just half the cost of the investment.
Might be. I could see a world that it's sort of viable just because you still have some durability from the F1 in endgame. And you would just like technically comps are running around and you don't have teleport. So there's nothing that says that the Attack on Titan comp has to have teleport. We're going to see GG landing over by the mushrooms and everything. We're seeing some crazy split drop shenanigans coming out from GG. Money Spot's going to be going to Bauda and JV. No surprises here. These guys love scaling up, especially when you got the Takeda. All these spots are going to give you tons of money at the end of the day, and it looks like JDG is going to be forced out from Bauda, but X1 is going to be rolling in for that scouting third party.
Yeah, and now X1 has an opportunity of just trying to pick up any sort of recipient, extra gold earned. There's no shop nearby, so they can't buy anything outright, straight up. XOY wants to take the back line. He's looking towards peak, making sure the U is on standby. They will regroup, but XOY still has F1, so no blue focuses come out. But you see those pulse sword scare rushes coming out here. It's like we're watching solos all over again. Now XOY looks to try to go ahead for this Takeda Furin, and instead doesn't have ultimate himself. He finds him here against Peak, but he goes towards you. Now the RMBs are being released back and forth. One jump LMB is all it's needed to kill off XOY, and there it is. You finds that downward spiral. That's going to be eliminations 3 up until now 6. You trying to keep this going through. Parry as EDI could turn the fight around. The whole check of Destiny, but the Kurumi ultimate denied the sustain loss, and now no energy. Once that Temi was hit, that's where the Kurumi ultimate decides to become a Temi ult zone, pretty much for the energy loss. 6 eliminations. 27,000 gold. Bauda has his early game advantage to the utmost extreme, and they're not even halfway through hitting all of these pots, my friends.
Looking at GG's points is outrageous. Just 155 compared to some teams with like 33, WBG with 32. I just was looking at Mount Everest of points at the top. GG is just absolutely outrageous that they have so many points. 13 kills in 1 second. That's gonna be. I don't know if that record will ever be achieved again. So like they hit the NARAKA world record. 13 kills in 1 second. That's absolutely outrageous. Looks like KLA is gonna be playing for the Red Jade. That nice multiple defiance. Still think it's one of the best locations over here. But GG with the low risk, setting up for that first Yang, doing what they do, getting to that first Yang and with as much loot as possible. Usually max melee resistance. Usually get lucky enough to find 1 purple armor, but chilling at the top. Is Alliance gonna really see if they can timing? We're gonna get 5-2-1 versus WBG on the springs. This is one of my favorite areas too of the map. Just really cool to fight on. Very contrast to the rest of the map.
Yeah, you know, Spring Enclave having its own setup, like special mechanic of healing over time, is also really close towards Moongate's Terrace, which has a lot of Fireflies in too. For the rotation, great spot. Jingdo takes himself into full stun here as it comes out. Takeda Fury in the deny Cloud from being able to eliminate him, but Jing has Kurumi Circle, still not enough. Yin finds the R&B of Destiny, gets the elimination. It's going to be a 2v2, if I'm not mistaken, coming through here. WBG in a, actually 2v3, I should say. A-Shot trying to keep himself going through. Temi Circle coming out to play. This keeps WBG in the fight. Polchek almost potential jump LMB, jump parry into the Temi wall. A little bit dangerous there. But Takeda down means that 5-2-1 don't have much of an issue. A-Shot backlining, just trying to get himself out there. Moonbane drop though, crazy as WBG found one position that gives A-Shot enough time to cast it, and just trying to reset and potentially catching a res against one of his 2 teammates. But I don't think 5-2-1's gonna allow it, Raven.
That's a beautiful part of Kurumi. Can't stop the Kurumi res once she got the tether up. You can delay it a little bit, but she is gonna be getting that res. She will not be denied. Same way with like Temi ult. Just impossible to stop. We're gonna see BB versus JDG. The Yoda ult's gonna be coming out onto Zai. Wait a second. BB's cooking. Zai is gonna be falling down, and Yodo is a good answer to Batari and that Invis de-invising her. JDG's Kiki is gonna fall. 5-2-1 with the sauce. Now chasing down BBE. Wait, it was like BBE was the one with the sauce with the Yodo ult. Very interesting. So
yeah,
cooking.
12 seconds silence now negated from each strike. V1 Viper coming out here, and chance happening. 5-2-1. They're gonna catch a Temi. He's got F3, so he's gonna be safe from that Kurumi Parasol being applied from A-Shao. Now Sleepwalker's in the back line here. A-Shao finds a stanchion hits. A parry though from Yin as it captures A-Shao. Another parry. Man, we just hitting every single parry today. 1, 2, 3 to be released though. Sleepwalker though goes down. As the R&B gets released here, Pampy looking to try to go find for another parry. Oh my goodness, can we just get a counter right now for how many parries has Yin accrued in the last 15 seconds? Because this man is catching every single one of those.
5-2-1 and confirm. We did fight them when we were at Worlds. They are super parry campers. And almost all the natural instincts in them is they're trying to time you for a parry. They're just seeing whether or not you're willing to throw a bad blue at poor spacing. They just full parry fishermen. They are gonna get a no ult zone. FPX versus KLA. QGG is gonna get juggled up. No way he can pop ultimate right now. Good defense from his teammates, able to get down the Moonbane, but Moonbane is on the edge, not going to get any advantage from it. They would have to fall back if they want to be benefiting from it, but FPX still with white armor. Does KLA want to take this fight? They do have full ultimate. They're going to be engaging. Dai coming in late, opening up though. That CXZ on the Matari, opening up, going balls to the wall, just immediately dropping his F2, then dropping his ultimate, immediately using both dashes already, and no ult zone is going to be pressed, but QGG with the Zai still has ultimate, 17S as well with the Kurumi. FBX doing their very best to kite this pressure with this no ult zone. It's going to be a beacon for the rest of the lobby to show up, and now Wolves sees that beacon, immediately lurking on the outside, ready to go. They are crouching just out of line of sight. I'm not sure if KLA was able to spot it.
Yeah, it looks like KLA going to be still going towards the eastern side of this. Wolves, 2 purple armors on standby, man. They could go ahead and look for an opportunity, but the Forbidden Seal denies that for a little bit of disengagement. If KLA goes right back into that Forbidden Seal, it's going to be a couple of extra seconds, probably 30 seconds or so before that Forbidden Seal deactivates. But this, like we said, beacon of light. Everyone in the world can see this. They're looking into this direction, and they're going to be able to see whether or not fights are to be had in their own stead. Now, of course, while Wolves is on top of that mountain cliffside, we do have Romy Yanks to be spawning here in the next 60 seconds. And while that actually has been appeared, one other element to the gameplay are caves. We haven't mentioned this at all. I think in caves into the Mortal War setting is randomized across the map, meaning only one cave is to be selected by the game. Doesn't mean you can preempt the moonbane it when you see it spawn in. It just decides to spawn wherever it decides to spawn. And for every one of the players that decide to reach into that cave, they'll find loot to be earned for their team as a way of repossessing, you know, a reset if they lost into first game engagements. You can see it over to the north side of the map actually right now. North of Arcadia is where that cave is be selected. But Azov Peak has 2 teams approaching, Wolves and the EWG. GG though, looking to try to take a fight against BBE over by Twilight's Pass, has the Romyang as well. If they want to take aggression right now, they could, but they are running a comp that could just take Romyang for, you know, for the fight that's to be had, as well as the fights won. They're over by the by nearby toward the Imperial camp, so they could be looking for this fight as a first set entry into these 6 room slots to be available.
And GG doesn't wait for second Realm of Yang, just instantly snaps him. They're going to be fighting against Bauda on the other end. Wolves and WBG are going to be going on. This is the fight I wanted to see as well. Anytime we get to see a little bit of GG's Siphon, it's a beautiful sight to behold. Bauda not as scaled up, so you're just going to double jump into the F1, looking for the stagger, non-stop lights. Did he just try to slap? No, he just said he said an R&B, I believe. I hope I didn't just see a slap coming out from ZGS. Goes for the max range scale rush. He's gonna get pulse sword slammed off of there. Kurumi circle gonna be invested from GG. 3-3-0, moving in. Gonna have to move his circle to the other side. They do get a big parry onto Yeround, and Yeround's gonna get absolutely deleted. Once the delete comes down, there's no need to hold on to ultimates. Peak with the F3 is going to deny a lot of his damage, but the Temi ult's going to be coming down. Now Takeda getting pressed off to the side, getting juggled over and over. Nice triple tap dodge with the fist. What can you do? He just triple tap dodge all of the Fury shove. There's nothing you can do.
Man said, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Corners himself off here. WBG though having a little bit of trouble. Wolves finding that eliminations on the board for it. And on top of that, being able to find a purple armor for the last teammate, NIHQ. Now, this is going to be a gold weapon accrued. Now, I'm pretty sure it's going to be given to XCM here, having gold dual blades. Them themselves finding a Juggernaut to, you know, stoop up to try to level up. Let's take a look and see if Wolves has the same aggression that we saw last round from GG for that. But, of course, another thing to keep in motion here, Mystic might be picked up from Alliance. Now, this could be the Spearwell gained from that fight into the map as they were able to go through. Bauda, though, are still over by what seems to be still in Arcadia. You know, coming to the north side, they're actually going to be going from the Moongaze Terrace towards Arcadia as I'm looking towards that region. And BBE in the vicinity here as GG are still towards Twilight's Pass, towards the pond. Now LXM preemptive ultimate because he is looking to try to get CJS to get that Forbidden Seal on standby. CJS though running into the thick of danger. B1 from BBE as the lockdown from CJS could be occurred. Man, I don't know what the decision making will be there, but he's safe. He's falling slowly. He should be good for a little bit of fights, but this is where we're going to see whether or not BBE's comp selection could work out in their favor because they take the chances of seeing about the disengagement to the Forbidden Seal. Yoru can't chase. She can only slash from a certain distance. Oh no.
And he purposely chooses to slash into the no ult zone. Now, BG showing up both of these teams with the buffs before he puts the F3 down. Everyone's just mosh pitting in right now. Boy, he's going to double hold that down, try to fade out, but no way, no how. Wolves and GG are going to be chasing him down. ZK on the zipping, trying to fight back versus Takeda. No ultimate on CGS. Because of the no ult zone, he is going to fall to the zipping. BBE now showing up as well, looking for the pressure, but he's not going to be able to. Wolves immediately turns, and now Alliance is over there in WBG. The dinner bell has been hit served. This no ult zone can be seen across the lobby, and everyone is answering the call.
Yeah, and this comes into play here. Parry coming from ZK as it invests a Fear and Blast from Jing, who still has 3 Fear Blasts on standby. Making the backline push here. We're going to see Sleepwalker get eliminated as Zem finds it. Another set of Fear and Blasts come through here. Having around 2 left. Nice parry, but the V1 Viper again, this time from 5-2-1 to engage. The teleporter has been utilized. Pampy finds this is 9HQ, but a musket shot from Alliance's NY7 finds that elimination for that team. Very much needed as they are on the edge of that gatekeeper spot to pass out KLA, who have been completely obliterated from this lobby. So far, so far. We have to see WBG take this chances here. Takeda Furin is not available, but they do have a Sleepwalker ultimate. If they get that res from A-Shao, this could be huge, but NY7 caught out here, has that Mystic Might, the vision, the mitigation, everything that you can look for in making sure you have vision on and your opponents through the walls to also mitigating at least a fifth of the damage coming out. It's a dream come true, but considering that these teams are coming through and getting processed like a meat grinder, this is going to be a lot of eliminations to be had here where we are losing players by the second, Raven.
Yeah, JDG did lose their Kurumi. Sing and Tut are going to be able to, they're going to have to clutch this out, but it's not looking good. We got a Temi ult and a Viper ult, V1 being set. Alliance coming in hot with this third party, going to get that massive stagger, and the silence is going to be coming out. Nowhere left to run for JDG. They are going to fall, but now BBE is showing up to the party with their Kylan. Wujin port is going to be going down. Nice port coming out from Alliance's Revenge. They're going to have to grapple very desperately away. The port beacon showing exactly where they are. I've been checking the bush instead, but they're going to be moving away, and a ballista is going to be going down. More chaos. This fight has been going on forever. Just everyone came over to this no ult zone. Walker is trying to get res right now, but GG has another thought about that.
Yeah, GG coming through here now, private into the party. We see Battle Yaron eliminate WBG Jing. That's going to be WBG out for the game today. Ballista's from 5-2-1. Pampy being the instigator of peace. He's the anti-UN. He's going ahead. Strike there he goes. The burn comes out. Peak goes down from burn alone. He's making his shots count. He's making sure he can use the repair chest if he had any. He ran out. Ice cream machine broke. Can't do anything about that one. GG's gonna find CJS in the front lines. 1-2-3s. We release those. Harry comes out as Yaron's gonna be getting caught out here, but we got to keep in mind LXM also has aerial run, so he's also gonna be careful about his jumps. That burn alone though is gonna kill off Flame Ringer into this game. It's gonna kill out a lot of these players that are not suspecting it if they have no health to boot out for it. Now we're gonna have Romy Yang number 2 spawning out here. Players BBE team as a whole, they're approaching to the scene. They see GG potentially, but they're gonna run into the Imperium region. It looks like we might not even have a, you know what, I'm not gonna cast a curse it, but we might have a chances of seeing whether or not the Imperial Sword could make its appearance potentially into the games. And it's really a risky opportunity, not a risky opportunity, it's just by chance that all teams are fighting inside of the Imperium region, and 6 eliminations will have been gathered by 1 team alone. So that's the only, that's the only recipient of that region. Bauda freshly spawned in, peeking around, coming back for round 2 before we enter Realm Yang 2.
Possible for GG to get over to 200 points? Probably not. I've seen pretty close to 200 points though in a single series. We are going to get a GG versus Wolves. I think that is zipping, or is that Takeda? The mirror? No, it's not. Kylan, nice. This is exactly what I wanted to see. XCM's going to take to the sky versus LXM, but he is going to fade away. He does. It looks like he has Rampage. He's going to be spacing out the Focus Fire. Wolf's not giving up the Kylan Focus Fire. He's going to be looking at CGS right now, but CGS, nice tap dodge into the LMB for the Focus. That Japanese going to be coming out, and XCM's going to take a ton of poke damage. Unfortunately, he is going to be able to get the reset. GG does not sustain the pressure, and it looks like Hadi is going to be burning its full meter. He's not going for the reset game. He's trying to get one of them to ult. Now XCM does pop the ultimate. Kurumi's ult as well has been popped. Can XCM capitalize on all of this damage, or is his team gonna fall to the traditional Siphon?
He's got ultimate ready to go here. Temi ult out as a way of precognitive dissonance of just being able to deny this Kylan from doing the work that he was supposed to be able to do. Now ZK is in the ringer of losing out a lot of his armor, but XCM finds CJS is just huge. This is impeccable right now. XCM has no armor, no health. He's in Keelan guard. He's going ahead and activating the heal back that's necessary to come back into this game. And this jabbing the boot gives Wolves the eliminations that they need. They just took out GG into the final seconds there with the ultimates, and now half the detach has been picked up. By golly, and they got gold fist plates to be held onto now. They're dodging everything at this point in time. They're gonna find themselves a buff of the White Tiger's prowess into this circle. We had 24 players left alive. Draco Storm picked up from a spear well of EWG.
Yeah. Coming out of this Realm of Yang, 21 people alive. Not as stacked as the first time we played Pretoria. It is Firefly Pretoria though, and I feel like now usually game 6 goes a little bit slower or a little bit faster than the rest of the games. Everyone's a little bit burnt out for the day, done with it, especially if you've been having a bad game. We do have EWG with the Draco Storm. I want to see this Temi Zai run into a team as well. Temi Zai, we haven't seen this mixture. Is basically like Siphon. We've seen Temi Kylan, but Temi Zai is really, really interesting. I wonder if it's going to work versus one of these teams. I need to see it. Give me that team fight. GG, like always, you already know. Collecting all the gold armors, already setting up for another skadoosh. Their secret weapon, kill 13 people in 1 second.
Part 2?
If they do it back to back, it's for sure getting nerfed like hotfix. Like tonight.
Frame 1? It's like, due to some unforeseen circumstances, we have applied a hot patch. White Tiger's prowess will only affect a armor. It's like, wait, what? Now we have to double check and see. I think the Spearwell has been on standby. Either EWG got a free realm because I got a gold fan. I saw that. They only had 1 elimination, so I'm saying that's probably the best case scenario of what happened here. But we do see EWG actually hiding onto his own. Is this man just laying down? Yo, is this man just in the coffin? Yo, he's actually just laying down in the coffin. I didn't even know that was an interaction you could do. That's crazy. But this is going to be a chance for GG. They're going to find the Spear. They're kiting around. They got 3 minutes on Roman Yang depletion, right? They lost that fight against Wolves. So now it's going to be a position east side of Imperium where they hit into the Hall of Eternity that they'll just have a lot of fights to take. They find Draco Storm, man. Oh, yeah. This time. Yeah, we're big braining. We're going to go ahead, though. We're pushing down south. We're looking for players. Look for the bell rotation here over by the Sword Tomb. But fights are happening here. Wolves finds 5-2-1, and this is going to be a fight between the Kylan and the the monstrosity that could come out here from Pampy.
Yeah, Matari did a pretty good job of securing the last kills, but can he have the same exact success? Wolves is super scaled right now. The amount of damage that XCM's doing, going through, cutting up this team like butter. Now the port's gonna be coming out, but it's so obvious where you're going. 5-2-1's trying to make their way back to the houses over here in Imperial, but he's not going to be able to get the cover. 5-2-1's Yin is going to try to take the ISO fight to peel for his teammates. The rest of his team is still trying to run. Tesla is going to be coming out, but XCM too good with it, able to react to it and dodge, but 5-2-1 Yin is going to fall to the gold fist of XCM. Now following up for the last couple of players, Out as You is going to be showing up as well. It looks like Wolves is pretty happy. It's not about being greedy and being gluttonous. You get a little bit and then you move on and keep your game alive.
That's right. Now GG, they found EWG here into the thick of things. They lost the Draco Storm a lot sooner than them, but the Temi ult comes out here. CJS repositions towards Cookie. Cookie might be caught through for those staggers from the Draco Storm. They locked them in place, but they're finding the scare rushes. They're finding the spacing right now. This is going to force out another team. Valiant Challengers coming in from FPX. Now, as a result, CJS does not have ultimate. No Takeda ultimate on standby. They do have 3-3-0s ult for the Kurumi. That's great and all, but this is going to be where Xiphon can make a threat of things if they have a force to lock down one of the enemy teammates when their HP reaches the health bar directly. But one soul bloom to the next, we're rotating at CGS, readying that Roman Yang depletion, finding themselves to trying to go on the offensive again. This time though against one of the teammates of FPX, Zhao, looking for kiting over by Heaven's Watch. Having to be careful about this region. There's a lot of kiting here. If we lose track of one target in the next couple of seconds, we could lose out on our teammates. And I'm pretty sure the only person we need a soul bloom on is for 3-3-0. So for right now, target prize selection is to lock down one person as soon as possible and get back into round 2 for this fight before we lose out our support, which, like you said, Raven, we lose the support, it could be over in less than a minute.
At GG, does have Draco Storm. 330 is going to be forced to pop his ultimate. We got 3 shoves to our name. FPX trying to fade away, but the pressure of the Draco Storm, Zai's going to come over with the change, try to peel for his teammate, but CGS is just going to turn about face and start going onto the Zai. He has no more shoves to his name, but they do have so much stagger, though, not letting Dao move at all. It's not going to matter. He is going to fall. Temiolt's going to be invested, though, and now GG with the Draco Storm. It's one of the cool things that even though you use your ultimate, as long as you're glowing green, no one's going to really attack you unless they saw you take this fight. Now, GG. Will they risk going to second Rumble Yang? This was also another nuance about GG. They already went second Rumble Yang. What am I talking about? They always go second round. After I said it, I was like, wait a second. They always go second round with Yang.
You know what's crazy too is that they delayed out that Draco Storm, and it actually matched up with the Romaine depletion. Now that I'm thinking about it, so that way they have an active timer on the field of play about how much time is left before they're good to go. But once 330 figured out the pick up that Zai solo, it was all good to go. BBE though, they're up against FPX. They're up to the last teammate here with Jinex, and that's going to be the eliminations. That's going to be 8 total for BBE so far. Into the kill leaderboards, right? GG has 10, Bowda has 10, 17 for Wolves here. Wait a second.
17 is a lot of kills.
Yeah, especially when there's 12 enemies on the board too. So they're
speedrunning this lobby right now. 15 people are left are alive.
And they gotta worry about whether or not the Viper ult's gonna come through, and then they can re-engage. But Fat Milk finds elimination against Jing. Cannon shots coming out here from you as the Meteor is in play, but the F3 shield walls, or F1 shield walls, I should say, from Wu Chen, it's gonna deny that pressure from them.
5-2-1. There's 5-2-1 at on the leaderboard. Why don't I see 5-2-1 anywhere?
Probably bottom of 2.
Oh, okay. It's the bottom 2. GG Wolves. Looks like we're gonna hit the 80% Moonbane. For some reason, this is a very, very common endgame in Predoria. At least tournament-wise. This area was in Koi Cup. I experienced this area even in tournament. I just keep seeing this area as like deja vu. This whole like buttery rock cliff plus this actual wall.
Yeah, day one we had it. I think day one they had it here. 24 players left alive, and activation of the fire area was something that caused a lot of pain for a lot of players. They had to keep batting around. Hottie ultimates, teleporter cubes were being used back and forth. Not a lot of hotties left alive though, as I think Wolves is the only team here left alive with one set comp, and then everyone else siphoned into Sand Siphon.
Plus the Moonbane. Oh my goodness, Moonbane so loud. We got default sound on. This actual roar. I feel like an actual dragon is breathing on top of me, but Bin not letting Cookie breathe at all. I've been just with the jumping LMBs on Fist, nothing you can do. And we were saying before, is Yodo gonna get value? Well, how many kills is BBE up to? It seems like the Yodo is doing just fine into the current meta. They're getting a lot of work done considering limitations of Yodo, but it looks like it's a decent answer to all the Matari teams.
Yeah, I think it's 8 total for BBE last I saw. So they look to try to go ahead and have value of around 12 to 13. I don't even want to look at the Jades here, man, because that's a Phoenix and a Hepta for ZK. Sanchez Skyfiller for Zem, and an Immortal Defiance that keeps 9HQ. And he also has Cloudweaver, by the way. So 9HQ could be doing some works out there. We'll have to double check and see. Spearwell, though, I did not count what Spearwell this was. I would have been able to see it, but I did not look at the map. It might be a Mystic Might, to be honest.
Yeah, XCM's gonna get parried over by CGS, just carrying him across the map. Usually that's just the Kylan carrying people, but the parry with the jumping LMB is gonna carry around. We get the tower right next. Oh my goodness. It's like 7 people just got knocked out by one Kylan ultimate. And now everyone makes their way in, only to get knocked out again by Blistering. Bowda's gonna be holding center right now. Halfway through the actual charge, are they going to be able to take it, or are we just going to be a stalemate again? Is everyone going to pile in? It's looking like Bowda has the ability to claim this. Gonna be popping the ultimate, and now you and the crew are about to go crazy. We got double ultimate deck on deck right now.
Yeah, 5-2-1 Cloud hiding onto the corner, just looking for placement, at least to a certain extent. High ground Mystic Might, though, gives Bowda all the vision they need. This is actually probably the best buff right here for consideration, that we can see everybody and anywhere across the board. They can go for range shots. They can force the team out of their comfort zone, and then getting everything through. Now, it's interesting enough, though, that we know that 521 Cloud is left alone into the dirt. But he's going to be going ahead and having a chance to be going through. Copy on that. And as we can probably take a look in the scene of whether or not Team Bauda might be looking for the high ground. Of course, being careful about this one. We do need to see whether or not Mystic might, just having the extra mitigation with this vision alone into these endgame circle for the next, how many minutes? We got 2 minutes total for that buff to come through. And then we have a chance of being able to come out of the gameplay. But who knows?
Crazy that it feels like this round just went so much faster than every other round. Wolves just annihilating everyone with 17 kills, BBE with 10 kills, GG with 10 kills. Now going into what always seems to happen on this map, some type of cliff scenario. Wolves, GG, stuck on the side, trying to climb their way back up with Bauda holding up the high ground. Bauda not letting everyone up for free, getting smack everyone down. If one Kylan ult just goes out here, everyone's going to push down, but Wolves holding the low ground, slowly creeping it up, making their way to the right. Now GG's going to make their play up, go to the top right now, but BBE with the Yoda wall is going to be going for slashes, slashing at the top, trying to claim the high ground for his team. Fat Milk looking for one safe place to go, but can they really take that high ground scenario from the hotties flying around? Bauda with the Kurumi keeping his whole team healthy, but GG very, very active, moving around the map, trying to kill people on the ultimate low ground. They're going to catch Roy Hehe over here. 330 is going to have to invest his Kurumi on. The drop down from the Viper is going to be coming down, but this is in the center of the armor skill. GG should be fine at the top road. So Wolves is going to get knocked off by Bauda's peak on the Kylan, immediately knocking that team super, super far away. Bauda fighting their own fight on the edge, while GG looks back in, trying to figure out what's what and where all these players are. We're already down to 9 players. Wolves, Bauda, GG. Who is going to take down the last game for today? GG hasn't dropped a game since I mentioned that they are one of the best Siphon teams. When they get here, they find a way to win. Bauda is going to get a parry onto CGS, but he's already down to 1 HP. Zipping is going to come in with a nice triple charge. CGS is taking a ton of heat from all directions. His Kurumi's going to be able to defend him, looking for that F3. They are going to be playing for res right now, but Wolves XCM has another thing for them. No res going to be allowed. He knocks his LXM all the way into zone. He tries to gatekeep to keep him out some more. He is going to pick up one of the kills. And now GG with 12, Bauda with 13, Wolves with 20. Who is going to be coming out with the MVP right now? Wolves is looking poised to do it right now with the hottie, still picking up more kills. But Wolves is ZK going to look for the soul booms right now. And it's over.
Done.
I feel like this round just went so fast. Even though the round pretty much goes the distance, it didn't go to full heal off. Just the amount of speed everyone played this round was very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, having to look towards of how much kind of works out in their favor. I mean, Wolves taking this one out for themselves. 17 eliminations at the point of when they had reached that point. It really comes to show where they can kind of hold down their ground, hold down the fort. But all in all, multiply comes through, the points are earned. They're really just looking for day 1 gameplay here to try to solidify for for the finals this weekend, and then when things are the following weekend, I should say, when they decide to go up against each other for all the points into finals week for the top 12 players for position taking. And plus, pre-finals points are earned, right? We're taking the pre-finals points. We're going into the gameplay of having the players decide to take finals into the marks with the points that they earned today. And considering the new rule change, that means new match point. I think if Koi Cup match point matches, it was like around 60 to 70 or so. So they could be having a little bit more designation for those. But with the multiplier, right, it lowers the bracket. We need to look in terms of seeing whether or not Wolves, try to keep this for day 3 when they play for the second day, because then they can have a lot of points to match up to, towards GG for first place. Maybe not the case scenario, but they will have enough points to match out between them and JDG, considering they are also going to be playing to day 3 and contesting that team. And that's a team, like I mentioned earlier, that when they go through in the scrims, they have a really strong put against each other, where JDG wouldn't have a fun day. And then Wolves has a spectacular day. Sometimes that happens, and this is going to be the case scenario for today as well.
I mean, GG had just the most outrageous day today. They definitely set the bar for the highest amount of points for this current rule set. The question is, sir, is it possible for someone to actually break that record? I feel like what they just did right now, it's going to be really hard to replicate because they had the White Tiger round. And then they did super well on different rounds. The adjustments to the meta, I feel like people are going to be able to slow down. But the dominance of winning back-to-back rounds with that many kills and capitalizing on it, I feel like a lot of the teams after seeing today's performance are going to go back in the lab and realize that besides their off spawn, besides their mid game, they're going to have to win Yang, and two, when they do win Yang, they're going to have to be as consistent as GG to like secure it. And I feel like they kind of left a blueprint of what's possible in a NARAKA trios right now, but it's really hard to coordinate that well and hit that macro stride. I feel like right now most teams are still playing that very heavy hot drop and go for kills early just to kind of double down and not risk going to Yang. But we're still seeing that macro play coming out from GG. 2 games where they had those really pop-off moments, they did not take an off-spawn fight. So moving forward, I'm still curious to see how these games are going to be playing. We've always had slower macro teams with Siphon and Monk. So is it going to be that way moving forward, or are we going to move to a more blitz style? Really exciting stuff moving forward. Today was an absolute pleasure to watch, sir.
Yeah, and now Wolves being, I think, the second highest point gained so far today of a team, first being GG, of course. 31.6 points earned for them for this day of playing for this round. Out of here, second place with a 16-point game. GG with a 420.5 in third, with 521 ending fourth with 11.5, alongside BBE fifth for 11.5. 10.5 points still earned for Alliance in the sixth. WBG takes seventh with 3.5, and this is where the discrepancy now starts to come through the point thresholds. It's something that we've seen in the past where, lower than 5 points, with KLA earning 2 points, EWG earning 2 points, JDG earning 2 points, and below between that into the vicinity. Now, obviously with Wolves, XEM, 11 eliminations here playing out with the Kylan, 23k damage, just working it through. Hadi being on the support duty, but dealing out more damage to his predecessing teammates. So just noticing how those flashes can really connect through with the Kylan, the synergy coming out and knocking people away, but also just making sure and guaranteeing those swipes, swipe or no swiping, trolling the bridge type moments, and Hadi's there to strike away, no matter the cost. Even if he has to use 1 or 2 before he activates teleporter, he will just keep that momentum going.
That's wild. Zipping able to heal 41k damage. So much damage being absorbed by that team. But the durability, not from the transformations, but just from the mobility, is absolutely same for the Hadi Kylan comp. Now, looking at the overall standings, is anyone actually eliminated yet? Everyone in the bottom 12 hasn't played 2 days yet, so everyone still has a chance. But EWG is going to be close on the cutting block. I mean, 67 seems pretty solid. I feel like they're going to be getting through. So we're still going to have to hold our breath for the last third day of trios. It looks like everyone has a possibility of still making it go through. X1, one of the new teams in the league, 74 in that top 6. FPX, one of the veteran teams in the league, 80, probably going to be making it to that finals. Wolves having a spectacular day, 81 points just off 1 day. Bauda at 107, JDG at 108, and the absolute menaces of the lobby, the Skadooshers, the Thanos Snappers, 170 coming out from GG. 115 in a singular day is outrageous.
Yeah, and then having every chance this here of earning out. Possibly, it's gonna be a unicorn day for them, right? It's something you don't see often. It's gonna be on the new multiplier as well. So to see this amount of points be earned might be replicated, who knows? But we're gonna have some replays brought to you. We're coming back here. Brought to you by Thunder Robot. Of course, we do see Wolves entry into first Romy Yang here, and immediate entry with the Rampage into the Kylan Ultimate. Looking for level 2 slashes. He gets caught to the circle, doesn't care. He goes right back in. He's like looking to charge up, trying to be as safety netted in the sky as possible, and just keep himself aloof in the air. Just trying to find the Karumi, locking her down. She goes down immediately. And the teammates know what to do, striking out blues, striking out neutral horizontals if they can, keep it going. Rolling into same case instance. That you gotta also understand is that even within the semicircle, if he slashes within the outside, as long as no one's there to catch him out, he can just go ahead and just keep the pressure, keep the momentum. He's gonna escape with using the slash. Yeah, he could lose HP, doesn't care. He's got a teammate to look for the sustain here as it comes through from Zipping. She's a mobile healer. She can keep the sustain going. Unlike Karumi, where the circle can be placed and a parasol to safety net for the defense mitigation, but the heal over time. This is where this comp just outpaces a lot of sustain, and considering that when Kylan goes into full, offensive mobility mode, he's allowed free range. You don't lock him down quick, and you don't burn the healing guard, he'll just start doing work in his own stead. Just like right here into endgame circle, looking for the bow shots, just looking to poke out here. This is his classic, just gameplay reasons. And the shift into the ground, goes to the toes to the nose, and there he goes. Fox goes for slashes, keeps going high ground, keeps going across to the zone, and back and forth. Get a fear in, no problem. We're going to lock him to the zone again. How about another one? Want me to see you do it again? Looking, it's going to be happening back and forth between these teammates, and even if he hits his own proc, he can still have slashes to burn the enemy teammates when they try to go back into the zone. He just says, I just slashed you out. And this is how Wolves earns out the victory. Even into this position of Poison Splash, HQ and ZK stay alive for the position of placement, and that's how they got first in this game.
Zipping able to hold that center. Kylan just doing so much space. The car crash of this ultimate is just absolutely nuts.
Ballistic mode engaged. Man. It's crazy, man. This man had a common attack shape in the endgame circle like that. And he's like, I don't need anything else. I got all I need. 12.5k damage though from just his skills ultimates alone. Hong Sword Fist Blade on standby by a third or so. 23k damage total though, 11 eliminations. I mean, one thing to be utilized in the Kylan comp or with the Kylan skill set is that F1 being able to it's a combo breaker, stay and shrewd. But of course, we're gonna have to go ahead and understand that when things lead out towards F1, parry mode creates a lot of opportunities for teams to not suspect it. It's similar to seeing F1 Cicada, right? You see F1 Cicada is a long cooldown of a skill. And, just letting you know, whenever it comes down towards an F1 Cicada, right, he gets a lot of massive heal. We were talking through about that earlier, where F1 Cicada can just capture a lot of control for someone to be locked in animation. Kylan kind of operates in the same case scenario, not for the healing, not for the, holding animation, but him to be in parry mode for an additional 1.25 seconds, right? That's duration of time that Kylan has when any attack comes from any direction. He just goes, slaps you across the corner. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It just keeps the control there. If anyone wants to jump in and try to attack, he knocks them back. But what does that allow for it? Another pole sword R&B potentially from a teammate with the pole sword. But besides that, just like pole swords being swinged out here, we're gonna have an interview coming right here in the moment, and we'll be right back afterwards.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have City Wolves XCM come to our interview. So please say hello to the audience first.
大家好，我是狼队的小猛。
Okay, welcome. Nice job for Game 6. How do you think about today's competitions? 那其实第6把表现得非常好啊。对于今天的比赛怎么看呢？
比赛还好吧，感觉也没有打得特别好。
Okay, I think it's just okay. I didn't think I performed really well for today's games. So, in Game 5, we must say it was GG's White Tiger explode everyone. But why all Wolves team members applauded for them? 那第5把的这个白虎之力必须要提了，那个是积极的白虎之力炸了那么多人，为什么狼队3个人这么开心，还为他们鼓掌？
因为他们那个白虎站出来之前嘛，就是他们卡了一下时间，我们会觉得就是可能会出现名场面，就是全部一起死嘛。然后他就猜到了，他就鼓掌。
Okay, so before they used their White Tiger, we like all our team member guessed maybe there will be like this kind of situation will happen. So when it happened, we like all applauded for them. Will you feel maybe a little bit jealous for them because you want to do the same? Is that the reason why you like perform so well, so hard in Game 6? 那其实会不会有一点点小小的羡慕，嫉妒他们有这样的就是名场面？这会不会是感觉第6把打得那么努力，也是想复刻一下呢？
反正是我的话，应该会很爽吧。
I really hope it was me because I will feel so excited. Okay, let's move on to our answer for judge, please. So this time our question is which team is leading the total scoreboard now? 那这一次我们的问题是哪一支队伍引领着我们现在的总积分榜呢？那相信小恶魔心里面也有一个答案了。So please count on time for us. 那也是请小恶魔给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 那答案是什么？
答案是 A CDGG。
OK， 答案是 GG。Well, so I know like they are all your old teammates. Will you feel happy for them? 那其实他们也是算老队友嘛，看到他们现在有如此棒的成绩，内心是怎么想的？
感觉不如我吧，明天给他抄了。
Okay, I think I'm better than them, so I want to like catch up them and maybe like do better than them. Well, how do you feel? How will you feel about like the bi-weekly final? 那对于周决你有什么样的想法呢？
偷个周冠。
Oh, you want to steal a champion? Why you stole? 为什么说是偷呢
？GG拿太多冠军了，偷他的。
Okay, so I think Gigi got too much champagne, so I think this time it will be ours. Okay, that's all for the interview. Okay, thank you, come to our interview, and good luck to you for the bi-weekly final. Okay, 那也是希望在这次的周决当中，小恶魔的预言可以成真，好吗？就像你们当时在说的那个决赛圈一样，好吧 ？Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Wolves in the interview. It would be interesting, ladies and gentlemen, if someone else would beat GG, but it's not going to be looking like. I am Raven Police, and I am joined by Cerveo. That's going to be all she wrote for trios today, Serve. And I got to say, I was fully entertained. A lot of my questions were answered. I still have more of what is possible with this new patch, what we can do with the new character, but we definitely saw a lot of cool stuff today. My favorite part, definitely the White Tiger buff. Out of all 3 years of playing NARAKA, I've never seen something so outrageous. I'm curious to see whether or not we keep this in competitive play. It is kind of hilarious and kind of cool, but it would be frightening if GG specialized in making sure that they were able to Thanos the lobby every single time in endgame.
Imagine they make up a comp just to try to lock that buff down every single time. It would be kind of crazy. I mean, considering that, considering that White Tiger's prowess has shown its value today more than it's ever done so in its inception, and focusing that out would be something that teams would want to evolve, either focus to take it or just contesting it to never be taken at all. Because once that zone starts to close in, depending on the placement of the sphere well, the teams could just try to make it burn out for time. I mean, we saw in the round 2, BBE try to take it into the zone, didn't happen, didn't get allowed, no one allowed it. And that gave BBE enough pressure on the zone tick damage, like you said, in the beginning of the round, once we hit the Shadow 1, tick damage is small. It's very, it tickles, right? It doesn't do damage. But once you hit the Shadow 3 to 4 to 5, you're taking a lot of damage coming out passively. Standings, though, lead us out. We're taking a look back into this. For day 3, TE still has a day to fight 5-2-1, as well as WBG, ASE, SS1, and Team Alliance. With the standings here at the bottom of the 6, they are close to being into that position of trying to go through, as well as KLA, DRG, and BBE. Locking through with OUG, JL. This is going to be an interesting day 3. I mean, JL still has another game to work through. We could see the points to be deterred. I mean, listen, that was the thing I wanted to make mention. GG doing crazy work today. Power hour work. JL still hasn't played their third day or the second day of playing, so that's going to be a chance of seeing how they perform against their predecessors. They're going up against Wolves though with their 81.2 game day, second highest so far in the league in terms of point values for a single day performance, besides GG's today with a 115, taking 170 points in the first place. I'm not sure how the percentage is taken for proposed into finals, but it will be a pretty good experience to think about how these guys go through, as the leaderboard is subjugated to match point, which is also another thing, right? Match point, the first 3 rounds in trios is a special time when you have no hero points to consume. You can't do anything about any sort of Kurumi bans because you can't choose Kurumi in the first 3 rounds if she's already 1 point banned. And if everything takes into consideration for those teams, they have to be very careful about that in terms of planning ahead and how they're going to option select as the first round selection into second round and into third, because that's the make or break between comps to be realized into those final moments, Raven.
8 rounds, completely different from 6 rounds, especially with the match point. Trios, since we've had the match point system, it's always come down to like 4 or 5 teams. It's super, super exciting. And it just goes to show, like, I thought with the new league changes, coaching was going to be a lot more prevalent because you have to counter what other people are doing. You can't just let teams like JL and GG play for that match point. Now, looking to the future, we are just starting. Like, this is just the beginning. It's so good to be back. The bi-weekly final next week after the third day. We'll see who our finalists will be. Week 2 coming in after that as well. The new map, the new rotation, the 6 phases, lots of fun. Solos was super exciting. Trios actually more exciting than I remember. I just think the new rule set really benefits just excitement as a viewer. A lot of more nuanced things happening. We still get the cool end game. We still get the speedy just like non-stop action of off spawn in that mid game. I feel like NARAKA's in a very good place competitively right now from a viewership standpoint as well. So Serve, in the future, I hope to see even more creative subs. I wonder what people are going to be labbing after they saw the Yodo possibly doing well versus a Matari Zai. That was a little bit interesting. The Zai Fairy and Monk, kind of weird, especially with all the point bans. And as you pointed out before, it's really hard to play the comp that you want on the day that you want. So if you're able to save points to go against that ban, I can see people really trying to dive in and really test out things that normally we thought were outrageous, but with the new rule set becomes pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and also the considerations, like someone who does something out of the ordinary that works in their favor tremendously, they themselves become innovators. We've seen, between players who make comps for the teams or play styles to be born out of said works, it just gets solidified into the NARAKA lore. You can just stamp it into the memoriam. Like, oh, this guy, he did a 1-2-3 blue and with the Cyan Fun. It's crazy. And things that in the nature kind of come out between more so in the solos aspect, but trios, it can really just create this effect like 13 kills with White Tiger's prowess. And just like that, we're ending out here, guys, for day 2 trios for the Nbpl. My name is Severio alongside with Raven, PLZ. We're going to be coming back here for days 3 for the finals, before finals this weekend. Hope you guys to see you guys there, and make sure you guys tune in. Have a great day and be safe.